We will be starting with Alfred the Great in the year 871 and ending with Charles III, the present-day monarch. Now, let's begin. Alfred the Great was born into the royal West Saxon house in the small kingdom of Wessex, the youngest son of King Æthelwulf. As a child, he was described as bright and thoughtful, but sickly. His health was poor from the start, something that would follow him all his life. His mother encouraged him and his brothers to study, and there's a famous story that she offered a beautifully illuminated book of Saxon poetry to whichever of them could memorize it fastest. Alfred won, showing early signs of the intense curiosity and determination that would define his rule. Though he was the youngest of the brothers, he travelled widely. As a boy, he made a pilgrimage with his father to Rome. This journey left a strong impression on him. He met the Pope and saw the grandeur of continental civilization, learning first-hand about faith, order, and power in a way few English princes of the time did. After Æthelwulf died, Alfred's older brothers took the throne one after the other, while Alfred remained a trusted advisor and military companion. Wessex at this time faced terrible dangers. The Viking raids, which had been intermittent plundering raids for decades, grew into full-scale invasions. The great heathen army invaded England and overran much of it. Alfred's older brother Æthelred became king, with Alfred fighting at his side. The two faced brutal battles against the Danes. The most famous of these was at Ashdown. During the fighting, Æthelred delayed joining the attack to hear Mass, leaving Alfred to lead the West Saxon troops in a desperate charge uphill. Alfred's courage and leadership led to a bloody but vital victory. After Æthelred's death, Alfred became King of Wessex. He inherited a kingdom on the edge of ruin. The Danes had taken or threatened nearly every other Anglo-Saxon kingdom, and Wessex was the last major holdout. At first, Alfred tried to buy peace, paying the Danes to leave Wessex alone. This only postponed the problem. When the Danes broke their word and attacked again, Alfred's kingdom was nearly lost. One winter, Alfred was forced into hiding in the marshes of Somerset, in a remote stronghold called Athelney. Here he held out with a small band of loyal warriors. Legend says that while in hiding he was so humble and lowly, he once let bread cakes burn because he was distracted planning strategy. An old woman scolded him, not knowing he was the king. But this was the turning point. From these marshes he gathered his forces, sent out messengers, rallied the countryside. When he judged the time right, he gathered his fyrd, the local levies, and struck decisively. The key victory came at Edington. Alfred met Guthrum's army in battle and forced to surrender. This was not a typical victory, it led to a treaty. Guthrum was baptized as a Christian with Alfred as his sponsor, and the land was divided. The Danelaw was created in the north and east, while Alfred held the south and west. Alfred used the peace that followed to rebuild. He did not want merely to survive. He transformed his kingdom. He built a network of fortified towns, burhs, that could resist raids and be mutually supporting. He reorganized the military levy system so that half could be in the field while the other half tended farms. He even developed an early form of a navy, commissioning ships to fight Viking raiders at sea. He was not just a warrior king, but a scholar king. Distressed at the decay of learning, he sought to revive literacy and education in his kingdom. He gathered scholars to his court from across Britain and the continent. He himself worked on translating important Latin works into Old English, so more people could read them, including Pope Gregory's Pastoral Care, Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy, and others. He wanted his people to be both armed and educated. He believed wisdom and Christian learning were the foundations of good government. His law code preserved earlier laws but added his own preface based on biblical principles, emphasizing mercy and fairness. Alfred's health remained poor throughout his life. He suffered from a painful chronic illness that historians still debate. Yet he continued to govern, to plan, to fight if needed. Toward the end of his life, he saw the kingdom more stable. His son Edward and his daughter Æthelflæd would continue his work of defending England and pushing back the Danelaw. He laid the foundation for a unified English kingdom that his grandson Æthelstan would ultimately achieve. He died in his early 50s. The exact year is usually given as 899. His death was mourned deeply. He was buried at Winchester, the capital of his kingdom. Over time, he would be remembered not only as a great king, but as the model of kingship itself. He alone of all English rulers is called the Great. This title was not formally given in his lifetime, but grew in the generations that followed as people recognized what he had accomplished. He defended his land when all seemed lost. He built lasting institutions. He nurtured learning. Alfred the Great remains one of the most admired rulers in English history. His legacy is not only the survival of Wessex, but the birth of an idea of a united English nation. Next, we have Edward the Elder, who ruled from 899 to 924. Edward was born into a kingdom struggling for survival. He was the son of Alfred the Great, the king who had fought the Danes to a standstill and carved out a fragile peace. From the start, Edward was raised not just as a prince, but as the heir to a dream of uniting and protecting the English people. As a child, Edward would have seen firsthand the pressures of rule in wartime. Alfred's court was a place of learning and faith, but also one of constant planning and defence. Edward learned Latin and Old English literacy, skills his father valued deeply. But he also trained in arms, strategy, and the art of ruling men. During Alfred's reign, Edward served as a commander in the West Saxon army. He was trusted with leadership even while young, gaining respect for both courage and discipline. When the Danes broke truces and raided the kingdom, Edward led troops to reinforce the fortified burhs his father had built. He learned not only the battlefield, but the logistical art of moving men and supplies quickly to respond to threats. Upon Alfred's death, Edward became King of Wessex, but his succession was not uncontested. His cousin Æthelwold, the son of Alfred's older brother, challenged him. Æthelwold refused to recognise Edward, claiming his own right to the throne. Æthelwold's rebellion quickly turned serious. He fled north and allied with the Danes of East Anglia. Edward faced the prospect of civil war just as the Viking threat remained strong. In a tense and dangerous series of campaigns, Edward moved decisively to suppress Æthelwold's supporters in Wessex. When Æthelwold and the Danes invaded Mercia and threatened Edward's lands, Edward marched to meet them. The decisive moment came at the Battle of the Home. Æthelwold and his Danish allies fought fiercely. The Danes inflicted heavy casualties on Edward's men, but crucially Æthelwold himself was killed in the fighting. With his rival dead, Edward's claim to the throne was secure. But Edward did not rest. He recognised that even with his rival gone, the Danes in East Anglia and Northumbria remained a threat. He began a long, relentless campaign to consolidate control over all of England south of the Humber. One of Edward's great strengths was his close cooperation with his sister, Æthelflæd, the Lady of the Mercians. She ruled Mercia after the death of her husband and proved a brilliant and determined leader. Brother and sister coordinated their campaigns, building and garrisoning burhs across Mercia and into Danish-held lands. Together they created a system of fortified towns that forced the Danes onto the defensive. Edward's army was large and disciplined, able to strike hard at Danish strongholds. He often ordered the building of new burhs immediately after victories, cementing control and offering protection to local populations. When Æthelflæd died, Edward took direct control of Mercia, ensuring that for the first time Wessex and Mercia were fully united under one ruler. This was no small achievement. It meant that Edward ruled the entire south of England, from Kent to the Welsh border and up to the Danelaw frontier. Edward also dealt with threats from Wales. Welsh kings submitted to his overlordship, recognizing him as a dominant power. He showed a shrewd balance of force and diplomacy, rewarding loyalty but acting swiftly against rebellion. In the east, Edward's campaigns broke the power of the Danes in Essex and East Anglia. Local Danish leaders submitted to him, and he settled his own men in key fortifications. He did not just conquer, he administered. He extended the legal reforms begun by Alfred, ensuring the law was known and enforced in newly reclaimed areas. Edward's power grew to such an extent that the Danish rulers of Northumbria at times acknowledged him as overlord. Though he never permanently conquered Northumbria in his lifetime, his dominance was felt across England. His rule was marked by a steady, relentless consolidation of land and authority. Unlike the dramatic victories of his father, Edward's campaigns were often sieges, negotiations, and careful deployments of force. He was cautious but effective, ensuring each conquest could be held. Toward the end of his life, Edward faced internal tensions. He had many children, and questions about succession began to loom. But he remained in firm control of his kingdom. He continued to fortify his frontier, planning for further expansion and securing what he had won. He died while on campaign in Mercia. Even at the end, he was in the field, working to secure his lands. His death brought a moment of uncertainty, but he left behind a powerful, unified realm south of the Humber, with strong fortresses and loyal lords. Edward was buried at Winchester, the ancient capital of Wessex. Though he never bore the title, many historians see him as the first true king of the English, because of the breadth of his rule and the foundations he laid for unification. His legacy was profound. He took the battered, nearly destroyed kingdom Alfred left him and turned it into a powerful, expanding state. He completed much of the work of pushing back the Danes and established systems of rule that would last for generations. Edward the Elder may not be as famous as Alfred, but without him, the dream of a united England might have died in its cradle. His life was one of constant campaigning, careful state-building and firm leadership. When people speak of the making of England, Edward's name belongs at the centre of the story. Next, we have Æthelstan, who ruled from 924 to 939. Æthelstan was born into a world his grandfather Alfred the Great had fought desperately to preserve. He was the son of Edward the Elder, the formidable king who extended Wessex's power over Mercia and much of the Danelaw. From the start, Æthelstan was surrounded by war, strategy, and the vision of a unified English kingdom. His exact birthplace is uncertain, but he spent much of his youth in Mercia. He was particularly close to his aunt, Æthelfled, the Lady of the Mercians, who ruled that kingdom with great skill. This Mercian upbringing was key. It gave Æthelstan not just West Saxon roots, but a connection to the Midlands and a sense of a larger English identity. Æthelstan received a thorough education in warfare, governance, and the Church's teachings. He was taught to read and to appreciate Latin learning. His later reign would be marked by patronage of scholars and scribes. But just as importantly, he trained in arms. He saw firsthand how his father and aunt used fortified burhs, strategic marriages, and alliances to consolidate power over former Danish territories. When Edward the Elder died, succession was complicated. Æthelstan was supported by Mercia, but faced resistance in Wessex. His own half-brother Ælfwerd may have been proclaimed king in Wessex, but Ælfwerd died soon after Edward, clearing Æthelstan's path to the throne. Æthelstan was crowned at Kingston upon Thames, a traditional site that lay on the border of Wessex and Mercia, symbolically uniting the two. Even so, early in his reign he had to work hard to win loyalty from the West Saxon nobility, who may have seen him as too Mercian. He moved decisively to secure his realm. He built on his father's system of fortified burhs and reorganized the administration to ensure loyalty throughout the kingdom. He issued law codes that aimed to unify his subjects under one standard of justice, showing a concern not only for order, but for fairness rooted in Christian principles. Æthelstan was not content with ruling Wessex and Mercia. He sought to be king of all the English. He faced ongoing threats from the north, Norse settlers in Northumbria, and powerful Celtic kingdoms in Scotland and Wales. He responded with diplomacy, marriages, and force. He took Northumbria decisively after its Viking ruler Sihtric died. Sihtric had married Æthelstan's sister in an attempt at peace, but his death led Æthelstan to move quickly, marching north to take control. He minted coins in York, symbolising his rule over this critical territory. Æthelstan also established himself as an overlord to the kings of Wales and Scotland. In one dramatic show of dominance, the Welsh kings and Constantine II of Scotland met him at Ament Bridge and swore oaths of submission. He was seen not simply as a regional king, but as a king of kings, the dominant power in the British Isles. He used his wealth and prestige to build alliances across Europe. He married his sisters to continental rulers, Otto of Germany, Hugh of the Franks, and received lavish gifts in return. These alliances enhanced his legitimacy and demonstrated that England was part of the wider Christian world. The high point of Æthelstan's military career came with the Battle of Brunanburh, a grand alliance of enemies gathered to try to break his rule. Constantine of Scotland, Olaf Guthfrithson of Dublin, and the Strathclyde Britons joined forces. It was one of the largest and bloodiest battles of the age. Æthelstan and his brother Edmund led the English forces. The fighting was fierce, described in vivid detail by chroniclers. The victory was complete but costly. The enemy leaders survived but were forced to retreat. Their armies shattered. Brunanburh cemented Æthelstan's reputation. Afterward, no one seriously challenged his authority in Britain during his lifetime. Æthelstan's reign was not only about conquest. He was a devout Christian king who supported the church lavishly. He donated relics and treasures to monasteries and churches. He corresponded with religious leaders across Europe, encouraging reform and learning. He wanted to present himself not merely as a warlord, but as a pious, just, and civilized ruler. He issued law codes in clear, accessible Old English, focused on maintaining peace and justice. They demanded fair treatment, protection for travellers, and harsh penalties for theft and treachery. Æthelstan understood that to hold a vast kingdom together required not just fear, but law. Æthelstan never married and had no known children. Historians have speculated about why, but sources are silent. He seems to have devoted himself entirely to kingship. He carefully managed the succession, ensuring his half-brother Edmund would follow him. Toward the end of his reign, Æthelstan's power was at its height. He controlled lands from Cornwall to Northumbria, received tribute from Welsh kings, and held the submission of Scotland. He could rightly claim to be the first true King of the English. He died at Gloucester in his mid-40s. Despite his stature, he was buried modestly at Malmesbury Abbey, rather than the traditional royal site of Winchester. He had a particular devotion to Malmesbury and may have chosen it himself. His death left a huge legacy. Though Northumbria would briefly break away again after him, the vision of a single English kingdom was now established. Chroniclers remembered him as one of the greatest of kings, wise, devout, brave, and unyielding. Æthelstan forged the idea of England as a unified realm. He was the first to rule the entire land south of the Scottish border under one crown. He did it through relentless campaigning, sharp diplomacy, legal reform, and cultural patronage. He was not just Alfred's grandson. He was the finisher of Alfred's work, the first king to make England one nation. Even centuries later, English kings would look back to Æthelstan as the model of what their rule could be. His reign marked the moment when England truly emerged from the chaos of the Viking Age into a single, united kingdom with laws, churches, and an identity of its own. Next, we have Edmund I, who ruled from 939 to 946. Edmund I was born into the royal house of Wessex, the son of Edward the Elder and the half-brother of Æthelstan. He came of age during one of the most transformative periods in English history. As a boy, he saw his brother Æthelstan complete the unification of England, seizing Northumbria, winning the submission of the Welsh and Scottish kings, and defending the realm at the monumental Battle of Brunanburh. Growing up in this climate of warfare and consolidation, Edmund was trained from an early age in the arts of command, statesmanship, and Christian learning. His brother Æthelstan recognised his potential and made sure he was included in royal councils and campaigns. He first appears in the historical record as a loyal companion to Æthelstan, fighting beside him at Brunanburh. This was a brutal, bloody victory that secured the submission of Scotland and the Norse Gaelic kingdom of Dublin, preventing a massive alliance from tearing England apart. Edmund would have been quite young, but that battle left its mark. It taught him that ruling England meant constant readiness for war. When Æthelstan died without children, Edmund was the clear successor. He was crowned at Kingston upon Thames, the same traditional border site that had symbolised the union of Wessex and Mercia for his predecessors. But while Æthelstan had secured all England in name, the reality Edmund inherited was more fragile. Shortly after Edmund became king, Northumbria broke away. The Norse king Olaf Guthfrithson seized York and challenged Edmund's authority in the north. For a while it seemed that Æthelstan's work would be undone. Edmund faced the question of whether England would remain one kingdom or fracture once more into separate realms. Edmund did not back down. He raised armies and campaigned relentlessly. At first he was forced to negotiate with Olaf, agreeing to a division of territory along the Humber. But this peace did not last. When Olaf died, Edmund seized the moment. He launched a decisive campaign to retake Northumbria. He drove the Norse out of York and restored English rule over the north, but he did not stop there. He extended his authority into the northwest, taking over the 5 boroughs, a region of fortified Danish towns that had long resisted English control. This was no small feat. It required not just military strength, but the political skill to keep Mercian and Northumbrian leaders loyal, even as he installed his own garrisons. Edmund's reign was also marked by intervention in the politics of the Celtic kingdoms. He acted as a king of kings, an overlord to Welsh princes and even to Scottish rulers. When Malcolm I became king of Alba, what we now call Scotland, Edmund negotiated with him directly. In one notable deal, he ceded control of Cumbria to Malcolm on the condition that Malcolm recognise Edmund as his overlord. This arrangement stabilised England's northern frontier and secured loyalty on more favourable terms than constant war. He was conscious of the need to uphold the image of a Christian king. He patronised the church, confirmed charters, and issued new law codes. His laws show a concern for justice and social order. He addressed crimes like theft and feuding, aiming to reduce the bloodshed of revenge killings. His laws required sureties and pledges to keep the peace, showing his interest in creating a more orderly governed society. Despite these reforms, Edmund was a warrior king to the core. His reign was short, but he spent much of it on campaign, or enforcing his authority across the newly united kingdom. He never took stability for granted. His personal life is less well documented, but we know he married Elfgifu, with whom he had at least 2 sons who would later become kings themselves, Eadwig and Edgar. This dynastic continuity was vital in a kingdom that had seen so much succession conflict. Tragically, Edmund's life ended violently and unexpectedly. He was only in his mid-20s when he was killed. The event happened during a feast at Pucklechurch. A notorious outlaw named Leofa was present, banished from the realm but somehow attending the celebration. Accounts vary in detail, but the most widely accepted version is that Edmund himself confronted Leofa during the feast, either to expel him or in sudden anger over his presence. A struggle broke out, and in the chaos Leofa stabbed the king to death before being killed on the spot by Edmund's men. This sudden death shocked the kingdom. Edmund had been a vigorous, effective ruler whose campaigns had held England together. His passing left his sons too young to reign, so the throne passed to his brother Eadred, who continued Edmund's policy of maintaining English control over Northumbria and enforcing the submission of the Scots. Though his reign was brief, Edmund I left a lasting legacy. He prevented the disintegration of the kingdom after Æthelstan's death. He forced the Norse out of York and brought the 5 boroughs firmly under English rule. He negotiated skillfully with the Scots, stabilising the northern frontier through diplomacy as well as war. His laws showed a keen sense of justice and a desire to limit feuding, theft and social disorder. He reinforced the role of the Church in supporting the king's rule and ensuring oaths were kept. Later chroniclers remembered him as Edmund the Deed-doer, a king who did not hesitate to act decisively when England's unity was threatened. He was the kind of warrior king who met challenges head-on, even at the cost of his own life. Through his campaigns and laws, Edmund helped transform the idea of a single English kingdom from a fragile achievement into something more lasting. He left a realm better defended and more cohesive than he found it, setting the stage for his own sons to rule over a still united England. He was buried at Glastonbury Abbey, a sign of his piety and of the growing importance of that sacred site. His memory would live on as part of the royal line that continued to fight for a single, unified England in the face of constant threats from without and within. Next, we have Eadred, who ruled from 946 to 955. Eadred was born into the royal house of Wessex, the youngest son of Edward the Elder. His family was one that had fought for generations to build a single, united English kingdom out of lands once divided by war and Viking conquest. He grew up watching his older brothers, Æthelstan and Edmund I, rule with determination and military skill. Eadred's early life is less documented in detail, but we know he was raised in the traditions of his house, learning not just to fight, but to govern. As the son of Edward the Elder, he would have been taught to read and write in Old English and perhaps some Latin, exposed to the teachings of the Church, and given the training expected of a royal warrior. He was close to his brother Edmund I, who became king after Æthelstan's death. Edmund relied on Eadred as a trusted companion and advisor. During Edmund's reign, Eadred likely served in campaigns that secured English rule over Northumbria and pushed back against Norse incursions. He would have witnessed firsthand the challenges of keeping Northumbria loyal, a region with a long history of resisting West Saxon rule. When Edmund I was killed unexpectedly at Puckelchurch, Eadred became king. It was a dramatic and sudden shift in power. Edmund's sons were too young to rule, so the responsibility of holding the kingdom together fell to Eadred. He was crowned at Kingston upon Thames, the traditional site that symbolised the union of Wessex and Mercia. From the start, Eadred faced the problem that had haunted his predecessors, the status of Northumbria. Though Edmund I had reconquered it, the region remained volatile. Norse rulers still claimed power there, and the local elite was divided in loyalty. Eadred moved decisively to assert his authority. He campaigned in Northumbria to force its leaders to recognise him as their king. Initially, he achieved submission, and the Northumbrians acknowledged him. But this fragile peace did not last. The Northumbrians invited Eric Bloodaxe, a formidable Norwegian warrior with a fearsome reputation, to rule them. Eric was a veteran of Viking struggles in Norway and brought a ruthless style of leadership that appealed to the faction seeking independence from West Saxon rule. Eadred refused to accept this defiance. He gathered his forces and invaded Northumbria, burning monasteries and settlements in a brutal show of force. The most famous incident came at Rupin, where his men burned the monastery there. It was meant as a warning that rebellion would be crushed without mercy. Eric Bloodaxe's allies responded by raiding into Eadred's territory as he withdrew south, leading to tense negotiations. But Eadred was unrelenting. He threatened even harsher reprisals if the Northumbrians did not abandon Eric. Faced with the king's determination and the devastation of their lands, they turned on Eric and drove him out. This cycle of rebellion and punishment repeated itself. Northumbria remained the frontier of Eadred's kingdom, constantly at risk of falling back under Norse control. Eadred spent years working to secure the north, relying on both military campaigns and political manoeuvring. He installed loyal governors, demanded hostages, and enforced his will with brutal efficiency when necessary. Throughout his reign, Eadred was supported by some of the leading churchmen of his age, most notably Dunstan, who would later become Archbishop of Canterbury. Dunstan was part of a growing reform movement that sought to renew monastic life and raise moral standards in the kingdom. Eadred valued the church's support, seeing it as a crucial pillar for holding his diverse and often fractious realm together. His reliance on church leaders also served as a check on the powerful ealdormen and noble families who might otherwise seek to weaken royal authority. He issued charters confirming lands and privileges, maintaining the loyalty of allies while ensuring that his authority was recognised across England. Despite these efforts, Eadred's health was poor. Chroniclers describe him as suffering from a serious illness that left him unable to eat solid food in his later years. This weakness did not stop him from leading armies or managing the kingdom, but it may have shortened his life. He ruled with the knowledge that he had no children of his own and that the succession would eventually pass to his nephews. Toward the end of his reign, he achieved one of his greatest goals, the removal of Eric Bloodaxe for good. Eric was killed, likely betrayed by his own followers or local rivals. With Eric's death, Northumbria finally submitted fully to Eadred. For the first time, all of England from the Channel to the Scottish border was securely under a single king's rule. Eadred's achievement was more than conquest. He maintained the idea of a unified English kingdom at a moment when it could easily have fractured. He built on the work of his grandfather Alfred the Great, his father Edward the Elder, and his brothers, ensuring that the hard-won unity did not collapse after Edmund's sudden death. He died in his mid-30s at Frome in Somerset. Despite his illness, he ruled for nearly a decade of relentless campaigning and statecraft. He was buried at Winchester, the traditional royal burial site of the West Saxon kings. After his death, the throne passed to his nephew Eadwig, the elder son of Edmund I. The transition was not entirely smooth, but Eadred's reign left England stable enough that the succession did not plunge the realm into chaos. Eadred is sometimes overshadowed by more famous kings like Alfred the Great or Æthelstan, but his role was crucial. He was the king who would not let Northumbria slip away permanently. He ensured that the northern frontier was brought firmly back under English control. His ruthlessness, determination, and willingness to act decisively prevented the disintegration of the kingdom his family had fought so hard to build. Historians often remember him as a king of iron will, a man who fought ill health and constant rebellion to maintain the unity of England. He's a reminder that building a nation is not only about conquest, but also about the unyielding work of holding it together in the face of division and threat. Eadred's legacy is clear. He preserved the idea of a single, united English kingdom at a time when it might easily have fallen apart forever. Next, we have Eadwig, who ruled from 955 to 959. Eadwig was born into the royal family of Wessex, the elder son of Edmund I. He came from a line of kings who had fought to unite England, hold back Norse invasions, and enforce law across a fragile new realm. His father died when Eadwig was still very young, and power passed to his uncle Eadred, who ruled as king in his place. During Eadred's reign, Eadwig was raised as the heir, but he grew up in a kingdom marked by tension and hard-won unity. Northumbria was always on the brink of rebellion, and the memory of Norse kings like Eric Bloodaxe loomed large. Eadwig would have been aware of these struggles and of the expectation that he continue his family's work of keeping England whole. He was still a teenager when Eadred died. His youth was immediately seen as a problem by many of the realm's leading nobles and churchmen. They had lived through decades of war and political manoeuvring, and they doubted whether such a young man could hold the kingdom together. Nonetheless, Eadwig was crowned at Kingston upon Thames. The ceremony was meant to legitimise his rule over all of England, continuing the tradition begun by his predecessors. But from the start his reign was marked by division and controversy. One of the most famous stories about Eadwig comes from his coronation banquet. According to chroniclers, Eadwig left the feast early to be alone with a woman named Elfgifu and her mother. Archbishop Oda and Abbot Dunstan went to find him and dragged him back to the gathering, accusing him of scandalous behaviour. While details of this episode are almost certainly exaggerated or coloured by the biases of later church writers, it reflects real tensions between Eadwig and some of the most powerful figures in the church. Dunstan in particular became one of his most vocal critics, condemning his conduct and opposing his decisions. Conflict with the church escalated. Dunstan was forced into exile, reportedly fleeing to Flanders to escape the king's anger. This exile of such a prominent and reform-minded abbot alarmed many church leaders who saw Eadwig as undermining the reforms they'd worked to establish in England. The conflict was not merely moral, but political. The church was one of the kingdom's stabilising forces, and Dunstan and his allies had been key supporters of Eadred. Eadwig's opposition to them was seen by many nobles as a sign of instability or poor judgment. Meanwhile, Eadwig faced an even deeper challenge to his authority: the loyalty of Mercia and Northumbria. Those regions had their own powerful aristocracies, and had only recently been integrated under West Saxon rule. Many Mercian nobles disliked Eadwig's rule and saw an opportunity to assert more independence. Tension soon broke into open division. The nobles of Mercia and Northumbria rejected Eadwig and instead proclaimed his younger brother Edgar as king in their lands. Effectively, the kingdom split in two. Eadwig ruled Wessex in the south, while Edgar was recognised in the North and Midlands. This division was a serious blow to the dream of a unified English kingdom. It was the first major crack in the hard-won unity that Alfred the Great, Edward the Elder, Æthelstan, Edmund I, and Eadred had built over decades of struggle. Faced with this rebellion, Eadwig had little choice but to accept the division. He continued to rule in the south, maintaining his authority over Wessex and Kent, but his influence did not extend north of the Thames. Despite these challenges, Eadwig continued to act as king in his reduced domain. He issued charters, granted lands, and maintained a royal court. But the chroniclers who wrote about him, especially those loyal to the church, often emphasised his supposed moral failings and administrative weaknesses. One major point of controversy in his reign was his marriage to Elfgifu. Church leaders opposed the match on the grounds of consanguinity. They were too closely related under church law. Archbishop Oda eventually annulled the marriage, citing these concerns. This further damaged Eadwig's standing with the church and among the kingdom's leading men. Eadwig's reign was short. He died unexpectedly while still in his early 20s. Chroniclers give little detail about the cause of his death, but there is no strong evidence of foul play. It seems likely that illness or sudden natural causes were to blame. With his death, the division of the kingdom ended. His brother Edgar, who'd already been ruling Mercia and Northumbria, became king over all England. Many historians see this transition as relatively smooth, suggesting that most of the nobility were ready to see Edgar unify the realm once more. Eadwig was buried at the New Minster in Winchester, the traditional royal centre of Wessex, Despite the controversies of his reign, he remained part of the royal line that had forged England out of competing kingdoms and Viking threats. In later centuries, chroniclers tended to judge Eadwig harshly. His conflict with Dunstan, his personal life, and the division of the kingdom during his reign all contributed to a negative reputation. But some modern historians suggest that these accounts are biased, shaped by church reformers who saw Eadwig as an opponent of their movement. What is clear is that Eadwig's reign marked a period of real vulnerability in English unity. The division between him and Edgar showed just how fragile the idea of one kingdom remained, even after decades of warfare to secure it. It was a reminder that England was still a patchwork of regions and loyalties that could quickly fracture without careful leadership. Yet despite these problems, Eadwig's reign did not lead to permanent division. His early death allowed for the reunification of England under Edgar, who had become one of its most effective and respected early kings. Eadwig's story is that of a young king thrust into power at a difficult time, facing powerful opposition from both nobles and church leaders, and struggling to keep a kingdom united against internal divisions. It is a chapter in the larger saga of how England was forged, not by easy consensus, but by generations of rulers who had to balance war, diplomacy, religion, and the ambitions of their own people. Next, we have Edgar the Peaceful, who ruled from 959 to 975. Edgar the Peaceful was born into the royal house of Wessex, the younger son of Edmund I. He was still a boy when his father was killed in a violent encounter at Pucklechurch, leaving Edgar and his older brother Eadwig as heirs to a kingdom that had only recently been unified by generations of struggle. After their father's death, the throne went to their uncle Eadred, who ruled in their place because they were too young to govern. Edgar grew up during Eadred's reign, a time marked by relentless campaigns to secure Northumbria and crush Norse influence. He would have watched as his uncle battled rebellious factions, installed loyal governors, and negotiated with the church to maintain stability in a fragile kingdom. When Eadred died, Edgar's older brother Eadwig became king. Edgar was still very young, but already the tensions in the royal family were clear. Eadwig's reign was marred by conflict with the church and with the powerful nobles of Mercia and Northumbria. Many saw Edgar as a better hope for stability. The kingdom split in two. While Eadwig retained power in the south, Edgar was declared King of Mercia and Northumbria by the northern nobles. Effectively, England was divided along the Thames. This division was not simply a family quarrel. It was the result of deep regional differences and resentments over the heavy hand of West Saxon rule. During this period, Edgar ruled the north in his brother's name, but with a growing degree of independence. He was seen as more agreeable to the great nobles and churchmen, who had grown frustrated with Eadwig. He worked closely with Archbishop Oda and other church leaders who supported monastic reform and strong royal oversight of law and order. When Eadwig died young, Edgar became king over all England. He inherited a realm that had been dangerously divided but was now ready to be reunited under a single, stronger authority. From the start, he set out to heal the divisions and establish firm, peaceful rule. Edgar's reign is often described as one of England's most stable and prosperous early periods. This is why he is remembered as the Peaceful. But his peace was not simply the absence of war. It was the product of careful planning, decisive leadership, and a willingness to act when needed. He was a strong supporter of the church, especially the monastic reform movement led by figures like Dunstan, Ethelwald of Winchester, and Oswald of Worcester. These leaders sought to restore strict Benedictine practices in monasteries, remove corrupt clergy, and enforce moral discipline throughout the kingdom. Edgar saw the church as a crucial partner in governing. By backing reform, he strengthened royal authority, ensured loyal support from churchmen, and promoted an ideal of moral kingship. He appointed Dunstan as Archbishop of Canterbury, making him the kingdom's leading churchman and a key advisor. He also issued law codes that aimed at maintaining public order and enforcing justice. These laws show a concern for fairness, standard procedures, and the protection of the weak. Edgar demanded loyalty oaths from his subjects, ensuring that even powerful nobles were bound directly to him. He used royal councils to oversee administration, keeping a close watch on ealdormen and other local rulers. Edgar understood the importance of symbolism in rule. He carefully staged acts that demonstrated his authority over the entire realm. One of the most famous stories about him describes how, at Chester, 8 subordinate kings, Welsh and Scottish rulers among them, rowed his barge on the River Dee while he sat at the helm. Though likely an embellished account, it reflects real acts of submission and ceremony that made clear his overlordship. His coronation was delayed until later in his reign, perhaps deliberately. When it finally took place at Bath, it was a grand and carefully planned affair, designed to showcase the unity of his kingdom. The service included vows and rituals that would be used in later English coronations, even down to modern times. Edgar was also a patron of learning and culture. Monasteries reformed during his reign became centres of scholarship and manuscript production. He promoted the standardization of coinage, issuing high-quality silver pennies that helped stabilize trade and demonstrated royal control over the economy. Yet for all his reputation as a peaceful ruler, Edgar was not afraid to use force when necessary. He led campaigns against the Welsh to enforce tribute and submission. He kept a powerful fleet of ships to deter Viking raids and to remind his own nobles of his ability to project power swiftly. His personal life was complicated. He had multiple relationships and at least 2 wives. His first wife, Æthelflaed, gave him a son named Edward. After Æthelflaed's death, he married Ælfthryth, with whom he had another son, known later as Æthelred the Unready. These rival lines of descent would become important in the generation after his death. Edgar's favour toward Ælfthryth and her son Æthelred caused tension at court, as supporters of his older son Edward worried about succession. Though he kept the kingdom united and stable in his lifetime, the seeds of future conflict were planted in these family rivalries. He died in his early 30s at Winchester. Despite his youth, he had ruled effectively for over a decade as the undisputed king of all England. He was buried at Glastonbury Abbey, a site he had supported and enriched as part of his broader patronage of the church. After his death, his kingdom faced a contested succession between Edward and Æthelred. The unity and peace Edgar had imposed would soon fracture, leading to civil strife and inviting renewed Viking attacks. Edgar the Peaceful's legacy is nonetheless remarkable. He took a divided and quarrelsome kingdom and forged it into a single stable realm. He enforced the law, supported the church's moral reform, and projected royal power over even the most distant regions. His reign represents a high point of early English kingship, a period when the idea of a single England ruled by one monarch, with both secular and spiritual authority, truly took hold. He showed that peace was not weakness, but the product of strong, careful, and sometimes ruthless rule. Long after his death, English rulers looked back to Edgar's reign as a model. He left them not just a kingdom, but a vision of what that kingdom could be, when led with wisdom, strength, and devotion to the common good. Next, we have Edward the Martyr, who ruled from 975 to 978. Edward the Martyr was born into the royal house of Wessex, the elder son of King Edgar the Peaceful. His birth came at a time when England was enjoying one of its most stable periods, thanks to his father's strong rule and the support of powerful church leaders like Archbishop Dunstan. Little is recorded about Edward's early years, but as the eldest son of a reigning king, he would have been raised in the royal court surrounded by the rituals and expectations of English kingship. He was taught to read and to understand the laws and customs that held the kingdom together. He was also instructed in the faith, since his father was a patron of monastic reform, and the church played a central role in royal government. Edward's mother was probably Æthelflæd, Edgar's first wife, who died young. This placed Edward in a delicate position, because his father later married Ælfthryth, who had her own children, including Edward's half-brother Æthelred. These rival maternal lines would set the stage for the bitter struggle that followed Edgar's death. When King Edgar died unexpectedly at Winchester, Edward was still a boy, probably around 12 or 13 years old. His youth immediately created uncertainty. Some of the kingdom's leading nobles and clergy supported his claim to succeed his father. Others preferred his younger half-brother Æthelred, whose mother Ælfthryth was still alive and influential at court. The succession dispute was not just about family preference. It reflected deeper divisions between factions in the royal court, some aligned more closely with the church reformers, and others with powerful noble families who resented monastic wealth and the strict enforcement of royal authority. Archbishop Dunstan, the most important church leader of the time, supported Edward. Dunstan believed that Edward, though young, was the rightful heir as the elder son, and that preserving legitimacy mattered more than convenience. With Dunstan's backing, Edward was crowned at Kingston upon Thames. His coronation was a statement of continuity in a moment of uncertainty. It proclaimed that despite his age, Edward was the anointed king over all England. But in reality his position was fragile. He was a child king in a kingdom where the memory of Viking invasions and civil strife was still fresh. Edward's reign lasted only about 3 years, and sources about this time are scarce. Because he was so young, the kingdom was effectively governed by senior advisors and church leaders. His stepmother Ælfthryth remained a powerful figure, supporting her own son's claim and gathering allies among the nobility who opposed Dunstan's influence. Conflict between these factions simmered constantly. On one side were the reformers and churchmen who had prospered under Edgar the Peaceful, and who valued stability through strong royal oversight and church authority. On the other were nobles who felt excluded from royal favour and resented the growing power of monasteries. The tension came to a head in a single shocking act. In the year 978, Edward was visiting Corfe, a royal estate in Dorset where his half-brother Æthelred was staying with their stepmother Ælfthryth. Accounts differ in detail, but most chronicles agree on the core event. Edward arrived alone or with only a small retinue. As he dismounted to greet Ælfthryth and perhaps Æthelred, he was stabbed suddenly, almost certainly while still in the saddle. Some accounts say he was offered a cup of drink in greeting, only to be attacked without warning. Mortally wounded, he managed to ride away but soon fell from his horse and died. His body was hurriedly buried without the honours due a king. The secrecy and haste of his burial outraged many. When news spread, it was clear this was not simply a murder, but an act with enormous political consequences. Almost immediately, suspicion fell on Ælfthryth and her faction, though there was never a formal judgment or trial. Archbishop Dunstan and Edward's supporters moved quickly to reclaim his remains and give him a proper burial. They were reinterred with ceremony at Shaftesbury Abbey, which later became a centre for his cult as a martyr and saint. His death was framed by the Church not only as a political crime but as a holy sacrifice. In later generations, miracles were reported at his tomb, and he was venerated across England. With Edward dead, Æthelred became king as Æthelred the Unready. Though he was also a child when he took the throne, his succession was unopposed in practice, and his mother Ælfthryth took on an important role as regent and advisor. Edward's short reign left little time for policies or laws. He ruled at a moment when the unity his father had achieved was beginning to fracture beneath the surface. His violent death exposed how vulnerable the kingdom was to internal rivalries. Later chroniclers emphasized Edward's innocence and piety. They described him as a devout boy who respected the church and was loyal to his advisors. His murder was remembered not simply as a dynastic struggle, but as a betrayal of the ideal of a godly kingship. Over time, Edward came to be known as the Martyr. He was officially recognised as a saint, and his feast day was celebrated in England long after the Norman conquest. His cult was especially strong at Shaftesbury Abbey, where pilgrims came to pray at his shrine. Historians today see Edward's story as part of a larger pattern in English history. His death and the disputed succession were among the events that weakened royal authority and set the stage for renewed Viking attacks during the reign of his half-brother Æthelred. Edward the Martyr's life was brief, and most of it was overshadowed by the ambitions of those around him. Yet in his death, he became a powerful symbol of legitimacy, of the dangers of factional politics, and of the Church's role in defining the memory of kings. He remains one of the most poignant figures in early English history, a young king whose reign was cut short by violence, and whose legacy grew far beyond what he achieved in life. Next, we have Æthelred II, better known as Æthelred the Unready, who ruled from 978 to 1013. Then Sweyn Forkbeard ruled for 1 year, who will be talked about next. Then Æthelred ruled again from 1014 to 1016. Æthelred the Unready was born into the royal house of Wessex, the son of King Edgar the Peaceful, and his second wife Ælfthryth. He was born into a kingdom that was largely unified and at peace, a remarkable achievement secured by his father's careful rule, alliances with the Church, and enforcement of strong royal authority. As a child, Æthelred would have grown up in the royal courts of Wessex, most likely Winchester, learning the traditions of his ancestors. He would have been taught to read, to recite law codes, to understand the structure of royal administration, and to appreciate the central role the Church played in governing the kingdom. But Æthelred's early life was overshadowed by dynastic conflict. His older half-brother Edward, son of Edgar's first wife, was chosen as king after Edgar's death. Æthelred was still a child, while Edward was a teenager. This created an instant rivalry in a court already split by powerful factions. Their stepmother Ælfthryth strongly supported Æthelred's claim, while Archbishop Dunstan and the monastic reformers supported Edward. This split the kingdom's leading nobles and clergy. In 978, Edward was murdered at Corfe while visiting Ælfthryth and Æthelred. He was stabbed, thrown from his horse, and left to die. Though the details remain murky, suspicion immediately fell on Ælfthryth and her supporters. Chroniclers later depicted the murder as a betrayal that stained Æthelred's reign from the start, even though he was still only a boy and likely had little say in the plot. Edward's sudden death cleared the way for Æthelred to be crowned king. He was still just around 12 years old. Archbishop Dunstan, despite his grief and anger over Edward's murder, performed the coronation but is said to have delivered a stern warning about the kingdom's future. The ceremony itself was meant to bind the realm together after this shocking act, but in truth, it marked the beginning of a troubled and violent period. Æthelred's reign would be one of the longest in early English history, lasting nearly 40 years, but it would be defined by near-constant crisis. Initially, the kingdom was ruled on Æthelred's behalf by his mother Ælfthryth and her allies. Her influence was strong, and she ensured her family's hold on power. But her faction was deeply resented by many nobles and churchmen who had supported Edward and the monastic reform movement. This simmering hostility weakened the crown's authority. As Æthelred grew older, he took more direct control, but his early rule was marked by internal disputes and fragile alliances. He lacked the personal authority his father Edgar the Peaceful had wielded, and the royal court was often split by competing factions. Meanwhile, a far greater threat emerged from abroad. After decades of relative quiet, Viking raids returned with new ferocity. Starting in the 980s, Scandinavian war bands attacked the English coast, sacking towns and monasteries. Æthelred's response to these raids became the defining feature of his rule. Initially, he tried to raise armies to fight them off, but results were mixed. England's defences were weakened by political division and inconsistent support from local nobles. Instead of securing decisive victories, Æthelred turned to paying tribute to buy off the invaders. These payments, known as Danegeld, became enormous over time. The first major payment was made in the 990s and set a dangerous precedent. Viking leaders learned that England would pay huge sums to be left in peace. These payments drained the royal treasury and angered many in the kingdom, who saw them as a sign of weakness. But the alternative, raising and keeping large armies in the field, was politically difficult given the fractious state of the realm. Æthelred also tried diplomatic solutions. He arranged for a marriage alliance with Normandy, marrying Emma, sister of Duke Richard II of Normandy. This alliance aimed to block Viking raiders from using Norman ports as safe havens. Emma would bear him 2 sons who would later become kings themselves, Edward, known to history as Edward the Confessor, and Alfred. Despite these efforts, the Viking threat only grew. In one infamous episode, Æthelred ordered the massacre of Danes living in England on St. Brice's Day in the year 1002. This brutal act was intended to rid the kingdom of collaborators and terrify potential invaders. Instead, it enraged powerful Scandinavian rulers, including Sweyn Forkbeard of Denmark. Sweyn launched a massive invasion in retaliation. His forces ravaged England repeatedly over the next decade. Æthelred struggled to raise armies capable of defeating them and continued paying vast sums of Danegeld to buy temporary peace. These repeated failures undermined Æthelred's authority even further. Nobles who were expected to defend the kingdom sometimes refused to fight or even negotiated with Viking leaders on their own. The chroniclers of the time describe Æthelred's court as marked by suspicion, betrayal, and poor counsel. His nickname, the Unready, comes from the Old English word unread, which means bad counsel or poorly advised. It was a pun on his name, which meant noble counsel. To his critics, he was a king with the wrong advice, unable to make firm decisions or hold the realm together in crisis. Toward the end of his reign, the Viking attacks reached their peak. In 1013, Sweyn Forkbeard invaded with overwhelming force and was declared king by many in England. Æthelred fled to Normandy with Emma and their children, becoming the first English king in centuries to be driven into exile. When Sweyn died unexpectedly the next year, the English nobles invited Æthelred back, but only on strict conditions that he rule more justly and consult them properly. Æthelred agreed and returned from exile to reclaim his throne. This brief restoration was marked by continued conflict, as Sweyn's son Cnut invaded to press his own claim. Æthelred fought on but grew increasingly ill and demoralised. He died in London in the year 1016 as Viking armies continued to press their advantage. His death ended one of the most difficult and divisive reigns in English history. He was buried at St. Paul's Cathedral. His death left the kingdom divided and exhausted, setting the stage for Cnut the Great to conquer England fully soon after. Æthelred's legacy has been fiercely debated ever since. Chroniclers and later historians often portrayed him as weak, indecisive and poorly advised, a king who paid off enemies rather than defeating them. Yet others note that he faced enormous, unprecedented challenges: highly mobile Viking armies, deep internal divisions, and a political system that struggled to respond to crisis. He ruled longer than almost any early English king, and during that time he tried diplomacy, marriage alliances, church support, legal reform, and direct military defence, none of which proved lasting solutions. Above all, Æthelred's reign is remembered as a warning about the dangers of internal division, poor governance, and failing to act decisively against external threats. he remains one of the most tragic and controversial figures in the long history of English kingship, a ruler whose failures shaped the fate of England for decades to come. Next, we have Sweyn Forkbeard, who ruled from 1013 to 1014. Sweyn Forkbeard was born into the royal house of Denmark, the son of King Harold Bluetooth, the ruler credited with uniting Denmark and introducing Christianity to his people. Sweyn's early years were marked by the intense internal struggles of a kingdom in transition, from pagan traditions to Christian rule, and from scattered chieftaincies to a centralised monarchy. Growing up in Harold's court, Sweyn would have learned the arts of leadership, seafaring and warfare. Denmark at the time was a dynamic and ambitious kingdom. Viking raids had evolved from quick plundering to well-organised invasions and even the establishment of overseas settlements. Young Sweyn was trained not just as a warrior, but as a strategist, aware that power in Scandinavia and abroad required both force and political acumen. His relationship with his father was complicated. Harold Bluetooth's embrace of Christianity and his efforts to centralise royal authority provoked resistance among the Danish nobility. At some point in his youth, likely in his 20s, Sweyn rebelled against his father's rule. He led a revolt that divided Denmark and resulted in his father's exile or death, depending on the sources. By the end of this conflict, Sweyn emerged as the undisputed king of Denmark. This early success set the tone for his life, a ruler willing to act decisively and even ruthlessly to secure power. Once established on the throne, Sweyn focused on consolidating his rule at home, while looking outward to expand his influence. He strengthened Denmark's naval capabilities, understanding that control of the seas was vital to raiding, trade, and projecting power. Sweyn's attention soon turned to England, a land that had been a target of Scandinavian raiders for generations. Under King Æthelred the Unready, England was wealthy but politically fragile, marked by factional disputes and a growing inability to respond to Viking attacks. Sweyn recognised this weakness and exploited it. The trigger for his sustained campaign against England was the St. Brice's Day massacre in the year 1002. Æthelred ordered the killing of Danes living in England, fearing they might rise in support of raiders. Among those killed was, according to some accounts, Sweyn's own sister or close kin. This act enraged Sweyn and gave him a personal motive for revenge, alongside the clear strategic opportunity. He launched devastating raids on England, targeting rich monasteries, towns and ports. His forces burned, looted, and spread terror along the coasts. These raids were not simple plunder. They were part of a deliberate strategy to weaken Æthelred's rule, exhaust his resources, and force massive tribute payments known as Danegeld. Æthelred repeatedly paid off Sweyn and other Viking leaders, delivering huge sums to buy peace. But these payments only encouraged further attacks, proving that England was vulnerable and rich. Sweyn understood that a kingdom that paid tribute could eventually be conquered outright. Throughout these years, Sweyn ruled Denmark securely and maintained alliances in Scandinavia. He is credited with exerting authority over parts of Norway, at times directly and at other times through proxies and alliances. He also cultivated ties with powerful Viking leaders in the British Isles, including in Dublin and the Isle of Man. By the early 1100s, Sweyn decided on full-scale conquest rather than sporadic raiding. His invasions grew larger and more organised. In the year 1013, he launched his final and most decisive campaign. His fleet and army landed in England, meeting relatively weak and divided resistance. English nobles, exhausted by years of devastation and disillusioned with Æthelred's rule, began to submit to Sweyn. They recognised him as king in many parts of the realm. Æthelred fled to Normandy with his wife Emma and their children. For the first time, an English king went into exile rather than facing his enemy in battle. By the end of that campaign, Sweyn Forkbeard was acknowledged as King of England, the first Scandinavian to wear the English crown. He set himself up as king with the support of most of the English nobility, promising order and protection after years of chaos. But Sweyn's time as King of England was strikingly short. After only a few weeks or months, sources vary on exactly how long, he died unexpectedly at Gainsborough in Lincolnshire. The cause of death is not clearly recorded. Some chroniclers suggest illness, while others, writing with a moralising tone, hint at divine punishment for his violent campaigns. His sudden death threw England back into crisis. His forces were still occupying large parts of the country, but his son Cnut was not yet fully established as his successor. Many English nobles saw an opportunity to recall Æthelred from Normandy, hoping to avoid renewed war. Sweyn's body was taken back to Denmark for burial. There, he was remembered as a powerful and ambitious king who had extended Danish rule beyond the seas. Despite his short reign in England, he had achieved what generations of Viking leaders had dreamed of, conquering the wealthy and fertile land that had once paid them tribute. In Denmark, Sweyn left behind a stable and well-organised kingdom. His power base there allowed his son Cnut to return to England with fresh forces and eventually secure the throne fully, ruling as King of England for nearly 2 decades, and creating a North Sea empire that united England, Denmark and Norway under one crown. Sweyn's legacy is complex. In England, he was remembered as a fearsome invader who brought ruin and death, but also exposed the failures of Æthelred's rule. His conquest showed that England was vulnerable to external attack if it was divided and poorly led. In Denmark, he was honoured as a strong king who avenged his people, extended their influence abroad, and laid the foundations for the height of Danish power in the Viking Age. He remains one of the most significant Scandinavian rulers of the period, a king who combined the ferocity of the Viking raider with the strategic vision of a monarch aiming to build a lasting empire. Sweyn Forkbeard's life was marked by violence, ambition and cunning. He was a rebel who overthrew his own father, a warlord who perfected the art of coastal raiding, and ultimately a conqueror who sat on the throne of England, if only briefly, but whose impact would shape the destiny of both kingdoms for generations. Next, we have Edmund Ironside, who ruled for about 7 months in 1016. Edmund Ironside was born into the royal house of Wessex, the son of King Æthelred the Unready, and his first wife, Ælfgifu of York. His birth came at a time when England was under relentless attack from Viking raiders and invaders, and his father's long reign was marked by repeated crises and internal divisions. As a prince, Edmund would have grown up in a kingdom constantly on the defensive. Viking armies were ravaging the coasts, towns were sacked, and enormous sums of Danegeld were being paid to buy off invaders. His childhood would have been shaped by fear and uncertainty, watching the power of the monarchy weaken under the weight of foreign threats and domestic betrayal. Edmund's early life is not well documented in detail, but as a royal son he would have been educated in the traditional arts of kingship. He was trained to read and write in Old English and perhaps some Latin, taught the laws of the kingdom, and prepared for command in war. The church played a central role in his education, since kingship in this era was closely bound to Christian duty and moral leadership. His family life was complicated. Æthelred remarried after Ælfgifu's death, taking Emma of Normandy as his second wife. This marriage produced half-brothers, including Edward, later known as Edward the Confessor. This second marriage also brought Normandy into England's politics, as Æthelred used it to secure an alliance against Viking attackers. As Edmund grew older, the Viking threat became even more severe. Sweyn Forkbeard of Denmark launched massive invasions of England. Æthelred's rule crumbled under this pressure. In 1013, Sweyn's forces conquered large parts of the kingdom. English nobles, disillusioned with Æthelred's failure to defend them, submitted to Sweyn and declared him king. Æthelred fled with Emma and their children to Normandy. leaving England under Danish control. During this crisis, Edmund was one of the few remaining royal figures left in England. When Sweyn died suddenly in 1014, a power vacuum emerged. English nobles recalled Æthelred from exile, but only on condition that he rule more justly and consult them properly. Æthelred returned, and Edmund stood at his side as one of the leading commanders fighting to restore the kingdom. This period was marked by vicious warfare. Sweyn's son, Cnut, led the Danish forces still in England. Æthelred struggled to maintain control, with loyalty among his nobles fracturing repeatedly. Edmund began to emerge as the most capable of his father's sons, proving himself in battle and winning the loyalty of warriors eager to resist the Danish threat. In 1016, Æthelred died, leaving Edmund as the natural heir at the worst possible time. The kingdom was split, exhausted by war, and threatened by a skilled and determined enemy. Edmund was quickly declared king by his supporters in London and other parts of southern England. Edmund's reign was a whirlwind of near-constant campaigning. He refused to accept Cnut's claim to the throne and led English forces in a desperate series of battles. He earned the nickname Ironside for his exceptional courage and toughness in combat. Chroniclers describe him as fierce, determined, and unyielding, a king who led from the front, inspiring his men by personal bravery. One of the first major actions of his reign was defending London, which Cnut's forces attempted to besiege multiple times. Edmund's leadership ensured the city did not fall immediately, providing a critical base for his resistance. He also launched aggressive counterattacks. In the battle at Penselwood and at Schurston, Edmund's forces met Cnut's in hard-fought engagements. Though neither side gained a decisive victory, Edmund's willingness to keep fighting won him respect and held the English resistance together. Perhaps his greatest moment came at the Battle of Brentford. There, Edmund won a clear victory, forcing Cnut's army to retreat and proving that the English were far from beaten. This triumph briefly shifted momentum in his favour and showed that even after years of disaster under Æthelred, the kingdom could still field an effective army. But Edmund faced enormous challenges. His enemies were well-equipped, experienced, and well-funded from years of raiding. Some English nobles were weary of war and willing to negotiate with Cnut. Internal divisions hampered Edmund's ability to coordinate his forces fully. The decisive clash came at the Battle of Ysandon later that year. Cnut's army met Edmund's in what would be the final, fateful battle of his reign. Chroniclers describe it as a brutal, bloody fight. Edmund fought with characteristic bravery, but the English were betrayed by Eadric Streona, one of Edmund's own ealdormen, who withdrew his forces at a critical moment. This treachery doomed Edmund's army to defeat. Many of his men were killed on the field, and though Edmund survived, his ability to continue the war was shattered. Recognizing the impossible situation, Edmund chose negotiation rather than total collapse. He and Cnut met and agreed to divide the kingdom. Edmund would rule Wessex in the south, while Cnut would control the lands north of the Thames. It was an uneasy peace, but one that preserved English independence in part, and avoided further devastation for the moment. But Edmund did not live to consolidate this settlement. Only a few weeks or months later, he died unexpectedly. The cause of his death is unclear. Chroniclers sometimes hint at foul play, suggesting possible assassination by his rivals, but no solid evidence survives. Illness is equally likely, given the strain of constant campaigning. His death ended English hopes of resisting Danish rule. By agreement, Cnut became king of all England, completing the conquest that had been Sweyn Forkbeard's goal. Edmund was buried at Glastonbury Abbey, one of England's most sacred royal sites. Despite his short reign, he left a powerful legacy. He was remembered as a warrior king who refused to surrender in the face of overwhelming odds. His nickname, Ironside captured the spirit of his resistance, a king who would not yield until forced by treachery and circumstance. Later generations admired Edmund for his courage and determination. Even as England came under Danish rule, his memory stood as a symbol of national resistance and the ideal of a king who led from the front and fought for his people to the last. He remains one of the most compelling figures of early English history, a young king who took the throne in a moment of crisis and fought with every ounce of strength to save his kingdom from conquest, leaving behind a story of valour that would inspire English chronicles for centuries. Next, we have Cnut, who ruled from 1016 to 1035. Cnut was born into the royal house of Denmark, the son of Sweyn Forkbeard. His childhood was spent in a world shaped by the Viking Age, a time when Scandinavian warriors dominated the seas, raided far-off coasts, and increasingly sought to rule foreign kingdoms outright. Little is known with certainty about his early years, but as the son of Denmark's most ambitious king, Cnut would have been trained in war and politics from a young age. He learned to command ships, negotiate alliances, and lead men in battle. He would also have been exposed to both pagan and Christian traditions, since Denmark was still transitioning toward Christianity, a shift encouraged by his father's rule. Sweyn Forkbeard's greatest ambition was to conquer England, a wealthy and politically divided kingdom that had paid enormous sums of Danegeld to Viking raiders. Cnut would have watched his father's campaigns closely, learning the art of invasion and occupation. When Sweyn finally succeeded in seizing the English crown, Cnut was at his side. But Sweyn's reign over England was short. He died suddenly, leaving his newly conquered kingdom in a fragile state. The English nobles quickly recalled Æthelred the Unready from Normandy, hoping to restore native rule. Cnut found himself in a perilous position. Many of the Danes who had followed Sweyn began to waver, and the English resistance reformed quickly. Cnut did not give up. He withdrew to Denmark to regroup, showing early signs of the patience and planning that would define his career. He secured support from his brother, Harold II, who ruled Denmark, ensuring he would not face challenges at home while campaigning abroad. With this secure base, he prepared for a second, more decisive invasion of England. When Cnut returned to England, he led a large, disciplined army and a powerful fleet. His forces landed and began a methodical conquest. At the same time, King Æthelred died, leaving England in turmoil. The Witan, the Council of Nobles, proclaimed Edmund Ironside, Æthelred's son, as king. What followed was one of the most intense and dramatic struggles in English history. Cnut and Edmund fought a series of battles, including fierce clashes at Penselwood, Schurston, and Brentford. Neither side could land a knockout blow. Cnut besieged London repeatedly but failed to take the city outright, while Edmund won victories that preserved his claim and boosted morale. The decisive confrontation came at the Battle of Assandun. There, Edmund's army was betrayed by Eadric Striona, one of his own ealdormen, who withdrew his forces at a critical moment. The result was a catastrophic defeat for the English. Edmund survived but knew he could not continue the fight. Rather than continuing the bloodshed, the two kings negotiated. They agreed to divide England between them. Edmund would rule Wessex in the south, while Cnut controlled lands north of the Thames. It was an uneasy compromise, but it recognised the reality that neither could fully defeat the other. This arrangement might have lasted longer, but Edmund Ironside died unexpectedly only weeks later. Some chroniclers hint at foul play, but no solid evidence survives. Under the terms of their treaty, the entire kingdom passed to Cnut. He was accepted as king by the English nobility, who were exhausted by years of war and recognised his power. Cnut's rule in England began in a position of strength, but also faced real challenges. He was a foreign conqueror ruling over a defeated people. He needed to secure loyalty, prevent rebellion, and manage the vast wealth and administrative complexity of a kingdom that was far more centralised than anything in Denmark. One of Cnut's first acts was to consolidate control ruthlessly. He purged rivals, executing or exiling leading nobles who had opposed him. Eadred Striona, despite having betrayed Edmund Ironside to help Cnut, was executed, demonstrating that treachery would not be tolerated. But Cnut was not simply a brute conqueror. He proved himself a shrewd and flexible ruler. He married Emma of Normandy, the widow of Æthelred the Unready, strengthening his legitimacy and tying himself to the old royal line. This marriage also helped secure peace with Normandy, a key trading partner and potential base for rival claimants. Cnut presented himself not as a foreign overlord but as a true English king. He kept the existing administrative structures in place, working with the Witan and local ealdormen. He issued law codes in the English tradition, confirming and modifying the legal system to ensure stability. His rule was marked by careful balancing. He retained a personal guard of Danish warriors, his famous housecarls, who enforced his authority, but he also sought to win the loyalty of English nobles. He gave lands and titles to both Danes and Englishmen, ensuring no single faction could dominate. Cnut also embraced Christianity fully. He was careful to show piety, donating generously to churches and monasteries, repairing damage done during the wars, and making himself a protector of the church. He went on pilgrimage to Rome, seeking spiritual legitimacy and forging diplomatic ties with the papacy. At home, he acted as a just and firm ruler. He maintained peace, enforced law, and stabilized the currency. His reign marked a rare period of relative calm after decades of Viking raids and civil wars. Cnut's ambitions went beyond England. He ruled Denmark, uniting it firmly under his control after his brother's death. He also asserted authority over Norway, defeating Olaf Haraldsson at the Battle of Helgo and installing loyal governors. He claimed overlordship in parts of Sweden and maintained alliances across the North Sea world. In doing so, he built what is sometimes called the North Sea Empire, a personal union of England, Denmark, Norway, and parts of Sweden under his rule. This empire depended on Cnut's personal strength and diplomatic skill. He moved between his kingdoms, ensuring loyalty through both rewards and punishments. Yet even as he ruled this vast domain, he understood the importance of governing locally. In England, he respected local customs and relied on English advisors alongside his Danish followers. He ruled not as an occupying warlord but as a king accepted by his people. In his later years, Cnut focused on maintaining this fragile empire. He faced revolts in Norway, rivalry among Scandinavian nobles, and the challenge of keeping England loyal while spending long periods abroad. He juggled these demands with remarkable success for much of his reign. Cnut died in England at Shaftesbury in 1035. He was buried at Winchester, the traditional royal centre of Wessex, and a clear sign of how thoroughly he had made himself an English king. His death marked the beginning of the end for the North Sea Empire. Without Cnut's personal authority and political skill, his empire fragmented. His sons, Harold Harefoot and Harthacnut, struggled to hold the kingdoms together, and eventually the English crown returned to the native line with Edward the Confessor. Yet Cnut's legacy was lasting. He proved that a foreign conqueror could become a legitimate English king, ruling with law and fairness rather than brute force alone. He brought stability after decades of chaos, and showed that England could be part of a larger northern world, tied by trade, culture and politics to Scandinavia. He remains one of the most fascinating figures in the early English history. A Viking warrior who became a Christian king, a conqueror who ruled wisely, and a foreigner who was accepted as a true English monarch. His life is a testament to the complexity of the era, when swords and prayers, diplomacy and war could reshape kingdoms and forge empires across the seas. Next, we have Harold Harefoot, who ruled from 1035 to 1040. Harold Harefoot was born into the royal family of Denmark and England, the the son of King Cnut and Elfgifu of Northampton. His birth came during the height of his father's power, when Nut ruled over the so-called North Sea Empire, England, Denmark, Norway, and parts of Sweden. As a young boy, Harold grew up in a world defined by conquest, diplomacy, and shifting loyalties. Nut was a powerful but pragmatic ruler who maintained order by rewarding loyalty, enforcing harsh justice when needed, and skillfully balancing his Scandinavian and English supporters. Harold's mother, Elfgifu of Northampton, was a prominent English noblewoman who brought him strong ties to the Old English nobility, especially in the Midlands and North. This connection would become crucial in his later bid for power. However, Harold's legitimacy was controversial even during his lifetime. Some sources claim he was not truly Nut's son, though this may have been political slander spread by his rivals. While Harold was growing up, his father worked to secure his vast empire for the next generation. Nut had another wife, Emma of Normandy, who was Æthelred the Unready's widow. With Emma he had a son named Harthacnut, who was younger than Harold but was often seen as the favoured heir, especially for the English throne. Nut's plan seemed to be that Harold would rule Denmark while Harthacnut would rule England. But this arrangement depended entirely on Nut's authority holding everything together. Harold's early adult years are not well documented, but it is clear he developed a reputation for being quick and resourceful, qualities that may have earned him the nickname Harefoot, suggesting speed or agility. Everything changed with Nut's death in 1035. The North Sea Empire immediately threatened to fall apart. Harthacnut was in Denmark at the time, occupied with defending it against threats from Norway and internal Danish rebellions. England, meanwhile, faced a succession crisis. The English nobility and church leaders were divided about who should rule. Emma of Normandy, living in England, strongly promoted her son Harthacnut as the rightful heir. She held Winchester, the royal treasury, and tried to maintain her faction's control. But many nobles, especially in the North and Midlands, supported Harold. He was older, present in England, and the son of an English noblewoman with strong local alliances. These nobles feared that Emma and her Norman allies would dominate if Harthacnut were king. With Harthacnut delayed in Denmark, Harold acted decisively. He was proclaimed regent at Oxford, supposedly as a compromise until Harthacnut could come to England. But Harold quickly consolidated power. He gained the support of powerful earls like Leofric of Mercia and Godwin of Wessex. By the following year, Harold had himself accepted as king over much of England, though resistance remained in Wessex and among Emma's supporters. Winchester, the traditional royal capital, held out for Harthacnut, and Emma continued to claim to rule in his name. Harold and his supporters worked to break her power. Eventually they forced Emma into exile in Flanders. With her gone, Harold was crowned as full king over all England. His reign was marked by political manoeuvring and ruthless decisions aimed at securing his position. One of the most notorious events was the murder of Alfred Ætheling, Emma's son by Æthelred the Unready, and thus half-brother to Harthacnut and Edward the Confessor. Alfred landed in England with Norman support, perhaps hoping to join his mother's faction, or claim the throne himself. Alfred was captured by Earl Godwin's men, handed over to Harold's supporters, and brutally blinded. He died soon after from his injuries. While Harold may not have personally ordered the mutilation, his regime was blamed for it, and the event stained his reputation permanently. Despite these brutal measures, Harold ruled with a measure of practical skill. He maintained peace in England at a time when the threat of Viking attack was still real, and the kingdom was exhausted from decades of conflict. He relied on the support of powerful English earls and tried to present himself as the natural English king, in contrast to the absent Harthacnut. Harold's nickname, Harefoot, was said to reflect his swiftness, and perhaps his ability to move quickly and decisively in politics. it may also hint at his skill in securing support across a divided country during a crisis. His reign was short, lasting only about 4 years. Toward the end of his life, his health declined rapidly. Chroniclers suggest he became seriously ill and died unexpectedly. Some sources hint at poisoning, but there is no clear evidence for this claim. Harold died in Oxford. With his death, the path was open for Harthacnut to come from Denmark and claim the English throne uncontested. His supporters, who had once defied Emma and Harthacnut's faction, largely shifted allegiance to the new king to avoid further bloodshed. Harold was buried initially at Westminster, but after Harthacnut's return, his body was exhumed and thrown into a fen, an act of revenge that shows how deep the bitterness between the rival factions remained. In the end, Harold Harefoot's life was defined by the chaos left after Nut's death. He was not the chosen heir, but seized power through speed, alliances, and ruthless decisions. To some, he was a usurper and a murderer. To others, he was a king who kept England stable in a dangerous time when the realm could easily have fallen apart. Harold Harefoot's story is a vivid example of the brutal realities of early medieval kingship, a world where lineage, politics, and violence were intertwined, and where survival depended on quick thinking and hard choices. He ruled England at one of its most uncertain moments, holding the crown not through inheritance alone, but through force of will and the backing of those who saw in him the best hope for English independence in a fractured empire. Next, we have Harthacnut, who ruled from 1040 to 1042. Harthacnut was born into the royal family that ruled the North Sea Empire, the son of King Cnut and Emma of Normandy. His birth united two powerful dynastic lines, the Scandinavian royal house of Denmark and the Anglo-Saxon and Norman aristocracy of England and northern France. Growing up, Harthacnut was at the centre of his father's grand vision for an empire that would span England, Denmark, Norway and parts of Sweden. As a boy, he was raised with the expectation that he would inherit and rule part of this empire, if not all of it. His mother, Emma of Normandy, was a strong and influential figure in his upbringing. She was the widow of Æthelred the Unready and had children from her earlier marriage, including Edward the Confessor and Alfred Etheling. This made Harthacnut part of a complicated web of English, Danish and Norman claims to power, and family rivalries would cast a long shadow over his life. Cnut clearly favoured Harthacnut as his heir in England. His older half-brother, Harold Harefoot, was the son of Cnut and Ælfgifu of Northampton. While Harold had strong ties to English noble families, especially in the Midlands and North, Harthacnut had the advantage of Emma's royal lineage and her political networks in England and Normandy. Cnut's plan seems to have been to divide his realm between his two sons, with Harold taking Denmark and Harthacnut ruling England. But this plan depended entirely on Cnut's personal authority and his ability to keep his empire united. When Cnut died in 1035, everything changed. Harthacnut was in Denmark at the time, defending his kingdom against threats from Norway and internal revolts. He could not leave immediately to secure the English throne. This delay proved critical. In England, Harold Harefoot moved quickly. He was proclaimed regent at Oxford, supposedly to hold the kingdom for Harthacnut until he could arrive. But Harold used this position to consolidate his own power, building support among the northern and midland nobility who resented Emma's influence and were wary of Norman connections. Emma tried to hold the south and Wessex in Harthacnut's name. She controlled Winchester, the royal treasury, and proclaimed herself regent for her absent son. But without Harthacnut present to lead an army, her position weakened steadily. Tensions between Harold and Harthacnut's supporters grew. Harold's faction forced Emma into exile in Flanders, leaving Harold as the de facto ruler of all England. During this period, Alfred Etheling, Harthacnut's half-brother through Emma's first marriage, tried to return to England. He was captured, blinded, and died soon after, in an event that remains one of the most notorious crimes of the period. Harthacnut would later blame Harold's regime for Alfred's death, and this would fuel bitter revenge. While Harold Harefoot ruled England, Harthacnut struggled to secure Denmark. Norway, under Magnus the Good, posed a serious threat. He spent years consolidating his rule there, proving himself capable as a Scandinavian war leader and king, but unable to intervene in England. When Harold Harefoot died unexpectedly in 1040, Harthacnut finally had the chance to claim the English throne. English nobles, tired of division and seeing no strong rival, invited him to take the crown. Emma returned from exile to support his claim. Harthacnut landed in England with a fleet, determined to enforce his rule and punish those he saw as traitors. One of his first acts was to order the exhumation of Harold Harefoot's body. It was thrown into a fen or marsh, a dramatic gesture meant to show contempt and settle scores. This act was widely condemned even at the time as excessive and vengeful. Harthacnut's reign in England was brief and marked by harsh measures. He demanded heavy taxation to pay for his fleet and the cost of maintaining his authority. The most infamous of these was the so-called fleet tax, which was deeply resented and sparked anger among ordinary people and nobles alike. He also ordered the execution of Godwin's ally, Eadred the Steward, for his involvement in Alfred's murder. These actions were meant to demonstrate that Harthacnut would be a strong, punishing king who avenged his family's wrongs and enforced justice. But they also deepened resentment and threatened stability. Despite these harsh measures, Harthacnut also tried to stabilise his rule through reconciliation. He invited his half-brother Edward the Confessor, Emma's son from her first marriage, back to England from exile in Normandy. This move seems to have been both a gesture of family unity and a recognition that he might not live long, or that he needed a legitimate heir who could be accepted by the English nobility. Harthacnut's health was fragile. Chroniclers describe him as heavy drinking and prone to bouts of illness. His reign lasted only about 2 years. In a memorable and often repeated story, he died suddenly at a wedding feast in England, supposedly collapsing while drinking a toast. The abruptness of his death left the kingdom without a clear heir of the Danish line. With Harthacnut's passing, the Danish royal house's rule over England came to an end. The English nobles quickly turned to Edward the Confessor, who had been living at court and was widely acceptable as a native-born legitimate English king. Harthacnut was buried at Winchester, alongside his father Cnut, signalling the end of the Scandinavian dynasty's direct rule over England. His legacy is complicated. On one hand, he was a king who avenged his family's enemies and enforced justice as he saw it, showing the harsh but decisive leadership expected of a Viking warrior king. On the other, his vengeful acts, heavy taxation, and short, tumultuous reign failed to heal the divisions in England or secure lasting peace. He is remembered as the last Scandinavian king to rule all of England before the Norman conquest, a final link in the long saga of Viking ambition that had transformed England over the previous century. Harthacnut's life story is one of ambition, vengeance, and the hard realities of medieval kingship. He was a prince who could not save his inheritance when young, a king who punished his rivals ruthlessly, and a ruler whose sudden death closed one of the most dramatic chapters in England's early history, Edward the Confessor, who ruled from 1042 to 1066. Edward the Confessor was born into the royal house of Wessex, the son of King Æthelred the Unready and Emma of Normandy. His birth connected two powerful dynastic traditions, the ancient Anglo-Saxon kings of England and the rising ducal family of Normandy. Edward's early years were shaped by turmoil. His father Æthelred struggled to hold England together against relentless Viking invasions. When Sweyn Forkbeard of Denmark invaded, the kingdom fell into crisis. Edward was still a boy when his family was forced to flee into exile in Normandy. Growing up in the Norman court, Edward lived as a royal refugee. He was surrounded by Norman customs, language, and political culture. He developed strong ties with the Norman nobility and his mother's family, learning the ways of continental courts. This experience shaped his character deeply, making him more cosmopolitan, but also somewhat isolated from the English nobility and their traditions. Meanwhile, England fell under Danish rule. Sweyn Forkbeard died quickly, but his son Cnut secured the kingdom after defeating Edward's half-brother Edmund Ironside. Edward and his brother Alfred were forced to remain in Normandy while their mother Emma remarried Cnut, in a politically motivated union meant to secure peace and legitimacy. This period was deeply unsettling for Edward. He was the son of a dispossessed king, living under the protection of his mother's Norman relatives, while watching his homeland ruled by a rival dynasty. The sense of displacement and religious devotion he cultivated during these years earned him his later reputation for piety and withdrawal from the brutal politics of his time. Tragedy struck when Edward's brother Alfred tried to return to England. Alfred was captured, blinded, and killed under Harold Harefoot's regime. Edward blamed those who had usurped his family's throne and carried a deep bitterness over his brother's fate for the rest of his life. When Cnut died, the North Sea Empire began to fragment. Harold Harefoot seized power in England, driving Edward's mother Emma into exile once more. Edward and Emma returned briefly to England during Harthacnut's reign after Harold Harefoot's death. Harthacnut welcomed Edward, perhaps recognising that a united front among Emma's sons would strengthen his fragile rule. When Harthacnut died suddenly at a feast in 1042, Edward was the last surviving son of Æthelred. The English nobles, exhausted by decades of Danish rule and foreign wars, turned to Edward as the legitimate heir of the ancient royal line of Wessex. His accession represented not just a dynastic shift, but a symbolic restoration of English rule after years of foreign dominance. Edward was crowned at Winchester, the traditional heart of the English monarchy. Early in his reign, he worked to reconcile the factions that had torn the kingdom apart. He relied on powerful English earls like Godwin of Wessex, Leofric of Mercia, and Stuart of Northumbria, granting them significant autonomy in exchange for loyalty. Though he had strong Norman connections, Edward quickly learned to navigate English politics. His relationship with Earl Godwin was especially complicated. Godwin had been implicated in the death of Edward's brother Alfred, but he was also the most powerful noble in the kingdom and a necessary ally. Edward's marriage to Edith, Godwin's daughter, was a political necessity aimed at securing the Earl's loyalty. Despite this union, Edward and Edith had no children, a fact that would have enormous consequences for the kingdom's future. Chroniclers often suggest Edward took a vow of chastity, though this may be part of the saintly legend built around him after his death. Edward's reign was marked by an uneasy balance of power between the monarchy and the great earls. He was not a warrior king in the mould of his ancestors, but instead focused on administration, legal reform and church patronage. He was deeply pious, attending Mass daily, supporting monasteries, and encouraging religious reform. His piety earned him the title the Confessor, reflecting a ruler who lived a devout Christian life but was not a martyr. He promoted the cult of saints and was known for acts of charity and justice. Edward also encouraged Norman influence at court, bringing Norman clerics and advisors to England. This caused resentment among the English nobility, who feared foreign influence and saw the king's favouritism toward Normans as a threat to their own power. The most dramatic political crisis of his reign involved Earl Godwin. In the early 1050s, tensions boiled over when Edward accused Godwin of defying royal authority after the murder of Norman supporters in Dover. Godwin refused the king's orders and was exiled with his family. Edward seized the opportunity to assert royal power, bringing in more Norman advisors and strengthening his control. But Godwin was too powerful to be defeated permanently. He returned with an army, forcing Edward to negotiate. Godwin was restored to power, and Edward had to dismiss many of his Norman favourites. This crisis revealed the limits of Edward's authority in the face of England's powerful regional lords. When Godwin died, his son Harold Godwinson rose as Earl of Wessex, and quickly became the most powerful man in England. Edward relied on Harold to maintain stability and defend the kingdom's borders, especially against Welsh raiders and Scottish threats. In his later years, Edward focused on religious works, most notably the construction of Westminster Abbey. This grand church was built in the Romanesque style and became both a symbol of Edward's piety and a political statement about the king's authority. It was the first great stone church built in England in that style, and would serve as the coronation site for English monarchs for centuries. Edward died in early January 1066 at Westminster, leaving no direct heir. On his deathbed, he reportedly named Harold Godwinson as his successor, a decision that would immediately be contested. His death triggered one of the most famous crises in English history. Harold Godwinson's coronation was challenged by William, Duke of Normandy, who claimed Edward had promised him the throne years before. This dispute led to the Norman conquest later that same year. Edward was buried in Westminster Abbey, the church he had built and consecrated shortly before his death. Within a few generations, he was canonized as a saint by Pope Alexander III. He became the last English king to be declared a saint, and his cult flourished during the medieval period. Kings like Henry II and Henry III promoted Edward's sainthood to bolster their own legitimacy. Edward the Confessor's legacy is complex. To some, he was a weak king who failed to secure the succession and allowed foreign influence to grow. To others, he was a holy ruler who restored native rule after Danish domination, presided over a period of relative peace, and strengthened the English Church. Above all, Edward's reign was the hinge between the old Anglo-Saxon monarchy and the new Norman dynasty. His death without an heir created the vacuum that William of Normandy would exploit, ending Anglo-Saxon rule in England forever. He remains one of the most famous and mythologized kings in English history, a figure of piety, compromise, and the tragic final act of an ancient royal line. Next, we have Harold II, also known as Harold Godwinson, who ruled in 1066 for about 9 months. Harold II was born into one of the most powerful families in 11th century England. He was the son of Godwin, Earl of Wessex, and Gytha Thorkelsdottir, a Danish noblewoman with connections to the old Viking elite. Harold's father Godwin rose from relative obscurity to become the dominant earl in England during the reign of King Cnut. He navigated the turbulent politics of the Danish Empire skillfully, gaining control of Wessex, one of the richest and most strategically important earldoms in England. As the son of such a powerful figure, Harold was raised in an environment of political manoeuvring, military preparation, and aristocratic privilege. He would have been trained in the skills of leadership, diplomacy, and warfare from a young age, learning how to command men in battle and manage the complex web of alliances and rivalries that defined Anglo-Saxon England. Harold had several brothers and sisters, including Tostig, Gurth, Leofwine, and Wulfnoth, and a sister, Edith, who married King Edward the Confessor. This marriage further cemented the Godwin family's influence at court, placing them at the very centre of the kingdom's power structure. As a young man, Harold accompanied his father in campaigns and negotiations, building his reputation as a capable and charismatic leader. When Godwin died, Harold inherited the earldom of Wessex, becoming the most powerful noble in the kingdom. He also acquired East Anglia for a time, further expanding his land and influence. His position made him effectively the second most powerful man in England after the king. But Harold's relationship with Edward the Confessor was often tense. Edward had spent much of his early life in Normandy and brought many Norman advisors to his court, causing resentment among English nobles. The Godwin family led the opposition to these foreign influences. This tension boiled over in the early 1050s, when Edward ordered Harold and his brothers into exile after a standoff over the treatment of Norman visitors in Dover. Harold went to Ireland, while his father went to Flanders, but they were too powerful to remain in exile for long. In a dramatic return, Harold and Godwin sailed up the Thames with a large fleet. Facing their military strength and popular support, Edward was forced to negotiate. Godwin and his sons were restored to their lands and titles, and many of Edward's Norman advisors fled England. After Godwin's death, Harold became the head of the family and the dominant figure in the kingdom. He worked to maintain stability, commanding royal armies against threats from Wales and Scotland. His most notable military achievement was his campaign against Gruffydd ap Llywelyn of Wales. Harold led a combined land and naval assault that resulted in Gruffydd's death and the effective submission of Wales. Harold's reputation as a capable military leader and just ruler grew. He built alliances with other powerful English nobles, including Earl Leofric of Mercia and Earl Siward of Northumbria. He also managed to keep the peace with his ambitious and sometimes volatile brother Tostig, at least for a time. But this peace would not last. Tostig became Earl of Northumbria with Harold's help, but ruled harshly, provoking a rebellion among the Northumbrian thegns. In one of the most dramatic moments of Harold's political career, he chose to side with the rebels rather than his brother. He negotiated Tostig's exile to preserve the kingdom's stability, demonstrating his ruthless pragmatism but sowing a deep personal enmity that would have dire consequences. Harold's relationship with Edward the Confessor improved as Edward aged, and relied more heavily on him to manage the kingdom. Edward had no children, and his succession was increasingly uncertain. Tradition, and many later sources suggest that Edward may have designated Harold as his heir on his deathbed. Harold was the obvious choice for many English nobles, a proven leader, English-born, and the man who had kept the kingdom stable. But across the Channel, William, Duke of Normandy, claimed Edward had promised him the throne years earlier. Norman sources allege that Harold himself had sworn an oath on holy relics to support William's claim, a moment that became legendary. This event supposedly occurred when Harold was shipwrecked in Normandy and became William's guest, or prisoner. Norman chroniclers portray Harold's oath as binding, making his later acceptance of the English crown an act of treachery. Edward the Confessor died in early January 1066. Harold was elected king by the Witan, the council of nobles and church leaders who had the authority to choose the monarch. His coronation took place quickly in Westminster Abbey, symbolising both continuity and legitimacy. But Harold's reign was immediately threatened from two directions. William of Normandy began assembling an invasion fleet to enforce his claim. Meanwhile, Harold's own brother Tostig, exiled and bitter, sought allies to attack England from the north. In September, Tostig allied with Harald Hardrada, the fearsome King of Norway, launching an invasion of northern England. Harold responded with extraordinary speed. He marched his army north in a matter of days and met the invaders at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. In a bloody fight, Harold's forces won a decisive victory. Both Tostig and Harald Hardrada were killed, ending the Norwegian threat. But Harold's triumph came at a terrible cost. His army was exhausted, battered, and hundreds of miles from the south coast when news arrived that William had landed in Sussex. Without time to rest or reinforce, Harold forced his men to march south again in a desperate bid to repel the Norman invasion. The two armies met at the Battle of Hastings in October. Harold's forces occupied a strong defensive position on Senlac Hill. The battle raged for hours, with Norman cavalry charging uphill and being driven back repeatedly by Harold's shield wall. But William's forces adapted. Using feigned retreats and archery, they gradually broke the cohesion of the English line. In the final decisive moment, Harold was killed, according to tradition, struck in the eye by an arrow, though the exact manner of his death is debated. His brothers Gurth and Leofwine also fell with him, leaving the Godwin family broken on the field. Harold's death marked the end of Anglo-Saxon rule in England. William seized the throne, becoming William the Conqueror and launching a profound transformation of English society, law, language, and aristocracy. Harold's body was said to have been buried at Waltham Abbey, a church he had founded and richly endowed. Legend holds that monks secretly rescued and buried him there, though other traditions claim he survived and lived out his days as a hermit. In later centuries, Harold became a symbol of English resistance. To some, he was the last true English king, a patriot who died defending his land from foreign conquest. To others, he was a shrewd and ambitious noble who seized the crown knowing it would provoke conflict. Yet there is no doubt he was one of the most capable and dynamic figures of his age, a skilled general, a tough negotiator, and a king who faced down multiple invasions in a single year. His life was shaped by the brutal politics of 11th century England, and his death at Hastings remains one of the most famous moments in British history, a turning point that ended an era and began a new one. Next we have William I, who ruled from 1066 to 1087. William I, known to history as William the Conqueror, was born in Normandy, the illegitimate son of Robert I, Duke of Normandy, and Herleva, the daughter of a tanner from Falaise. His birth marked him immediately as an outsider in the rigidly hierarchical society of the Norman aristocracy, where questions of legitimacy could make or break a claim to power. As a child, William faced enormous challenges. When his father Robert set out on pilgrimage to Jerusalem, he named William as his heir despite his illegitimacy. Robert never returned, dying on the journey, leaving young William as Duke of Normandy at around 8 years old. Normandy was a tough, violent land of ambitious barons, and William's youth was marked by constant danger. Rival nobles refused to accept a child, and a bastard, as their legitimate ruler. Normandy descended into chaos, with wars among the great families and assassination attempts on William himself. He survived at least one assassination plot when a loyal guardian spirited him away in the night. He grew up learning to distrust rivals, relying on loyal retainers while being forced to mature quickly as a political and military leader. By his teens, William was already commanding troops. He proved himself on the battlefield, crushing rebellious barons and reasserting ducal authority over Normandy. Through brutal campaigns and careful alliances, he stabilized his rule. By the time he reached adulthood, he had turned himself from a vulnerable claimant into one of the most feared and respected rulers in France. William married Matilda of Flanders, the daughter of Count Baldwin V of Flanders, forging an important alliance with one of the most powerful noble families in Europe. Their marriage strengthened his position politically and produced several children, including sons who would inherit and fight over his domains. Despite the stain of his birth, William ruled Normandy with an iron hand. He imposed order on fractious barons, built castles to secure key territories, and reformed administration to ensure his authority was felt throughout the duchy. He was known for his piety, founding abbeys and supporting church reformers, but equally for his ruthlessness toward those who defied him. William's connection to England began through family ties and diplomatic manoeuvring. Edward the Confessor, the childless King of England, had spent time in Normandy during his youth. Norman chroniclers claimed Edward promised the English crown to William, though this promise is debated and was certainly contested in England. Complicating matters further, Harold Godwinson, the powerful Earl of Wessex, allegedly swore an oath to support William's claim after being shipwrecked and taken to Normandy. Norman sources insisted Harold's oath was solemn and binding, made over holy relics, a betrayal when Harold accepted the English crown himself. When Edward the Confessor died, the Witan, England's Council of Nobles, elected Harold Godwinson as king. William saw this as a direct betrayal of the promise he believed Edward had made and of the oath he claimed Harold had sworn. William immediately began preparations to enforce his claim by force. He secured papal support, presenting his invasion as a holy war to punish perjury and reform the English Church. This papal banner gave religious legitimacy to his campaign and helped him recruit soldiers from beyond Normandy's borders. In one of the most ambitious military preparations of the Middle Ages, William assembled a fleet and army on the Norman coast. He built ships, gathered knights and infantry from Normandy and other parts of France, and carefully planned the logistics of crossing the dangerous English Channel. When he landed at Pevensey in Sussex, he faced an England exhausted by conflict. Harold Godwinson had just defeated a massive Norwegian invasion at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, marching his army from the south to Yorkshire and back in a matter of days. The two armies met at the Battle of Hastings. William's forces included heavy cavalry, infantry and archers, making his army flexible and deadly. Harold's troops relied on the famous shield wall, a disciplined formation of infantry with axes and shields. The battle raged for hours. William used tactics such as feigned retreats to break the English line, causing gaps in the shield wall. According to tradition, Harold was killed late in the battle, famously said to have been struck in the eye by an arrow. With Harold's death, English resistance collapsed. William's victory at Hastings was decisive but did not end resistance immediately. He faced uprisings in Kent, London and the north. He responded with both negotiation and terror. He secured London by cutting deals with key nobles and churchmen, but also burned towns that resisted. Once crowned King of England in Westminster Abbey, William began to consolidate his rule. He built castles across England, imposing a network of fortresses that enforced Norman power over the local population. He rewarded his Norman followers with vast estates confiscated from English nobles, fundamentally transforming the English aristocracy. Rebellions continued for years. In the north, William faced particularly fierce resistance. His response, the harrying of the north, was brutal. Villages burned, crops destroyed, and thousands left to starve. Chroniclers condemn the devastation, but it effectively broke northern resistance. William also commissioned the Domesday Book, an unprecedented survey of his kingdom's wealth and resources. This document recorded lands, owners, and values with remarkable detail, demonstrating his desire for administrative control and taxation efficiency. He faced challenges abroad too. In Normandy, he had to defend his duchy against rivals in France and rebellious barons. He travelled back and forth between England and Normandy throughout his reign, showing the difficulty of ruling an Anglo-Norman realm that spanned the Channel. In his personal life, William was known for strict discipline and devout faith. He was loyal to Matilda and raised their children carefully, though their later disputes over inheritance would divide the Anglo-Norman Empire after his death. In his final years, William was still campaigning to defend and expand his lands. He died in Normandy after being injured in battle during a campaign against the King of France. His death was undignified. His large frame reportedly ruptured his coffin when forced in hastily, causing it to split open in the church. He was buried at Saint-Étienne in Caen, the great abbey he had founded, but his realm would not remain united. His eldest son Robert inherited Normandy, while his son William Rufus took England. This division ensured rivalry between his heirs and set the stage for further conflict. William the Conqueror's legacy is profound. He transformed England forever by replacing the Anglo-Saxon elite with a Norman aristocracy, changing the language, culture, architecture, and laws. The Norman feudal system reshaped English society, and the Domesday Book remains one of the most important historical records from the period. Above all, he established a dynasty that would rule England for generations. Though his conquest was marked by violence and oppression, he was also a skilled administrator and a determined, patient strategist. William I remains one of the most famous figures in English history, a bastard child who became Duke of Normandy, then crossed the sea to conquer England, and found a new order that would shape the nation for centuries to come. Next, we have William II, who ruled from 1087 to 1100. William II, known as William Rufus for his red hair and ruddy complexion, was the third son of William the Conqueror and Matilda of Flanders. He was born into the new Anglo-Norman dynasty that his father had forged with the conquest of England. Growing up, William Rufus witnessed the harsh consolidation of Norman power in England. His father ruled with an iron grip, putting down rebellions, building castles, and redistributing English lands to Norman barons. As a boy, William would have been educated in Latin, law, and the military arts, preparing to be both a warrior and a ruler. He grew up in a world where loyalty was often fragile and violence was a constant threat. He saw how his father used both terror and negotiation to maintain control, learning the tactics of a strong yet pragmatic monarch. When William the Conqueror died, he divided his domains between his sons. His eldest son, Robert Curthose, received Normandy. William Rufus was left England. Their younger brother Henry received money but no lands, a choice that sowed rivalry between all three brothers. Even before his father's death, William Rufus had a reputation for courage, blunt speech, and a quick temper. He was known to be physically strong and a capable military leader, but also given to bursts of harshness and sarcasm that could alienate allies. Upon becoming king, William Rufus faced immediate challenges. Many Norman barons who held lands in both England and Normandy disliked the division of the realm and wanted to reunite it under Robert. They rebelled against William Rufus, led by powerful nobles including Odo of Bayeux, William's own uncle. William Rufus acted decisively. He called on the English population to support him, promising them better laws and fairer rule in exchange for loyalty. This clever move won him the support of many English landowners and helped him raise the armies he needed. He crushed the rebellion, confiscated rebel lands, and secured his throne. This episode showed both his ruthlessness and political skill. He was willing to play the English against the Normans when it suited him, reversing the usual pattern of Norman dominance. His reign continued to be marked by tension with his brother Robert. William Rufus invaded Normandy in support of rebellious Norman barons who opposed Robert's rule. In the end, the brothers negotiated the Treaty of Caen, agreeing to recognise each other's claims and return lands. But the peace was fragile, and their relationship remained wary. William Rufus also had a famously contentious relationship with the Church. He clashed with Archbishop Anselm of Canterbury, one of the great theologians of the age. Their disputes centred on investiture, the right to appoint bishops, and on William's habit of keeping church positions vacant to collect their revenues himself. Anselm insisted on reform and papal authority, while William Rufus saw the church as a tool of royal power. Their quarrels grew so fierce that Anselm eventually went into exile, refusing to serve under a king he saw as corrupt and irreligious. Contemporary chroniclers often criticised William Rufus for irreligion, immorality, and greed. They described his court as filled with laughter at the expense of churchmen, extravagant fashions, and questionable morals. Monastic writers in particular saw him as a tyrant who extorted the church and showed little piety. Yet despite these criticisms, William Rufus was an effective, if unpopular, king. He maintained order in England and kept the realm secure from external threats. He crushed revolts firmly, but generally avoided unnecessary bloodshed. He also campaigned actively in Wales and Scotland. In Wales, he launched expeditions to enforce Norman authority, building castles and subduing local rulers. In Scotland, he intervened in royal succession disputes, forcing King Malcolm III to pay homage and installing favourable claimants when needed. William Rufus maintained a formidable military machine, using his considerable wealth, much of it drawn from royal lands and ecclesiastical vacancies, to fund armies and castles. He demanded heavy taxes, but ensured he had the means to enforce his rule. He also remained deeply involved in Normandy. When Robert Curthose joined the First Crusade, William Rufus effectively took control of Normandy as a pledge for the large sum Robert borrowed from him to finance the expedition. For several years, William Rufus ruled both England and Normandy, fulfilling the unification that many barons had originally wanted. His personal life is shrouded in mystery and rumour. He never married and had no known legitimate children. Chroniclers hinted at scandal and vice in his court, but details are few and often shaped by moralistic agendas. Some later writers speculated about his sexuality, pointing to the absence of marriage and the closeness of his male companions. But contemporary evidence is ambiguous. William Rufus died suddenly and dramatically in the New Forest. He was killed while hunting, struck by an arrow fired by Walter Tyrrell, one of his own noble companions. The circumstances remain mysterious. Chroniclers suggest it was an accident, but suspicions of foul play lingered immediately and have persisted ever since. His brother Henry moved with lightning speed to seize the royal treasury at Winchester and have himself crowned, ensuring there would be no time to challenge his succession. Whether Henry played any role in William Rufus's death remains unproven but was widely rumoured. William Rufus was buried in Winchester Cathedral. His death ended a reign marked by fierce independence, military effectiveness, and deep conflicts with the church and the Norman aristocracy. He left no heir, ensuring that the throne passed to his youngest brother Henry, who would become Henry I. Henry's rule would continue many of the central tensions of William Rufus's reign, especially the struggle between royal power and the church. In historical memory, William Rufus remains one of England's most controversial kings. Monastic chroniclers condemned him as greedy, blasphemous, and unjust. Modern historians see a more complex figure, a tough, capable ruler who kept England secure, managed difficult barons, and resisted papal interference in royal affairs. He was a king who ruled as a warrior and pragmatist, who valued loyalty but brooked no rivals, and who expanded Norman power in Britain and France. His sudden, violent death in the New Forest became one of medieval England's enduring mysteries, a fitting end for a king who lived by the sword and ruled with a relentless will. Next, we have Henry I, who ruled from 1100 to 1135. Henry I was the youngest son of William the Conqueror and Matilda of Flanders. He was born into a family of conquerors and rulers, the last of William's sons to be born in Normandy. From the beginning he was the spare heir, the youngest with no guaranteed inheritance but with every expectation that he would be a prince of influence. He grew up in the ducal and royal courts of Normandy and England, receiving an unusually thorough education for a medieval noble. Unlike many of his warrior brothers, Henry was trained not only in arms but also in Latin, law, and administrative skills. This education earned him the nickname Beauclerc, meaning good scholar. It was rare for a medieval king to be truly literate, and Henry's learning became one of his defining qualities. As the youngest son, Henry had to watch as his father divided the vast Anglo-Norman realm. Robert Curthose received Normandy, William Rufus received England. Henry was left with money but no land. an insult in a world where land was the basis of power. Henry immediately set about trying to carve out his own influence. He used his money to hire knights and build support among barons who disliked either of his elder brothers. He manoeuvred carefully between Robert and William Rufus, occasionally allying with one against the other. When William the Conqueror died, Normandy and England were meant to be separate, but the Norman aristocracy hated this division. Many held lands in both realms and wanted a single ruler. The brothers fell into periodic conflict, with Henry often acting as a wild card, supporting whichever side benefited him most. At one point, Robert and William Rufus actually exiled Henry, forcing him to wander as a landless knight, living off gifts and promises from nobles. But Henry was shrewd. He built friendships among the Norman barons and patiently waited for his chance. When Robert went on crusade, William Rufus took effective control of Normandy. Henry supported this move, gaining land and favour. But the real turning point came with the death of William Rufus in the New Forest. William Rufus died suddenly, killed by an arrow while hunting. Whether it was an accident or murder has never been proved, but Henry was present. He seized the moment with astonishing speed. He rode to Winchester, seized the royal treasury, and had himself crowned at Westminster before Robert even knew what had happened. Henry's coronation marked a new phase in English politics. He issued the Charter of Liberties, promising to roll back some of the harsh practices of William Rufus, such as oppressive forest laws and the exploitation of vacant bishoprics. This charter was designed to win over the English nobility and church, showing that Henry would rule with justice and reform. Henry also moved quickly to secure legitimacy through marriage. He married Matilda of Scotland, also known as Edith, who was descended from the old Anglo-Saxon royal house through Edmund Ironside. This union was highly symbolic. It promised to reconcile the Norman conquerors with the native English line, calming tensions that had simmered since the conquest. Henry's rule was immediately challenged by his older brother Robert Curthose, who returned from crusade and invaded England to claim the throne. But Henry proved more skilled. He negotiated with Robert, eventually forcing a settlement at Alton where Robert renounced his claim for a pension. But the peace was short-lived. Robert was a poor and unpopular ruler in Normandy. Norman barons began to appeal to Henry for intervention. Seeing his chance, Henry invaded Normandy and met Robert's forces at the Battle of Tinchebray. In a decisive victory, Henry captured Robert and imprisoned him for life. Normandy and England were once more united under a single ruler. Henry installed loyal administrators in Normandy, tightening royal control and bringing the same administrative rigour he applied in England. Henry's reign is often remembered for his skillful administration. He built a sophisticated system of royal justice, developing what would become the exchequer to manage royal revenues systematically. He enforced royal law throughout England, curbing the power of unruly barons. He also controlled the church carefully. Though he clashed with Archbishop Anselm over investiture, the right to appoint bishops, he eventually reached a compromise that balanced royal authority with papal influence. Henry was too clever to fight the church to the point of excommunication. Learning from the mistakes of other rulers in Europe, Henry's personal life was less controlled. He had many mistresses and fathered at least 20 acknowledged illegitimate children. But his only legitimate male heir was his son, William Adelin. Henry worked hard to secure William's position, marrying him to Matilda of Anjou, linking the Anglo-Norman realm with powerful neighbours in France. But disaster struck when William drowned in the White Ship disaster, a catastrophic wreck that killed many young nobles returning from Normandy to England. The loss of William Adelin left Henry devastated. He remarried in hopes of producing another male heir, but no more legitimate sons were born. With no direct male successor, Henry forced his barons to swear loyalty to his daughter, the Empress Matilda, widow of the Holy Roman Emperor and later wife of Geoffrey of Anjou. Henry spent his later years fighting to secure Matilda's rights, aware that without a clear succession, England would face civil war. He also continued to rule Normandy tightly, dealing with constant rebellions and threats from the French king. He died in Normandy, reportedly after eating too many lampreys, a favourite but dangerous delicacy. He was buried at Reading Abbey in England, a monastery he had founded. Despite his efforts, his death led to exactly the crisis he'd feared. His nephew, Stephen of Blois, seized the throne, triggering the civil war known as the Anarchy as Matilda fought to claim her inheritance. Henry I's legacy is complicated. He was a tough, often ruthless ruler who used law and administration to consolidate royal power in both England and Normandy. He was known for shrewd negotiation and decisive action, but also for the cruelty and opportunism typical of his age. Yet he also laid critical foundations for English governance. His system of royal justice, financial administration, and legal reforms would shape the English monarchy for generations. He was the last of William the Conqueror's sons to rule, closing one era and setting the stage for the Plantagenet dynasty through his daughter Matilda's eventual line. Above all, Henry I was a king who understood power deeply, how to seize it, keep it, and govern with it, balancing fear and favour to hold a fragile kingdom together in one of the most turbulent periods of medieval history. Next, we have Stephen, who ruled from 1135 to 1154. Stephen was born into a powerful Franco-English noble family as the son of Stephen, Count of Blois, and Adela of Normandy, who was the daughter of William the Conqueror. This made Stephen the grandson of the Conqueror himself, placing him firmly within the Anglo-Norman royal bloodline, though not in the direct line of succession. Stephen's upbringing was marked by privilege, education, and preparation for leadership. He was raised partly at the court of his uncle, Henry I of England, who recognised in him both loyalty and promise. Henry favoured Stephen and granted him extensive lands in England and Normandy. He became one of the wealthiest nobles of his generation, with holdings strategically placed in the southeast of England and in key parts of Normandy. As a young man, Stephen developed a reputation for bravery, charm, and charisma. Chroniclers note that he was physically strong, energetic, and personally courageous in battle. He also had a reputation for affability and generosity, traits that won him friends and allies among both the Anglo-Norman barons and the wider court. During Henry I's reign, Stephen was a loyal supporter. He served in military campaigns in Normandy and at court in England. He was rewarded with the county of Mortain in Normandy and vast estates in England, including in Kent and Suffolk. His wealth and family connections made him a formidable magnate. Stephen's greatest opportunity and greatest crisis came with the death of Henry I. Henry's only legitimate son, William Adelin, had died in the White Ship disaster, leaving the king without a clear male heir. In response, Henry forced his barons to swear oaths of loyalty to his daughter, the Empress Matilda. Matilda was Henry's only surviving legitimate child. She was a strong-willed, intelligent woman, but her position was precarious. She'd been married first to the Holy Roman Emperor, and after his death she married Geoffrey of Anjou, a traditional rival of the Norman dukes. This marriage alarmed many Anglo-Norman barons who feared Angevin influence. Despite the oaths of loyalty, there was widespread reluctance to accept a female ruler, or a ruler tied so closely to Anjou. When Henry I died, Stephen acted swiftly. He crossed the Channel in winter, racing to London. There he secured the royal treasury and convinced the church and leading nobles to accept him as king. Stephen was crowned at Westminster with the backing of many of the most powerful English bishops and barons. He argued that Henry had changed his mind about Matilda on his deathbed, a claim that was dubious but useful. The Archbishop of Canterbury and other leading clerics supported him. partly because he promised to respect the rights of the church and to rule justly. At first, Stephen's reign seemed promising. He issued a Charter of Liberties, promising to reverse some of the harshest practices of Henry's reign, such as oppressive royal forest laws. He presented himself as a generous, fair and accessible king. His easy manner and willingness to listen won over many. But the stability did not last. Matilda and her supporters refused to accept Stephen's usurpation. Her half-brother, Robert of Gloucester, one of the most powerful Anglo-Norman nobles, became her chief military supporter. Tensions erupted into open war, a period known as the Anarchy. The Anarchy was a brutal, chaotic civil war that devastated England for nearly 2 decades. Rival barons changed sides repeatedly. Castles sprang up everywhere, many built without royal license. Chroniclers described the land as ploughed with swords and said that Christ and his saints slept, evoking the violence, lawlessness and suffering of the period. Stephen's personality shaped the conflict. He was brave and personally popular, but often indecisive and too ready to forgive and trust rivals who betrayed him. He lacked the iron-willed authority of Henry I, making it hard to hold barons in check. He fought repeated campaigns against Matilda's forces. One of the most dramatic episodes was his capture at the Battle of Lincoln. Betrayed by allies who fled the field, Stephen was surrounded and forced to surrender to Robert of Gloucester and Matilda's supporters. Matilda had the chance to claim the throne outright, but she alienated London's citizens and key bishops by appearing arrogant and vengeful, demanding heavy taxation and refusing compromise. A violent uprising forced her to flee before she could be crowned. Meanwhile, Stephen's loyal supporters regrouped. His wife, Queen Matilda of Boulogne, proved a formidable leader, raising forces to continue the fight. Robert of Gloucester was captured in battle, leading to a prisoner exchange that restored Stephen to the throne. The war continued with no clear resolution. Neither side could deliver a knockout blow. England was divided into zones of control, with Stephen ruling much of the southeast, while Matilda's faction held the west and southwest. Stephen's greatest personal tragedy came with the death of his son and heir, Eustace. Eustace had been a central part of Stephen's plans for his dynasty. His death weakened Stephen's negotiating position and removed his main reason to keep fighting. In the end, exhausted by years of war and encouraged by leading churchmen, Stephen agreed to a compromise. In the Treaty of Winchester, he recognised Matilda's son, Henry of Anjou, as his heir in place of any surviving of his own children. This deal brought peace at last. Stephen would rule for the rest of his life, but the succession was secured for the future Henry II, ending years of chaos. Stephen died in Dover. He was buried at Faversham Abbey, which he had founded with his queen. Though his reign is remembered for civil war and suffering, he was personally admired for his courage and courtesy. Chroniclers often describe Stephen as a king who wanted to be loved rather than feared, whose generosity and forgiveness won personal loyalty, but also undermined his authority. He could be decisive in battle, but too quick to make peace with enemies who would betray him again. Stephen's reign revealed the dangers of a disputed succession and the weakness of a king who could not enforce his will on powerful barons. Yet he was also a transitional figure. By agreeing to the Treaty of Winchester, he paved the way for the Plantagenet dynasty and the restoration of a stronger monarchy under Henry II. Stephen's life story is one of ambition, charm, loyalty and failure. A king who seized a throne in a moment of opportunity, but found himself trapped in a civil war he could never fully control. His reign remains a lesson in the costs of civil conflict and the limits of personal charisma in an age of castles, armies, and competing claims to power. Next, we have Henry II, who ruled from 1154 to 1189. Henry II was born into a world of dynastic struggle and civil war. He was the eldest surviving son of the Empress Matilda, the daughter of Henry I of England and Geoffrey Plantagenet, Count of Anjou. His mother's claim to the English throne had plunged the realm into the anarchy, a brutal civil war against King Stephen that left England divided and exhausted. Henry's early years were marked by instability and danger. He was raised in his father's court in Anjou and in Normandy, lands that his parents worked hard to hold together. From an early age he was trained in warfare, politics and diplomacy, learning how to command men, negotiate alliances, and handle the treacherous nobility of northern France. His father, Geoffrey Plantagenet, was a tough and ambitious warrior who had conquered Normandy and forced King Stephen's supporters out. Meanwhile, his mother Matilda fought in England for her own claim, leading armies and negotiating with barons who switched sides constantly. Henry watched and learned from both parents, his father's relentless military campaigning and his mother's fierce insistence on her rights. As a teenager, Henry led his first military expeditions into England, attempting to press his claim against Stephen. Though these early invasions failed to secure the throne immediately, they showed his determination and courage. Chroniclers noted that even then he was confident, hot-tempered, and incredibly energetic. Henry's fortunes changed decisively with the Treaty of Winchester. After years of war, England's barons were weary of conflict. Stephen's own son and heir, Eustace, had died suddenly, leaving Stephen politically weakened. In the treaty, Stephen agreed to recognise Henry as his adopted son and heir, ending the civil war at last. When Stephen died, Henry became king without opposition. He was crowned at Westminster, restoring the royal authority that had been shattered during the anarchy. But Henry did not inherit only England. Through his father, he became Count of Anjou, Maine, and Touraine. By marrying Eleanor of Aquitaine, recently divorced from King Louis VII of France, he gained control over the vast and wealthy Duchy of Aquitaine. This marriage was one of the boldest and most controversial moves of his career. Eleanor was intelligent, politically astute, and fiercely independent, but also famously strong-willed, which would lead to both partnership and conflict between them. By his early 20s, Henry controlled more territory in France than the French king himself. He was not just King of England, but ruler of an empire stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees, the so-called Angevin Empire. Henry's early reign focused on restoring royal authority in England. The Civil War had left the realm full of unauthorised castles, rebellious barons and local warlords. Henry moved quickly and decisively to demolish these castles or bring them under royal control. He enforced justice throughout the realm, reviving royal courts and sending royal justices on circuit to hear cases. He reformed the English legal system, laying foundations for English common law. He introduced procedures such as the grand jury and inquests, making the administration of justice more systematic and less dependent on the arbitrary power of local lords. These reforms were among the most lasting achievements of his reign. Henry was a tireless ruler, constantly travelling across his vast domains. He rarely stayed in one place for long, preferring to oversee justice personally and ensure loyalty from his vassals. Chroniclers described him as rarely sitting still. He held councils on horseback and rode at breakneck speed to address crises. He was also famously temperamental. He could be generous and conciliatory one moment, furious and vindictive the next. His outbursts were legendary, marked by rages so fierce that he would roll on the floor in anger. Yet he was also an extraordinarily intelligent and pragmatic ruler who understood the limits of power and the need for compromise. Henry's rule was not without challenges. His relationship with the Church became one of the defining struggles of his reign. At the heart of this conflict was Thomas Becket, his friend and chancellor, whom Henry appointed Archbishop of Canterbury, expecting cooperation. Instead, Becket became a fierce defender of ecclesiastical privilege and independence. Their clash over the rights of the church led to a dramatic falling out. Henry attempted to reduce clerical immunity from royal courts, while Becket resisted fiercely. Their conflict culminated in tragedy when 4 of Henry's knights murdered Becket in Canterbury Cathedral, after supposedly interpreting an angry outburst by Henry as an order. Becket's death caused outrage across Christendom. Henry was forced to do penance, walking barefoot through Canterbury while monks scourged him, and to soften his policies toward the church. Henry also faced constant challenges in France. His lands were vast but decentralized. Managing rebellious vassals in Aquitaine, Anjou and Normandy required endless travel, negotiation, and occasional brutal suppression. He spent much of his reign fighting or bargaining with the French king, who worked tirelessly to undermine him. But the gravest threat to Henry came from within his own family. His marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine produced several sons, Henry the young king, Richard, Geoffrey and John, each ambitious and eager for power. Henry tried to secure his realm by dividing lands among them while keeping overall authority himself. This strategy backfired spectacularly. His sons grew resentful of his control and rebelled repeatedly. Eleanor sided with them, especially with Richard, her favourite. Henry found himself fighting wars not only against the King of France, but also against his own children. In one of the most dramatic episodes, Henry the young king allied with the French and led a rebellion against his father. Though Henry II defeated these revolts, the betrayals cut him deeply. Geoffrey died in a tournament. The young king died of disease during another rebellion. Richard and John continued to conspire against him. Toward the end of his life, Henry faced a final devastating rebellion led by Richard, allied with Philip II of France. Sick and exhausted, Henry was forced to submit. On his deathbed, he received a list of the barons who had betrayed him, and found his beloved younger son John among them. According to chroniclers, Henry turned his face to the wall and died heartbroken. He died at Chinon Castle in France and was buried at Fontevraud Abbey, alongside Eleanor of Aquitaine, who would outlive him and become a political force in her own right. Henry II's legacy is vast. He was the first of the Plantagenet kings, founder of a dynasty that would rule England for over 3 centuries. His legal reforms laid the foundation for the English common law system. His Angevin empire, though it would not long survive intact, demonstrated both the potential and the fragility of dynastic rule over scattered territories. He was a king of extraordinary energy, intelligence and vision, but also of deep personal flaws, wrathful, controlling, and unable to keep his own family united. His reign was a time of both reform and relentless conflict, a moment when the medieval English monarchy began to take on the centralized legalistic character that would shape it for generations. Henry II remains one of the most compelling figures in medieval history, a brilliant ruler undone by his own family and the vastness of his ambitions, but whose achievements would echo through the centuries. Next, we have Richard I, who ruled from 1189 to 1199. Richard I, famously known as Richard the Lionheart, was born into one of the most powerful dynasties of medieval Europe. He was the 3rd legitimate son of Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine, placing him firmly in the turbulent heart of the Angevin Empire that stretched from Scotland to the Pyrenees. From childhood, Richard was marked out as exceptional. He inherited his mother's fierce spirit and independence, as well as his father's intelligence and ambition. Eleanor ensured he received an education not only in chivalry and warfare but also in courtly culture, music, and literature. He was fluent in multiple languages, including Latin and the Languedoc of southern France. Richard spent much of his youth in Aquitaine, his mother's vast and fractious duchy. Even as a teenager, he had to fight to assert control over rebellious lords who resisted Angevin authority. He developed his reputation for personal bravery and military skill during these campaigns. Chroniclers admired his daring leadership but also noted his severity. He could be ruthless in punishing disloyal vassals. The broader political landscape was equally unstable. Henry II's attempts to divide his empire among his sons while keeping overall authority led to endless rivalries. Richard and his brothers resented their father's control and frequently turned on him. Richard joined his older brother Henry the Young King and Geoffrey of Brittany in open rebellion against Henry II, supported by their mother Eleanor and the King of France. Though the rebellion was crushed, tensions remained. Eleanor was imprisoned for supporting her sons against their father. Richard eventually submitted to Henry II, but remained wary of his father's power and suspicious of his younger brother John, who became Henry's favourite. In Aquitaine, Richard continued to rule with determination and harsh justice. He faced repeated revolts, sometimes encouraged by his own family, but crushed them systematically. He was both feared and admired as a warrior duke, building castles, imposing authority and composing poetry celebrating knightly ideals. The final rupture with his father came when Richard allied with King Philip II of France. Frustrated that Henry II seemed to favour John as heir to the entire empire, Richard negotiated directly with Philip. Together they forced Henry II into submission. On his deathbed, Henry learned that Richard had betrayed him, news that broke his spirit. Richard became King of England unopposed. He was crowned at Westminster, but his reign in England would be famously brief. He viewed the English crown less as his homeland than as a source of revenue for his true passion, the Crusade. Richard was committed to the idea of holy war against Islam in the Levant. He quickly raised enormous sums by selling offices, rights, and lands, even declaring he would sell London if he could find a buyer. His determination was total. He left England under the governance of trusted ministers, but gave real authority to William Longchamp, his chancellor, a decision that sowed conflict with other nobles. Setting off on the Third Crusade, Richard joined forces with Philip II of France and other European rulers. Though they started as allies, tensions quickly grew. Richard was charismatic, imperious, and utterly focused on military glory, which clashed with Philip's more cautious political aims. Their journey was marked by drama from the start. Richard conquered Cyprus from its ruler, Isaac Komnenos, after the local ruler insulted him and mistreated shipwrecked crusaders. Richard married Berengaria of Navarre on Cyprus, a union arranged for political convenience rather than love. Arriving in the Holy Land, Richard immediately proved his value as a commander. He participated in the Siege of Acre, where his leadership helped secure victory despite the brutal fighting. His execution of Muslim prisoners after the city's surrender caused outrage but was seen by his contemporaries as harsh but strategic, intended to pressure Saladin. Richard's rivalry with Philip deepened. Philip soon abandoned the crusade and returned to France, leaving Richard in sole command of the crusading army. Richard and Saladin, the formidable Muslim leader, waged a brutal but chivalrous campaign. The two men developed a mutual respect, negotiating truces even as they fought fierce battles. Richard's most famous victory was at the Battle of Al-Suf, where his disciplined command repelled Saladin's cavalry charges and secured the coast for the Crusaders. Despite his victories, however, Richard could not retake Jerusalem. He recognized that even if he captured the city, he could not hold it. In the end, Richard negotiated a truce with Saladin, allowing Christian pilgrims safe access to Jerusalem while retaining a strip of territory along the coast. He turned for home, determined to defend his vast empire from Philip of France and his brother John, both of whom conspired to seize his lands in his absence. Richard's journey home became legendary for its danger and humiliation. Shipwrecked and travelling in disguise, he was captured by Leopold of Austria, whom he had insulted at Acre by tearing down his banner. Leopold handed him over to Emperor Henry VI, who held Richard for an enormous ransom. England was drained to pay Richard's ransom, though it was managed with remarkable efficiency. Despite the hardship, Richard's personal popularity remained strong. His mother Eleanor worked tirelessly to raise the money, demonstrating the family's enduring political skill. Once freed, Richard returned to Normandy, where Philip II and John had taken advantage of his absence. Richard's last years were spent in constant war to defend and recover his lands in France. He campaigned with typical energy and brilliance, reconciling with John but fighting Philip to a standstill. Richard died at Challis in Aquitaine while besieging a minor rebel castle. He was struck by a crossbow bolt, treated carelessly by his surgeons, and died from gangrene. His last acts included pardoning the boy who had shot him. He was buried at Fontevraud Abbey beside his father Henry II. His heart was interred separately at Rouen, demonstrating his lifelong connection to Normandy. Richard the Lionheart's legacy is complicated and vivid. He spent only months in England during his entire reign, viewing it as a source of funds rather than a homeland. He taxed it heavily, left it in political turmoil, and never produced an heir. Yet he remains one of the most romanticised of all English kings. His bravery, martial skill, and larger-than-life personality made him a chivalric ideal for centuries. Chroniclers and poets celebrated him as the perfect knight, fearless, honourable, and indomitable. Richard the Lionheart was both a product and a master of his age, a warrior king whose charisma could inspire armies, whose ambition shaped the politics of Europe and the Levant, and whose legend would outlast the empire he fought so hard to defend. Next, we have John, who ruled from 1199 to 1216. John was the youngest son of Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine. Born into the powerful Plantagenet dynasty, he was surrounded by fierce competition and shifting alliances from the start. His father's vast Angevin empire stretched from Scotland to the Pyrenees, but it was also marked by family conflict and betrayals. As the youngest of 4 surviving sons, John was initially given little expectation of the rule. His nickname Lackland reflected this, given by his father because he seemed destined to inherit nothing, while his older brothers, Henry the young king, Richard and Geoffrey, received major territories. John nevertheless received an education befitting royalty. He was taught Latin, law, and administration, preparing him to act as a royal lieutenant. From an early age he learned how power worked, through loyalty, negotiation, and at times ruthless force. His father tried to secure lands for John by offering him powerful marriages and titles. One plan involved John marrying the heiress of the great English earldom of Gloucester. Another involved promising him lands in Ireland, making him Lord of Ireland in his teens. He travelled to Ireland to take up his role, but his arrogance and the contempt he showed for the native Irish lords alienated them. His first attempt at rule ended in failure, forcing him to return to England. Meanwhile, John watched as his family fell into chaos. His brothers repeatedly rebelled against their father, often with support from their mother Eleanor and the King of France. When Henry the young king died and Geoffrey of Brittany was killed in a tournament, only Richard and John remained. During his father's final years, John sided with Henry II against Richard, when Richard allied with King Philip II of France. Henry II favoured John, offering him lands and even considering making him heir over Richard. But this favour turned to disaster when John was revealed to have conspired behind Henry's back. Henry II died heartbroken, knowing both his surviving sons had betrayed him. Richard became king and forgave John, granting him lands in England and Normandy. But Richard trusted him only so far. When Richard departed on the Third Crusade, he left England under the governance of William Longchamp, with John expected to stay loyal. But John was ambitious. He took advantage of Richard's absence, building a faction of discontented nobles. His supporters spread rumours that Richard had died in the Holy Land. John's attempt to seize power ultimately failed when news came that Richard was alive. Richard was captured on his way home and held for ransom, but even then John conspired with Philip of France to keep his brother imprisoned longer. When Richard finally returned, he forgave John publicly, but never fully trusted him again, famously saying he would forgive, but never forget. Richard kept John in check while campaigning in France to defend their family's territories against Philip. When Richard died unexpectedly from a crossbow wound while besieging a minor castle in Aquitaine, the question of succession became critical. John's claim was challenged by his nephew Arthur of Brittany, Geoffrey's posthumous son, who had a strong hereditary claim, especially in the eyes of many Norman and Breton lords. John moved swiftly, rushing to England to be crowned while also securing support in Normandy. But France, under Philip II, supported Arthur. The conflict escalated into open war. John captured Arthur at the Battle of Mirebeau in a daring raid. Arthur was imprisoned in Normandy and soon disappeared. Chroniclers widely believed John had Arthur murdered, an act that horrified his contemporaries and turned many of his own nobles against him. Philip II of France used Arthur's death as a pretext to summon John to his court to answer for the crime. When John refused, Philip declared his continental lands forfeit. French armies invaded Normandy. John failed to defend his territories effectively. He was distracted, suspicious of his own barons, and often slow to act. Within a few years, he had lost almost all of the Plantagenet lands in France, except for Gascony. Normandy, Anjou, Maine, and Touraine fell to Philip. This catastrophic loss earned John enduring infamy in English history. John's attention then turned to England. He worked to strengthen royal administration, raising taxes to fund wars to retake his lost lands. His methods were seen as arbitrary and oppressive. He fined barons heavily, sold offices, and exploited the legal system for revenue. John's conflicts with his barons deepened as his demands grew harsher. He also clashed with the church in one of the most dramatic confrontations of his reign. When the Archbishop of Canterbury died, John tried to impose his own candidate. Pope Innocent III rejected him and appointed Stephen Langton. John refused to accept the Pope's choice, leading to England being placed under interdict, a church punishment that suspended all sacraments and burials in consecrated ground. The crisis deepened when John was excommunicated. To secure his position, he seized church lands and revenues. This conflict with Rome threatened to leave John completely isolated. Finally, facing invasion threats from France and rebellion at home, John submitted to the Pope. He surrendered England as a papal fief and paid homage to Innocent III, making England a vassal of the papacy. This move shocked contemporaries but gave John crucial papal support against his enemies. Despite this alliance with Rome, John's rule continued to provoke resentment. His failed attempt to retake Normandy culminated in the disastrous campaign at Bouvines, where his continental allies were decisively beaten by Philip II. This loss sealed his failure to recover the Angevin Empire. At home, the barons had had enough. In 1215 they rebelled, marching on London and forcing John to negotiate. The result was Magna Carta, a charter of liberties intended to limit royal power, protect baronial rights, and ensure the rule of law. John agreed to Magna Carta under duress, but almost immediately repudiated it, plunging England into civil war. The rebel barons invited Prince Louis of France to invade, offering him the English crown. John fought desperately but suffered from desertions and shifting alliances. As he retreated through the marshy lands of the east, legend says he lost much of his royal treasure, crossing the tidal estuaries of the Wash. John's health declined rapidly. He died of dysentery at Newark Castle, leaving the kingdom in chaos. His 9-year-old son Henry III was hastily crowned in Gloucester Cathedral, with William Marshal appointed as regent to stabilise the realm. John's legacy is one of the most controversial in English history. Chroniclers of his time and later generations often painted him as cruel, suspicious, greedy, and untrustworthy. He was remembered as the king who murdered his nephew, lost Normandy, and provoked the barons into rebellion. Yet his reign also marked a turning point. Magna Carta, forced from him by rebellious barons, became a foundational document for constitutional government. Though John broke its promises, its principles survived, reissued in his son's reign and enshrined in English law. John was a skilled administrator, an able if often harsh judge, and capable of bursts of energy and charm. But his deep suspicions, vindictiveness, and inability to inspire loyalty undid him. He remains a complex figure, a failed king whose defeats changed England forever, making him both a villain in legend and an unwitting father of English liberties. His story is a warning about the dangers of tyranny, mistrust, and the limits of royal power when pushed too far. Next, we have Henry III, who ruled from 1216 to 1272. Henry III was born into crisis. He was the eldest son of King John of England and Isabella of Angoulême, entering the world during one of the darkest chapters of the Plantagenet dynasty. His father's reign was marked by civil war, baronial rebellion, and humiliating concessions to the Pope and the King of France. When Henry was just 9 years old, his father John died of dysentery at Newark Castle. England was on the brink of collapse. Rebel barons had invited Prince Louis of France to take the English crown, and large parts of the kingdom were under foreign occupation. Henry's supporters acted quickly. William Marshal, Earl of Pembroke, the most respected knight in England, arranged for the boy to be crowned at Gloucester Cathedral. The ceremony was makeshift and rushed, with a simple golden circlet instead of a proper crown, emphasising the desperation of the moment. William Marshal became Henry's regent. Under his leadership, the royalist forces rallied. Marshal's personal reputation for honour and loyalty persuaded many barons to abandon Louis. In a series of battles culminating in the naval defeat of the French at Sandwich, the royalist faction forced Louis to renounce his claim and leave England. The Treaty of Lambeth restored peace. In exchange, Henry's government promised to uphold Magna Carta. The Great Charter forced on King John that limited royal power and promised the rule of law. This promise would haunt Henry's reign, defining both his ideals and his conflicts. As Henry grew older, the regency passed to other figures after William Marshal's death, including Hubert de Burgh. These regents worked to restore royal authority, expel foreign mercenaries, and repair the finances ruined under John. Young Henry watched and learned from these men, though he would later resent their power. Henry came of age in a kingdom deeply wary of royal overreach. He was formally declared of age and began ruling in his own right, eager to live up to the ideals of a pious and just king. Deeply devout, Henry saw himself as God's anointed ruler. He was profoundly influenced by religious values, dedicating himself to building churches, supporting monastic orders, and venerating saints. He had a special devotion to Edward the Confessor, the last Anglo-Saxon king. He spent enormous sums rebuilding Westminster Abbey in the Gothic style, making it a shrine to Edward's memory and his own legitimacy. The Abbey, with its soaring arches and pointed vaults, remains one of the most enduring symbols of his reign. Henry's piety shaped his kingship but did not make him an effective administrator. He was personally kind, courteous, and generous, but often indecisive and inconsistent. He struggled to manage the competing demands of his barons, advisors, and foreign relatives. One of the defining features of his rule was his generosity to foreign favourites. particularly his Lusignan half-brothers from his mother's second marriage. These men arrived in England seeking lands and power, and Henry eagerly granted them estates and offices. This favouritism angered the English barons, who saw their own rights and interests threatened. Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Provence brought another wave of foreign influence. Eleanor was cultured, ambitious, and fiercely loyal to her husband, but her Provençal relatives also sought positions and wealth in England. The king's favouritism to these foreigners created lasting resentment among the English nobility. Financially, Henry's reign was marked by constant need. He spent lavishly on religious buildings, court pageantry, and grants to favourites, while also trying to fund military adventures on the continent. He repeatedly resorted to unpopular taxation, forced loans and arbitrary fines, violating the spirit of Magna Carta and sparking baronial anger. Henry's foreign policy was equally troubled. He dreamed of restoring the old Angevin Empire lost by his father John, especially the lands in France. He spent vast sums trying to win the crown of Sicily for his second son Edmund, a plan that was both unrealistic and financially ruinous. The barons grew increasingly frustrated. They remembered the promises of Magna Carta and wanted limits on the king's power. The crisis came to a head with the provisions of Oxford, a set of reforms forced on Henry by his barons in Parliament. These reforms created a council of barons to oversee the king's government, limiting his authority and enforcing accountability. Henry agreed under pressure but soon sought to overturn these limits. Civil war followed, known as the Second Barons' War. The leader of the opposition was Simon de Montfort, Earl of Leicester, Henry's brother-in-law by marriage. Simon de Montfort was a charismatic, deeply religious noble who championed the idea of government by council and the rights of the community against arbitrary royal rule. He raised an army of disaffected barons, knights and townsmen who demanded reform. In the Battle of Lewes, Henry and his son Edward were captured. Simon de Montfort ruled England in the king's name but with unprecedented limits on royal power. He even summoned what is sometimes called the First English Parliament, including not just barons but representatives from shires and boroughs, a major step in the development of parliamentary government. Henry remained a prisoner and figurehead until his son Edward, a brilliant commander, escaped captivity. Edward led royalist forces against de Montfort, culminating in the Battle of Evesham. There, Edward's army destroyed de Montfort's forces in a savage fight. Simon de Montfort was killed, his body mutilated on the battlefield. Henry was restored to power, but his authority was badly weakened. Edward worked to reconcile the realm, issuing the Dictum of Kenilworth, which offered terms of forgiveness to rebels willing to pay fines and restore order. In his later years, Henry became increasingly withdrawn. He continued to pour money into Westminster Abbey, obsessively promoting the cult of Edward the Confessor and presenting himself as a model of pious kingship. Henry's reign, one of the longest in medieval English history, spanned periods of stability, reform, rebellion, and recovery. He was neither a tyrant nor an effective strong ruler, but rather a well-meaning devout man whose personal weaknesses led to conflict and civil war. He died at Westminster and was buried in the abbey he had rebuilt and loved so dearly. His tomb lies near that of Edward the Confessor, a testament to his lifelong devotion. Henry III's legacy is mixed. He failed to restore the Plantagenet Empire or control his own government consistently. His foreign favourites and extravagant spending alienated his barons. Yet under his reign, English constitutional government took critical steps forward. Magna Carta was reaffirmed. Parliaments evolved to include broader representation. His reign demonstrated that a king could not rule England by personal will alone, but had to govern with the consent and cooperation of his barons and people, a lesson that would shape the English monarchy for generations to come. Henry III remains one of the most human of England's medieval kings, pious, generous, cultured but indecisive, vulnerable to manipulation, and ultimately unable to control the powerful forces around him. Next, we have Edward I, who ruled from 1272 to 1307. Edward I was born as the eldest son of Henry III of England and Eleanor of Provence. He entered the world at a time of tension and transition. His father's reign was marked by baronial revolts, foreign influence at court, and ongoing struggles over the meaning of Magna Carta. Named after Edward the Confessor, the revered Anglo-Saxon saint king, Edward I carried with him the weight of royal tradition and piety. From early childhood, he was groomed for kingship. He received an education in Latin, law, history, and knightly training in arms. He was tall and imposing, so much so that he would earn the nickname Longshanks for his height and long legs. Edward's youth was marked by the Second Barons' War, the conflict between his father and rebellious nobles led by Simon de Montfort. As a teenager, Edward's loyalties wavered. At times he tried to reconcile both sides, while at others he joined the rebel cause before returning to his father's side. Eventually Edward became the champion of the royalist cause. He was captured at the Battle of Lewes, where Henry III was forced to accept the humiliating provisions of Oxford, and Simon de Montfort became de facto ruler. Edward escaped captivity through a daring plan, convincing his captors to allow him exercise rides before making his break. Once free, Edward gathered royalist supporters. He demonstrated remarkable military skill and personal courage. The climax came at the Battle of Evesham, where Edward led his forces in a savage and decisive assault. Simon de Montfort was killed and mutilated, restoring his father's authority, but leaving deep scars in English politics. Edward spent the next few years restoring order and settling baronial grievances, showing an ability to reconcile former rebels while still maintaining firm royal power. He earned respect for his energy, decisiveness, and willingness to enforce justice, even against former allies who abused their power. A deeply religious man, Edward joined the Ninth Crusade to the Holy Land. He sailed for Acre, the last Crusader stronghold in the Levant, with his wife Eleanor of Castile, who accompanied him. His military expedition was limited in scope but marked by personal bravery. At one point, Edward survived an assassination attempt by stabbing his attacker to death, though he was wounded and feared to be poisoned. Eleanor was famously said to have sucked the poison from his wound, a romantic story, though its truth is debated. While in the Holy Land, Edward learned of his father's death. He took his time returning to England, secure in the knowledge that he was accepted as king. He travelled through Italy and France, negotiating with other rulers and building alliances. Edward's coronation in Westminster marked the beginning of one of the most consequential reigns in English history. From the start, he was determined to restore and strengthen royal authority. He believed deeply in the king's role as dispenser of justice, travelling throughout England to hear legal cases and reform administration. He expanded the system of royal justice that had begun under Henry II. The Statutes of Westminster standardised laws and clarified property rights, creating a more consistent legal framework that would become the foundation of English common law. Edward's approach to governance was rigorous and often harsh. He was determined to enforce order. He cracked down on corruption among sheriffs and local officials, reformed coinage, and demanded loyalty from the barons. He summoned frequent parliaments, not out of generosity, but as a practical way to secure taxation and consent for his policies. He also sought to manage relations with the Jewish community in England. Initially, he heavily taxed Jews, used them as a source of royal revenue, and enforced discriminatory regulations. Eventually, in 1290, he expelled all Jews from England entirely, a cruel and lasting policy that would not be reversed for centuries. Edward's reign is especially famous for his wars of conquest and consolidation. His first target was Wales. The Welsh princes had long resisted English control. When Llywelyn ap Gruffudd refused to do homage, Edward launched a full-scale invasion. Through brutal military campaigns, castle building and colonisation, Edward conquered Wales. He built mighty stone castles like Caernarfon, Conwy and Harlech, designed to overawe and control the Welsh population. He issued the Statute of Rhuddlan, integrating Wales into the English legal system. He gave his newborn son the title Prince of Wales, creating a tradition that endures to this day. Edward's relationship with Scotland defined the later part of his reign. Initially, he was asked to arbitrate the Scottish succession crisis after the death of Alexander III left no clear heir. Edward saw this as an opportunity to assert overlordship over Scotland. He chose John Balliol as king but humiliated him, treating him as a vassal. Scottish resentment erupted into open revolt. Figures like William Wallace emerged, leading fierce resistance. Edward responded with savage campaigns, executing Wallace after his capture and claiming direct rule over Scotland. But the struggle was not over. Robert the Bruce murdered his rival John Comyn and declared himself King of Scots. Edward, though aging and increasingly ill, launched yet another invasion to crush Bruce's rebellion. He died on campaign in the north, at Berg by Sands near the Scottish border, leaving the conflict unfinished. Edward's dying wish was said to have been that his bones be carried at the head of the English army until Scotland was conquered, a testament to his relentless determination. He was buried in Westminster Abbey under the simple inscription Edwardus Primus Scotorum Malleus, Edward I, Hammer of the Scots. Edward's personal life was marked by devotion to his wife Eleanor of Castile. Their marriage was unusually close and affectionate for its time. They had many children, though only a few survived to adulthood. After Eleanor's death, Edward had crosses erected at every place her funeral cortege stopped on its way to London, the famous Eleanor Crosses. His second marriage to Margaret of France was more political, but reportedly respectful and cordial, producing additional children. Edward I's legacy is complex. He was a gifted military leader, a reformer of English law and administration, and a tireless defender of royal authority. But he was also ruthless, often brutal and unyielding. His conquests in Wales were permanent, but his attempts to subjugate Scotland ultimately failed, laying the groundwork for centuries of conflict. He centralised royal power, strengthened English institutions, and left behind a more unified, administratively sophisticated realm. Yet his harshness, particularly toward Wales, Scotland, and England's Jewish population, casts a long shadow. Edward I stands as one of England's most formidable medieval kings, a warrior, lawgiver, and relentless builder of an English monarchy that would endure and evolve, shaped by both his achievements and his failures. Next, we have Edward II, who ruled from 1307 to 1327. Edward II was born as the fourth son of Edward I and Eleanor of Castile, but he became the heir after the deaths of his elder brothers. His childhood was marked by the power and achievements of his father, the warrior king who had conquered Wales, fought Scotland, and reformed English law. Edward grew up in a world shaped by conquest and centralising royal authority. He was given a traditional education in Latin, religion, and chivalry. But even early on, chroniclers noted differences between father and son. Where Edward I was famously disciplined, serious and driven, Edward II was more sociable, pleasure-loving, and attached to personal favourites. As Prince of Wales, Edward was the first English heir formally given that title after his father's conquest of Wales. This was intended to symbolise the permanent union of Wales with England and show English power to the subdued Welsh nobility. Edward's youth was marked by tensions with his father. He often defied Edward I's stern expectations. He spent lavishly on his companions and preferred tournaments, music, and hunting over governance or military planning. One of the most important and controversial relationships in his life began in these years, with Piers Gaveston, a Gascon knight of moderate rank who became Edward's closest friend and companion. Edward I deeply disliked Gaveston's influence over his son, viewing him as arrogant and corrupting. At one point he banished Gaveston from England to separate them, but the prince's loyalty to Gaveston never wavered, foreshadowing conflicts that would dominate his reign. When Edward I died, Edward II succeeded without contest. His coronation in Westminster signalled the start of a very different kind of rule. He immediately recalled Gaveston, showered him with titles and lands, and made him Earl of Cornwall, a position usually reserved for royal family members. This blatant favouritism angered the English barons. They viewed Gaveston as an upstart who mocked them, spent royal money extravagantly, and monopolised the king's attention. Tensions quickly turned into political crisis. Edward also alienated his barons by neglecting his father's military campaigns. Edward I had been preparing to subdue Scotland once and for all, but Edward II's indifference and lack of planning undermined the English position. He inherited a realm expecting strong leadership in war and governance, but failed to deliver either. His marriage to Isabella of France, the daughter of King Philip IV, was meant to strengthen Anglo-French relations. Isabella was intelligent, politically savvy, and only a teenager at the time of the marriage. The union produced children, including Edward III, but was strained almost from the start by Edward's obsession with Gaveston. Isabella was humiliated by Gaveston's prominence and Edward's neglect of her status. The barons' anger led to a constitutional crisis. They forced Edward to accept the ordinances of 1311, which limited royal authority, expelled foreign favourites, and demanded that Gaveston be exiled. Edward agreed under pressure but soon defied them by recalling Gaveston yet again. This defiance led to civil conflict. The barons, led by Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, captured Gaveston. They executed him without a proper trial, claiming he had corrupted the realm and dishonoured the nobility. Edward was devastated, mourning Gaveston bitterly and never forgiving those he held responsible. The king's personal grief translated into political instability. Edward alienated many of his lords and never fully reconciled with Lancaster and the other magnates. Meanwhile, Scotland took advantage of England's divisions. Robert the Bruce had consolidated power in Scotland and began pushing back English garrisons. Edward's response was disastrous. In 1314 he led a massive army north to crush Bruce, but suffered a humiliating defeat at the Battle of Bannockburn. Bannockburn was catastrophic. Edward's army broke in panic. He fled the field, narrowly escaping capture. The defeat secured Scottish independence in practice, even though the English crown refused to acknowledge it officially for years. The loss undermined Edward's authority and emboldened his baronial opponents. In the years after Bannockburn, England fell into near civil war. Thomas of Lancaster became the leader of a baronial opposition determined to limit Edward's power. Edward tried to rule independently, but lacked the political skill to build stable alliances. Desperate for new allies, Edward turned to another favourite, the Despencer family, especially Hugh Despencer the Younger. The Despensers became as dominant and hated as Gaveston had been. They seized lands, punished enemies, and enriched themselves at the expense of the barons. This provoked a full-scale rebellion known as the Despencer War. Lancaster and other nobles rose against the king, accusing him of tyranny and misrule. Edward managed to rally enough support to defeat Lancaster at the Battle of Boroughbridge. Lancaster was captured and executed in a brutal show of royal authority. For a brief time, Edward and the Despensers ruled unchecked, crushing opposition, confiscating estates, and ruling with an iron fist. But their harshness and greed bred deep resentment. Meanwhile, Edward's marriage disintegrated. Isabella of France had grown increasingly alienated. She travelled to France on a diplomatic mission and refused to return, citing Despenser's tyranny and Edward's failure as a king and husband. In France, she met Roger Mortimer, an exiled English nobleman who became her ally and lover. Together, Isabella and Mortimer planned an invasion. They landed in England with a small force but quickly gained widespread support. Edward's unpopularity was so deep that barons, clergy and towns rallied to Isabella's side. Edward and the Despensers fled but were captured. Hugh Despenser was executed with gruesome cruelty. Edward was forced to abdicate in favour of his son, who was crowned Edward III. Edward II was imprisoned, moved from castle to castle to prevent rescue. His fate remains one of history's enduring controversies. He died in captivity at Berkeley Castle. Officially his death was described as natural, but rumours quickly spread that he was murdered, possibly with horrific methods involving a red-hot poker, though many historians see this as lurid propaganda. Edward was buried at Gloucester Abbey. His son Edward III later built an elaborate tomb for him, perhaps to reconcile his father's memory with the legitimacy of the new regime. Edward II's legacy is stark. He was the first English king since the Norman conquest to be deposed. His reign was marked by personal favouritism, baronial rebellion, military disaster in Scotland, and civil strife. Yet his deposition had lasting consequences. It demonstrated that an English king who ruled without baronial support could be removed, setting a precedent for constitutional limits on monarchy. Edward II was a flawed, often tragic figure, a king who loved his friends passionately but neglected the broader responsibilities of rule. His failure to manage his nobility, defend his realm, and balance competing interests led to one of the most dramatic downfalls in English history. Next, we have Edward III, who ruled from 1327 to 1377. Edward III was born as the eldest son of Edward II and Isabella of France, into a realm divided by political crisis and personal betrayal. His early childhood was shaped by the bitter collapse of his father's authority and the growing power of his formidable mother. As a boy, Edward witnessed the disastrous rule of Edward II, marked by favouritism toward the Despenser family, defeats in Scotland, and the alienation of the English barons. He saw the kingdom unravel into civil war, with Isabella and her ally Roger Mortimer returning from exile in France to lead an invasion against his father. Edward was only 14 when he became king. His father was forced to abdicate, and Edward was crowned with widespread baronial support, but he was still a child and could not truly rule on his own. In reality, the kingdom was controlled by his mother Isabella and Mortimer, who acted as regents. At first their rule brought some stability. They negotiated a humiliating peace with Scotland, recognising Robert the Bruce's independence in return for Edward's sister Joan marrying Bruce's son David. Many in England resented this treaty, seeing it as an insult and a sign of weakness. Meanwhile, Mortimer and Isabella enriched themselves and governed with increasing arrogance. Mortimer took vast lands, punished rivals, and assumed near-royal power. Isabella was widely believed to be his lover, compounding the scandal. Edward chafed under their control. Though still a teenager, he watched, learned, and carefully gathered support among disaffected nobles. At 17, he staged a dramatic coup. He and his allies surprised Mortimer at Nottingham Castle in a daring night raid, arresting him in the Queen's apartments. Mortimer was executed for treason, and Isabella was forced into genteel house arrest. Edward declared he would now rule in his own right, and England had a new, vigorous king determined to restore royal authority. Edward III quickly won respect for his personal charisma, chivalric ideals, and willingness to listen to his nobles while still asserting firm control. He revoked unpopular policies of the Regency, rebalanced taxation, and worked to repair the Crown's finances. A key goal of his reign was to reclaim lost honour in Scotland. The Treaty of Northampton had humiliated England. Edward rejected it, supporting Edward Balliol's claim to the Scottish throne against the Bruce dynasty. English armies invaded repeatedly. Initially, Edward's campaigns met with success. Balliol was crowned in Scotland as Edward's vassal, and English garrisons reoccupied key castles. But the Scots fought back fiercely. Leaders like Sir Andrew Murray and Robert the Bruce's son David II resisted English rule. While Edward could win battles, he struggled to hold the country. Scotland remained a costly, unresolved war throughout Edward's reign, draining men and money without achieving a final conquest. Edward's ambitions, however, soon turned toward France. Through his mother Isabella, Edward had a claim to the French throne after the death of his uncle Charles IV. The French nobility rejected him, citing Salic law, and chose Philip VI instead. Edward initially accepted Philip, but relations soured quickly over disputes in Gascony and Philip's support for the Scots. Edward formally claimed the French crown, igniting what became known as the 100 Years' War. This conflict would dominate the rest of his reign and define his legacy. Edward raised vast armies, imposed new taxes with parliamentary consent, and developed a navy capable of challenging French forces at sea. One of his greatest victories came at the Battle of Sluys, where his fleet smashed the French navy, establishing English control of the Channel. On land, Edward's campaigns were marked by daring strategy and devastating chevauchées, raids intended to terrorise the French countryside. His most famous triumph was the Battle of Crécy. There, Edward's forces, using disciplined archery and defensive positions, slaughtered the French chivalry. Edward brought his son Edward of Woodstock, later called the Black Prince, to the field, training him in the arts of war. The Black Prince became a legend for his courage and skill. After Crécy, Edward besieged Calais, capturing it after a year. He expelled the local French population and repopulated it with English settlers, securing an important foothold on the continent that England would hold for generations. Edward also nurtured the idea of English chivalry. He founded the Order of the Garter, gathering his most loyal and distinguished knights into a new prestigious brotherhood. He promoted tournaments, knightly virtues, and the Arthurian ideals that inspired his age. But his long war was expensive. Parliament granted new taxes, but Edward had to negotiate with the Commons, setting precedents for parliamentary approval of taxation. His reign saw the development of the Commons as a regular part of English government, summoned alongside the Lords to grant money and advise the king. In his later years, Edward's fortunes turned. His beloved wife Philippa of Hainault died. The Black Prince fell gravely ill, weakening the military leadership of England's forces. The French adapted, avoiding major battles and regaining territory through attrition and local resistance. Edward's court fell into faction and intrigue. He grew older and less active, leaving much power in the hands of his mistress, Alice Perrers, who became widely hated for her greed and influence. Meanwhile, the Black Prince's death left Edward's heir as a child, his grandson Richard of Bordeaux. Edward's own younger sons, John of Gaunt and Edmund of Langley, vied for influence, setting the stage for future dynastic strife. Edward III died at Sheen Palace, largely estranged from much of his court. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, leaving behind a mixed legacy. Edward's reign had seen the development of English national identity, rooted in chivalric ideals and proud military success. His wars transformed England's sense of itself, creating enduring legends of Crécy and the Black Prince. Yet the 100 Years' War also brought ruinous taxation, social disruption, and a bitter sense of unfinished struggle. Edward's failure to secure lasting victory in France meant that England would remain entangled in a conflict that would eventually exhaust the medieval monarchy. Edward III is remembered as one of England's most dynamic and charismatic medieval kings, a warrior who embodied chivalry, a statesman who nurtured Parliament's role, and an ambitious monarch whose reach ultimately exceeded his grasp. His life is the story of England's transformation, from a feudal kingdom to a more unified state with a growing sense of nationhood and a legacy of both glory and tragedy that would echo for centuries. Next, we have Richard II, who ruled from 1377 to 1399. Richard II was born into the Plantagenet dynasty as the son of Edward the Black Prince and Joan of Kent. His birth promised greatness. His father was the legendary hero of the 100 Years' War, Victor at Poitiers, and his grandfather was Edward III, one of England's most celebrated kings. But Richard's early life was shadowed by tragedy. His father, the Black Prince, fell gravely ill and died while Richard was still a child. This made Richard the direct heir to Edward III. When Edward III died, Richard became king at the age of only 10. A child king in medieval England was a dangerous prospect. The realm was still deeply involved in the 100 Years' War with France, faced internal divisions among the nobility, and struggled under the financial strain of repeated military campaigns. Richard's early reign was governed by a council of nobles, with real power exercised by his uncles, particularly John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. While they claimed to act in his name, these magnates pursued their own interests, taxed heavily, and fought among themselves for influence. The country was in crisis. In 1381, discontent exploded in the peasants' revolt. The spark was a new poll tax imposed to pay for the ongoing war. Discontent had been brewing for years among the lower classes, who suffered from high taxes, wage controls, and the aftershocks of the Black Death. Led by figures like Wat Tyler and John Ball, the rebels marched on London, burning tax records, killing officials, and demanding radical changes, abolition of serfdom, lower taxes, and greater rights for commoners. Richard, still only 14, faced them personally at Mile End and then at Smithfield. His courage was undeniable. He rode into the midst of the rebels, promising their demands would be met if they dispersed. When Wat Tyler was killed in a confrontation with the Lord Mayor, Richard acted decisively, telling the rebels, "I am your captain now." His personal bravery won temporary calm, but once the immediate threat was over, the government brutally suppressed the revolt. Leaders were executed, promises were revoked, and harsh order was restored. This episode shaped Richard deeply. He saw himself as divinely appointed and specially chosen, a king whose personal majesty and will could overcome even the gravest crises. It also left him distrustful of the common people and determined to assert his own authority over the turbulent nobility. As he came of age, Richard sought to rule independently. He favoured a close circle of friends and advisers, often excluding the older nobles who had dominated his minority. He was cultured, artistic, and deeply concerned with the image of kingship, spending lavishly on his court, clothes, and the arts. Richard also sought peace with France. Unlike many of his war-hungry nobles, he negotiated a long truce, even marrying Isabella of Valois, the young daughter of the French king. This policy angered those who saw the 100 Years' War as both necessary and profitable. Conflict with the nobility became inevitable. A faction of powerful nobles known as the Lords Appellant accused Richard's favourites of corruption and treason. They seized power in what became known as the Merciless Parliament. Richard's allies were executed or exiled, and for a time he was forced to submit to their control. But Richard never forgot or forgave. Over the next decade, he carefully rebuilt his authority, rewarding loyal supporters, raising funds through new taxes and customs, and playing factions against each other. By the late 1390s, Richard was in his early 30s and firmly back in control. He took ruthless revenge on his old enemies. Many of the Lords Appellant were executed or forced into exile. He used the law to confiscate lands and silence dissent. Parliament was increasingly packed with his supporters, who granted him taxes and legal authority. Richard's rule became increasingly autocratic. He demanded unquestioning loyalty, enforced a cult of personal majesty, and used legal mechanisms like letters of submission to force his rivals to acknowledge his dominance. He travelled with a large, elaborately uniformed bodyguard and insisted on ceremonial obedience. In 1398, Richard exiled his cousin Henry Bolingbroke, son of John of Gaunt, after a dispute with Thomas Mowbray. When John of Gaunt died, Richard seized his vast Lancastrian estates instead of allowing them to pass to Henry. This was a direct threat to the principle of hereditary rights, and angered many nobles who feared they too might lose their lands on the king's whim. When Richard left for Ireland to suppress unrest there, Henry seized the chance to return. He landed in Yorkshire with a small force but quickly attracted widespread support. Many nobles and commoners alike resented Richard's heavy taxation, legal tyranny, and seizure of lands. Henry claimed at first he only wanted his inheritance, but soon gathered enough support to challenge for the throne itself. Richard returned from Ireland too late to stop Henry. Deserted by many of his supporters, he was captured and forced to abdicate. Parliament formally deposed him, proclaiming Henry Bolingbroke as Henry IV. Richard was imprisoned in Pontefract Castle. His death remains shrouded in mystery. Most chroniclers agree he was murdered or starved to death on Henry's orders, to eliminate the possibility of rebellion in his name. His body was displayed in London to prove he was truly dead. He was buried at King's Langley at first, but later Henry V allowed his remains to be reinterred in Westminster Abbey beside his first wife, Anne of Bohemia. His beautifully carved tomb survives, testifying to his love of art and royal pageantry. Richard II's legacy is complicated and deeply human. He was intelligent, cultivated, and visionary in his ideas of kingship. He promoted peace with France, encouraged the arts, and sought a more centralised, majestic monarchy. But he was also insecure, vindictive, and dangerously autocratic. His heavy-handed policies, persecution of rivals, and disregard for noble customs and property rights alienated the very class he needed for support. Richard's fall marked the end of Plantagenet's stability and set England on the path to decades of dynastic conflict. By overthrowing an anointed king, Henry IV's coup weakened the sacred bond between monarch and realm, helping sow the seeds of the Wars of the Roses. Richard II remains one of England's most enigmatic kings, a man of ambition, brilliance, and tragic failure, whose reign posed fundamental questions about the nature of kingship, justice, and authority. Next, we have Henry IV, who ruled from 1399 to 1413. Henry IV was born at Bolingbroke Castle in Lincolnshire, the son of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster and Blanche of Lancaster. Through his father, Henry was the grandson of Edward III, making him part of the powerful Plantagenet dynasty and giving him a claim to royal blood that would define his life. As a young man, Henry was well educated and trained in arms, religion, and courtly culture. He was known for his energy, athleticism, and charisma. He joined in tournaments and had a reputation as a skilled knight. His early political career began as a supporter of his cousin Richard II. He was made Earl of Derby and involved in diplomatic missions to Europe. He was among the Lords Appellant who forced Richard to accept limits on his power during the merciless Parliament, demanding reforms and the removal of the king's unpopular favourites. But after this crisis, Henry and Richard reconciled. Henry went on pilgrimage to Jerusalem, a remarkable journey demonstrating his piety and chivalric ideals. On his return, Richard welcomed him back to court. For a time it seemed the two cousins would work together, but tensions never truly went away. Richard increasingly ruled as an autocrat, humiliating the nobility who had once challenged him. He singled out Henry for suspicion, especially after Henry's dispute with Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk. Henry and Mowbray were accused of treasonous talk. Richard arranged for them to settle it by single combat at Coventry, but then dramatically halted the fight and instead exiled them both. Henry was banished for 10 years, later extended to life. When John of Gaunt died, Richard seized the vast Lancastrian estates Henry should have inherited. This act shocked the nobility. It was seen as tyrannical and threatened every noble's right to pass on lands to heirs. Henry did not accept it. From exile in France, he plotted his return. When Richard left England for Ireland, Henry landed in Yorkshire with a small force. Claiming at first only his rightful inheritance, he quickly gained support from discontented nobles and commoners alike. Richard's unpopularity, heavy taxation, and legal bullying had weakened his position. As Henry gathered strength, more supporters defected. When Richard returned, he found himself isolated. He was captured, forced to abdicate, and imprisoned. Henry summoned Parliament and pressed his claim. He argued he had the best right as the male heir of Henry III's second son, and pointed to Richard's misrule. Parliament agreed, deposing Richard and proclaiming Henry as King Henry IV. This act broke the traditional belief that kings were inviolable and anointed by God. It set a precedent that the nobility and Parliament could judge and replace a king. Henry's reign would be haunted by the question of legitimacy. As king, Henry faced immediate challenges. Richard's supporters rose in revolt. The most dangerous conspiracy was the Epiphany Rising, aiming to kill Henry and restore Richard. It was crushed with ruthless efficiency. Henry imprisoned and starved Richard in Pontefract Castle. Though officially Richard died of voluntary starvation, many believed he was murdered on Henry's orders. This crime would stain Henry's reputation and haunt his conscience. But the rebellions did not end. The Welsh, led by the charismatic Owain Glyndwr, launched a massive revolt aiming to restore Welsh independence. Glyndwr crowned himself Prince of Wales, rallied wide support, and held large parts of the country for years. Meanwhile, in northern England, Henry Percy, nicknamed Hotspur, and his powerful family, the Percys of Northumberland, rose against Henry despite having helped him seize power. They accused Henry of betrayal and misrule. Hotspur allied with Glyndwr and the Earl of Douglas from Scotland. This alliance threatened to divide and overthrow Henry's rule. Henry faced them at the Battle of Shrewsbury. In a fierce, bloody battle, Henry's forces narrowly won. Hotspur was killed on the field, and Henry's eldest son, the Prince of Wales, later Henry V, fought bravely despite being wounded by an arrow in the face. Though victorious, Henry's reign remained unstable. He struggled to manage finances, facing constant demands for taxation to fund wars in Wales and the north. Parliament grew bolder, demanding reforms and greater say in government in exchange for granting money. Henry was forced to negotiate, accept limitations, and endure repeated criticism of his household's extravagance and corruption. His health also began to fail. He suffered from a painful skin disease, possibly psoriasis or leprosy, and from attacks that may have been epilepsy or strokes. Despite these challenges, Henry worked to secure his dynasty. He made sure his son, the Prince of Wales, had experience governing and leading armies. The prince grew into a formidable military leader and administrator, winning respect even among Henry's critics. Henry also tried to reconcile with enemies. He pardoned rebels where possible, negotiated with foreign powers, and sought to stabilize relations with France through diplomacy. But England's position in France weakened, with English holdings in Gascony and other regions under constant threat. By the last years of his reign, Henry was increasingly ill and withdrawn. He spent time at Westminster and at his favourite retreat, the royal palace of Eltham. His son increasingly managed the government and military. Henry IV died at the Jerusalem Chamber in Westminster Abbey. Legend said he had wanted to go on pilgrimage to Jerusalem to atone for his sins, particularly the deposition and death of Richard II. When he died in the Jerusalem chamber, some saw it as a sign of divine forgiveness or prophecy fulfilled. He was buried at Canterbury Cathedral beside his second wife, Joan of Navarre, whom he had married for political alliance but reportedly also admired and respected. Henry IV's legacy is complex. He was the first Lancastrian king, founding a new branch of the Plantagenet dynasty. He was brave, politically skilled, and determined, able to seize power in a crisis and hold it against repeated revolts. But his reign was marked by constant unrest, rebellion, and suspicion. He set the precedent for deposition, undermining the sacred aura of kingship and sowing seeds of dynastic conflict that would eventually lead to the Wars of the Roses. He was a usurper, a realist, and a survivor. A king who took the throne with boldness, but spent his reign fighting to keep it, forever haunted by the consequences of the crown he had seized. Next, we have Henry V, who ruled from 1413 to 1422. Henry V was born into a kingdom that was unstable and divided. He was the eldest son of Henry IV and Mary de Bohun, and his early life was shaped by his father's usurpation of the English throne. This act created a Lancastrian dynasty, but also left behind deep questions of legitimacy and loyalty that would follow Henry throughout his life. As a boy, Henry was given a thorough education, learning Latin, French, and the code of chivalry. He was trained in arms from an early age, preparing him for leadership in a realm always on the brink of conflict. He witnessed rebellion firsthand when his father's reign was challenged by multiple revolts, most notably that of Owain Glyndwr in Wales. At just 16 years old, Henry had his first real command in Wales. He faced a seasoned and charismatic enemy in Glyndwr, who had proclaimed himself Prince of Wales and controlled much of the country. The campaign was harsh and punishing. Henry led raids, built castles, and conducted a slow war of attrition. During these campaigns he was badly wounded in the face at the Battle of Shrewsbury, fighting Henry Percy, known as Hotspur. Despite an arrow embedded in his skull, he returned to command after treatment. This wound left a permanent scar and a reputation for toughness and endurance. His father's later years saw Henry increasingly take over royal duties. Henry IV's health declined with bouts of painful illness, while Prince Henry led the council, presided over Parliament, and continued fighting rebels. Tensions grew between father and son. Henry was ambitious and impatient, sometimes advocating more conciliatory policies toward rebels, while his father insisted on harsh punishment. Despite these conflicts, Henry became king without challenge when Henry IV died. His coronation at Westminster marked a new chapter for England. He was 26 years old, charismatic, militarily experienced, and determined to prove himself a true and rightful king. One of his first actions was to reconcile the realm. He released prisoners, restored confiscated lands, and worked to heal divisions among the nobility. He reburied Richard II in Westminster Abbey with royal honours, acknowledging the wrongs done to him and hoping to end the curse of usurpation that haunted the Lancastrian claim. But Henry's greatest ambition lay across the Channel. He was determined to renew the 100 Years' War and assert England's claim to the French crown. He revived the old Plantagenet claim through his great-grandfather Edward III, arguing that France had violated treaties and owed England lands and homage. Henry carefully prepared his campaign. He reformed the royal finances, secured support from Parliament, and negotiated truces with Scotland to free his forces. He demanded enormous terms from the French, including the crown of France itself. When negotiations failed, war was inevitable. In one of the most famous campaigns in English history, Henry sailed to France with an army. He besieged and captured Harfleur, but disease and battle cost him dearly. Determined to reach safety at Calais, he marched his weakened, hungry army across enemy territory. The French assembled a vast force to block his path. The armies met near the village of Agincourt. Henry's men were exhausted, outnumbered, and cornered. But Henry's leadership, discipline, and tactical genius turned the odds. He chose narrow, muddy ground that negated the French knights' charge. English longbowmen devastated the advancing French, whose heavy armour and tight formations turned the battlefield into a slaughterhouse. Henry fought in the thick of the battle. Chroniclers describe him rallying his men, striking down foes and refusing to retreat. The victory was total and shocking. Thousands of French nobles lay dead or captured. The triumph at Agincourt became legendary, cementing Henry's reputation as the perfect chivalric king and warrior. But Henry was not satisfied with one battle. He returned to England a hero, but quickly planned new campaigns. Over the next years, he conquered much of Normandy, taking towns and castles through relentless sieges. He used propaganda, diplomacy, and military terror to weaken France, which was already torn by civil war between the Armagnacs and Burgundians. Henry exploited these divisions masterfully. He negotiated with the Duke of Burgundy, forging an alliance that gave him a decisive advantage. In the Treaty of Troyes, Henry achieved what no English king before him had managed. He was recognised as heir and regent of France, disinheriting the Dauphin Charles. He married Catherine of Valois, the French king's daughter, uniting the two royal lines in theory. Henry entered Paris in triumph. He seemed on the verge of creating a dual monarchy that would join England and France under one crown. He ruled firmly but with careful respect for French customs and law, hoping to be accepted as a legitimate French king. Yet Henry's ambitions were cut short. While campaigning in the Loire region, he fell ill, possibly from dysentery, or another infectious disease common in military camps. He died at the age of 35 near Vincennes. His death was a catastrophe for his plans. His infant son, Henry VI, became king of both England and France on paper, but could not rule. The French rallied around the Dauphin Charles, leading to the resurgence of French resistance and eventually the loss of all English holdings except Calais. Henry V was buried in Westminster Abbey, beneath a magnificent chantry chapel. His funeral was attended with all the splendour due to a conquering hero and rightful king. His tomb remains one of the great monuments of the Abbey. Henry V's legacy is monumental. He is celebrated as the ideal medieval warrior king, courageous, pious, decisive, and ruthlessly effective. He united the English nobility, revived national pride, and achieved military victories that stunned Europe. Yet his conquests were fragile. By dying young, he left an unworkable plan of dual monarchy in the hands of an infant. His campaigns devastated France, but his dream of uniting the crowns collapsed within a generation. Henry V remains one of England's most admired kings, a soldier who embodied chivalry, a ruler who inspired loyalty, and a strategist who could win against impossible odds. His life was a blaze of glory that transformed England's sense of itself, but left behind a legacy of war and uncertainty that his successors would struggle to control. Next, we have Henry VI, who ruled from 1422 to 1461. Then Edward IV ruled for 9 years after that. Then Henry ruled again from 1470 to 1471. Henry VI was born into a world already racked by war and expectation. He was the only child of Henry V and Catherine of Valois. His father died when Henry was just a few months old, leaving him King of England and, through the Treaty of Troyes, heir to the French throne. From his infancy, Henry was burdened with 2 crowns. In England, he was celebrated as the rightful Lancastrian king, but in France his claim was fiercely contested by Charles VII, the disinherited Dauphin. This dual inheritance placed the kingdom at the centre of the grinding, seemingly endless conflict of the 100 Years' War. As a child king, Henry was naturally unable to rule himself. A regency council governed in his name. In England, his uncles Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester, became the leading figures. In France, his uncle John, Duke of Bedford, led English forces in a desperate effort to hold on to the conquests of Henry V. Bedford was an able commander, and for a time the English maintained their grip on northern France, but their rule was harsh, costly, and increasingly fragile. They faced local uprisings, political rivalries, and the ever-present threat of Charles VII's loyalists. Henry grew up in this divided kingdom, largely isolated from real power. He was pious, gentle, and bookish, a temperament that struck many of his contemporaries as saintly, but utterly unsuited to the violent politics of his time. He was deeply devout, known to spend hours in prayer, with little appetite for war or harsh justice. The military situation in France deteriorated rapidly. The turning point came with the appearance of Joan of Arc, who inspired French forces and led them to critical victories, most famously lifting the siege of Orléans. Her leadership allowed Charles VII to be crowned at Reims, powerfully undermining Henry's claim. Though Joan was eventually captured and executed by the English, her efforts transformed French morale. The tide of war turned against the English. Meanwhile, in England, Henry was formally crowned in Westminster Abbey. To bolster the claim to France, he was also crowned at Notre Dame in Paris, though his authority there was increasingly nominal. Henry came of age, but unlike many kings, he showed little interest in personal rule. He was famously mild, preferring religious devotion and patronage of learning over military or political leadership. He founded Eton College and King's College, Cambridge, leaving an enduring educational legacy that reflected his scholarly ideals. His lack of forceful leadership, however, opened the door to factional rivalry. The two dominant political figures were his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, who advocated continuing the war in France with vigour, and Cardinal Beaufort, who favoured negotiation. Henry's marriage to Margaret of Anjou was meant to secure peace with France. She was young, intelligent, and fiercely strong-willed, a match for Henry's weakness. But the marriage treaty ceded key territories in Maine and Anjou to the French, infuriating English nobles who saw it as betrayal. Margaret's arrival further polarised the court. She quickly became the leading figure in Henry's government, supporting the Beaufort faction and shutting out Gloucester and his allies. At the same time, the war in France went from bad to disastrous. The English lost Normandy and all their territories except Calais. Charles VII's forces, reorganised and increasingly professional, reclaimed nearly all of France. Henry, true to his temperament, refused to lead armies personally. He seemed passive, even when reports arrived of defeat after defeat. The costs of the war drained the English treasury and led to heavy, unpopular taxation. At home, discontent turned to crisis. Local grievances erupted in the Jack Cade Rebellion in Kent, a populist revolt demanding reform and the punishment of corrupt royal officials. Though Cade's forces were defeated, the rebellion signalled deep unrest among the common people. Henry's inability to manage these crises or control his court allowed powerful magnates to manoeuvre for advantage. Chief among them was Richard, Duke of York, a descendant of Edward III with his own claim to the throne. Henry's mental health collapsed under the strain. He suffered a complete breakdown, catatonic, unresponsive, unable even to recognise his own son, Edward of Westminster. During this period, Richard of York was named Lord Protector, effectively ruling in the king's stead. Though Henry recovered somewhat, the damage was done. Margaret of Anjou, determined to secure her son's inheritance, led the Lancastrian faction against York and his supporters. The country descended into civil war. The Wars of the Roses, battles like St Albans, Wakefield and Towton, turned England into a bloody battleground. With nobles shifting allegiances and armies ravaging the countryside, Henry was personally unsuited to war. He preferred prayer and forgiveness over strategy or punishment. At times he was captured by Yorkist forces and paraded as a puppet king. At other times he was rescued by Lancastrian armies, only to be used as a figurehead for their cause. Margaret proved the true leader of the Lancastrian side, rallying troops, making alliances, and fighting fiercely for their son's claim. The climax came when Edward of York seized the throne as Edward IV. Henry was captured and imprisoned in the Tower of London. For a brief period, the Lancastrians restored Henry to the throne in the Redemption, a dramatic reversal achieved by Margaret and her allies. But Edward IV returned, defeating the Lancastrians at Tewkesbury. Edward of Westminster was killed in battle, ending Henry's hopes for his line. Henry was imprisoned again in the Tower. Shortly afterward he died, almost certainly murdered on Edward IV's orders to end the Lancastrian threat once and for all. He was buried at Chertsey Abbey, later reinterred at St. George's Chapel, Windsor. In death, he was venerated by some as a saintly martyr. His gentle piety and perceived miracles at his tomb led to a popular cult, though he was never formally canonized. Henry VI's legacy is tragic and deeply human. He was a man of personal kindness, prayer, and idealism, unsuited to the brutal politics of his time. His reign saw the collapse of the English claim to France, the exhaustion of the royal treasury, and the eruption of civil war that tore England apart. Yet he left behind a lasting cultural mark through his educational foundations and a cautionary lesson about the dangers of weak kingship. His life embodied the failure of medieval monarchy when authority rested on personal charisma and military leadership that he simply did not possess. Henry VI stands as one of England's most tragic kings, a man better suited to a monastery than a throne, whose saintly virtues could not save his realm from chaos, bloodshed, and the dynastic nightmare of the Wars of the Roses. Next, we have Edward IV, who ruled from 1461 to 1470. Then Henry VI ruled for a year, and Edward ruled again afterwards from 1471 to 1483. Edward IV was born into a kingdom racked by civil war. He was the eldest surviving son of Richard, Duke of York, and Cecily Neville. His father was one of the most powerful nobles in England, and a central figure in the dynastic conflict that became known as the Wars of the Roses. Edward's early years were shaped by his father's challenge to the weak rule of Henry VI. The Yorkists argued that the Lancastrian king was unfit to rule, a man plagued by mental breakdowns, manipulated by powerful favourites, and married to Margaret of Anjou, whose ambition and foreign connections made her deeply unpopular in parts of England. When Edward was still a teenager, the conflict turned violent. His father and younger brother Edmund were killed at the Battle of Wakefield. Their heads were displayed on Micklegate Bar in York. Edward suddenly found himself not just Duke of York, but leader of the entire Yorkist cause. Despite the trauma, Edward proved a charismatic and inspiring figure. He was tall, strikingly handsome, athletic, and personally brave, a natural soldier and leader. He rallied Yorkist forces in the wake of Wakefield, and with the aid of his cousin Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick, known to history as the Kingmaker, he drove the Lancastrians back. Edward's forces won a crucial victory at Mortimer's Cross. At the battle, an atmospheric phenomenon, parhelion, or three suns in the sky, was interpreted as a sign of divine favour for Edward and his brothers. Next, Edward and Warwick took London while the Lancastrian army was looting in the north. With Henry VI captured and the Lancastrians in disarray, Edward was proclaimed king. He was crowned in Westminster Abbey, marking the triumph of the Yorkist cause. But the struggle was far from over. Margaret of Anjou continued to fight for her husband and son, rallying support in the north and seeking help from France and Scotland. Edward led campaigns to crush this resistance, defeating the Lancastrians decisively at the bloody Battle of Towton. Towton was one of the largest and deadliest battles on English soil, fought in driving snow. Edward's victory was total. The Lancastrian army was shattered, and many nobles were killed or fled into exile. Henry VI and Margaret fled to Scotland. As king, Edward IV tried to secure his new dynasty. He granted lands and titles to loyal supporters, rewarded soldiers who had fought for him, and sought to stabilise the realm. He was popular for his charm, generosity, and avoidance of crippling taxation. But cracks quickly appeared in the Yorkist alliance. Chief among them was his relationship with Warwick. Warwick had been crucial to Edward's rise, arranging alliances, securing foreign support and commanding armies. Warwick expected to dominate the new government and arranged a diplomatic marriage for Edward to cement ties with France. Edward shocked everyone by secretly marrying Elizabeth Woodville, the beautiful but widowed daughter of a Lancastrian knight. This marriage was a scandal. Elizabeth was from the English gentry, not a royal house, and her family was viewed as upstarts. Edward's promotion of the Woodvilles, marrying them into noble families and giving them key offices, infuriated Warwick and other magnates. Warwick's influence at court declined, and resentment grew. Meanwhile, Edward's brother George, Duke of Clarence, also turned against him. Ambitious and jealous, Clarence joined Warwick in rebellion. Together they allied with the Lancastrians, striking a deal with Margaret of Anjou to restore Henry VI. Edward was forced to flee to Burgundy when Warwick invaded with French support. Henry VI was restored to the throne in what is known as the Redemption. But Edward was not finished. He returned to England with Burgundian money and troops. He landed on the Yorkshire coast, proclaiming he came only to reclaim his duchy. But as he marched south, nobles and soldiers rallied to his banner. Edward entered London without a fight. Henry VI was imprisoned again in the Tower. Edward then turned to face Warwick. At the Battle of Barnet, Edward led his forces personally in dense fog. Warwick was killed in the confusion, breaking the rebellion's leadership. Margaret and her son Edward of Westminster landed in the west, but Edward IV pursued them relentlessly. At the Battle of Tewkesbury, his forces crushed the Lancastrians. Edward of Westminster was killed in the fighting and Margaret was captured. Shortly after, Henry VI died in the Tower, almost certainly murdered on Edward's orders to end the Lancastrian threat forever. With his throne secure, Edward ruled with authority and growing confidence. He confiscated lands of traitors, strengthened royal finances through trade and customs, and promoted the law to stabilise society. He encouraged commerce and oversaw the rise of London as a commercial hub. But his court was also known for its opulence, luxury, and scandal. Edward loved hunting, feasting, and the company of beautiful women. He was known for his numerous mistresses and illegitimate children. He relied heavily on trusted family members and close allies, especially his brothers Clarence and Richard of Gloucester. But tensions persisted. Clarence, despite being pardoned and restored to favour, continued plotting and scheming. Eventually, Edward had Clarence tried for treason. Legend says Clarence was executed in the Tower by drowning in a butt of Malmsey wine. In foreign policy, Edward tried to balance alliances with France and Burgundy. He launched an expedition to France but accepted a generous pension from King Louis XI to withdraw, preferring money over risky conquest. In the last years of his reign, Edward's health declined. He grew overweight and suffered from bouts of illness. He died suddenly in his early 40s. On his deathbed, he tried to reconcile his feuding court and asked his brother Richard of Gloucester to protect his young son and heir, Edward V. Edward IV was buried in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle. His legacy is complex and dramatic. He was the first Yorkist king to truly secure the throne after generations of conflict. He was a brilliant battlefield commander, decisive and ruthless when necessary. He restored royal authority, balanced the treasury, and maintained relative peace in England for over a decade after his restoration. But he left behind dangerous problems. His sudden death left a boy king vulnerable to factional strife. His execution of Clarence alienated part of the family. The Woodville faction remained deeply resented. These tensions would explode almost immediately in the crisis that led to Richard III's usurpation and the final battles of the Wars of the Roses. Edward IV remains one of England's most compelling medieval monarchs, a charismatic soldier king whose victories restored royal power, but whose personal choices sowed the seeds of renewed conflict. Next, we have Edward V, who ruled for about 2 months in 1483. Edward V was born into the height of Yorkist power and prestige, the first son of King Edward IV and Elizabeth Woodville. His birth was seen as the triumph of the new dynasty. His father had defeated the Lancastrians and restored stability after years of brutal civil war. Edward grew up in a royal family that was powerful but also deeply divided. His mother Elizabeth Woodville was from the English gentry, and her family's rapid rise to influence angered many of the older nobility. From childhood, Edward was surrounded by court factions vying for power and influence over his father's favour. As Prince of Wales, Edward was created Earl of Chester, Duke of Cornwall, and later invested with the Principality of Wales. His father was determined to establish him clearly as the Yorkist heir, training him in governance and ceremony from an early age. He was given his own household at Ludlow Castle on the border with Wales, a traditional centre for the Prince of Wales's government. At Ludlow, Edward was supervised by trusted advisers, including his uncle Anthony Woodville, Earl Rivers. These men were tasked with giving the young prince a proper education in chivalry, governance, and piety. Even as a boy, Edward was described as intelligent, well-spoken, and precocious. Yet the stability of his father's reign hid deep tensions. Edward IV's court was split between the Woodvilles, Edward's mother's family, and older nobles who resented their influence, particularly Edward's own brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, and Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham. Edward's life changed forever with the sudden death of his father. Edward IV had been robust and commanding, but in his early 40s he fell ill and died unexpectedly. Edward V was only 12 years old at the time of his father's death, instantly becoming king in name but with no real power of his own. On his deathbed, Edward IV had supposedly entrusted the protection of his son to his brother Richard of Gloucester, naming him Lord Protector. The idea was that Richard would govern the realm during Edward's minority until he was old enough to rule in his own right. Edward was in Ludlow when his father died. His mother Elizabeth Woodville immediately tried to secure power, summoning her allies and preparing to control the regency through her family. Meanwhile, Edward began the journey to London for his coronation, accompanied by his uncle Earl Rivers and a small escort. Richard of Gloucester, acting as protector, intercepted Edward's party at Stony Stratford. Gloucester arrested Earl Rivers and other Woodville supporters, claiming they were plotting to seize power and endanger the new king. Edward, only 12, was effectively taken into custody by his uncle. Edward entered London as king but under the control of Gloucester. Initially, Gloucester and the council declared loyalty to Edward V, planning for his coronation. He was lodged in the royal apartments in the Tower of London, a traditional practice since the Tower was both a palace and a fortress. But events took a dark turn. Richard of Gloucester, with the support of the Duke of Buckingham, launched a campaign to eliminate the Woodville faction entirely. Earl Rivers and other members of Edward's household were executed without trial. Richard then moved to block Edward's coronation. He claimed that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid because of a pre-contract with another woman. By this argument, Edward V and his siblings were declared illegitimate and barred from the throne. Parliament was persuaded or intimidated into accepting this claim through the document known as Titulus Regius. Richard of Gloucester was proclaimed King Richard III. Edward V was never crowned. Along with his younger brother Richard, Duke of York, he was kept in the Tower of London. Initially they were seen occasionally playing in the gardens or watched at the windows, but soon they disappeared from public view entirely. What happened next is one of the great mysteries of English history. Most historians believe the princes were murdered to secure Richard III's hold on the throne. The traditional story is that they were smothered in their beds, possibly on Richard's orders or with his knowledge. Rumours of the crime spread quickly. The disappearance of Edward V and his brother became a rallying point for opposition to Richard III. Supporters of the old Lancastrian line, and many Yorkists disgusted by Richard's betrayal, began to turn to Henry Tudor, who claimed descent from the Lancastrian side. Decades later, during the reign of Henry VII, 2 small skeletons were found buried in the Tower of London. They were assumed to be the remains of Edward V and his brother Richard, though this has never been definitively proven. The bones were reburied in Westminster Abbey by Charles II in the 17th century. Edward V's reign, in legal terms, lasted a matter of weeks. He was never crowned, never ruled independently, and never issued laws or edicts. Yet his brief, tragic life cast a long shadow over English history. He became a symbol of innocence destroyed by ambition. His murder helped fuel the fall of the House of York and the rise of the Tudors. It became one of the central crimes that blackened the reputation of Richard III forever. Edward V stands as one of England's lost monarchs, a child caught in a brutal power struggle, used as a pawn and ultimately destroyed by the ambitions of those who claimed to protect him. His story reminds us of the cruelty and danger of medieval politics, where even the promise of a boy king could become a mortal threat in the ruthless game for the crown. Next, we have Richard III, who ruled from 1483 to 1485. Richard III was born into one of England's most turbulent dynasties. He was the 11th child of Richard, Duke of York, and Cecily Neville. From birth, he was immersed in the factional conflict that became known as the Wars of the Roses, a struggle between the rival houses of York and Lancaster for the English throne. As a boy, Richard witnessed violent upheaval. His father and older brother Edmund were killed at the Battle of Wakefield when Richard was still very young. His mother fled with her remaining children to seek safety. The Yorkist cause, however, was not defeated. Richard's older brother Edward rose to become Edward IV after decisive victories, including the bloody Battle of Towton. Richard was raised in this New Yorkist world. As a child, he was briefly sent to the Low Countries for safety during renewed Lancastrian risings. When he returned, he was given careful training in warfare, governance, and chivalry. He also developed a reputation for loyalty to his brother Edward IV. Edward rewarded Richard's loyalty generously. He made him Duke of Gloucester and granted him extensive lands in the north of England. Richard became the leading royal representative in the north, commanding respect and fear alike. He married Anne Neville, the younger daughter of Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, the Kingmaker. Anne had been previously married to Edward of Westminster, the Lancastrian Prince of Wales, who died at Tewkesbury. By marrying Anne, Richard secured the powerful Neville inheritance in the north. He made his home at Middleham Castle in Yorkshire and worked to enforce justice and maintain royal authority in a region known for its independent and sometimes violent nobility. As a military commander, Richard was highly respected. He fought with distinction at Barnet and Tewkesbury, the battles that crushed the Lancastrian cause once and for all. He was known for his personal bravery, hard discipline, and loyalty to Edward IV's rule. For more than a decade, Richard served as Edward's most trusted lieutenant. He was careful, methodical, and willing to use both diplomacy and force. Unlike his brother George, Duke of Clarence, who plotted and intrigued, Richard avoided open conflict with Edward. He even participated in Clarence's downfall and execution for treason, a stark reminder of the deadly stakes in the Yorkist court. Edward IV's sudden death changed everything. The king's heir, Edward V, was only 12 years old. Edward had supposedly named Richard as Lord Protector for his son, intending Richard to rule as regent until Edward V came of age. But the Yorkist court was bitterly divided. The Woodville family, relatives of Edward IV's widow, Elizabeth Woodville, moved quickly to control the new king. They planned to crown Edward V swiftly and dominate the regency. Richard acted decisively. Meeting Edward V's party at Stony Stratford, he arrested Earl Rivers, Edward's uncle and guardian, and other leading Woodvilles. He claimed he was protecting the young king from dangerous advisers. Richard then escorted Edward V to London, lodging him in the Tower, a traditional royal residence before coronation, but also England's most secure fortress. He began to consolidate control over government, arresting and executing Woodville loyalists. At first, Richard claimed to be preparing for Edward's coronation, but events quickly turned. A clergyman, likely under Richard's influence, announced that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville was invalid because of a pre-contract with another woman. Parliament accepted this claim in the document known as Titulus Regius. Edward V and his siblings were declared illegitimate, clearing the way for Richard to take the throne. He was crowned Richard III at Westminster Abbey. Meanwhile, Edward V and his younger brother Richard, Duke of York, were kept in the Tower. At first they were seen playing in the gardens, then they vanished from public view. Their fate remains one of the greatest mysteries in English history. Most historians believe they were murdered to eliminate any rival claims to the throne. Richard's usurpation divided the nobility. Some saw him as restoring stability and enforcing justice after the threat of Woodville dominance. Others viewed him as a cold and calculating usurper who had betrayed and murdered his own nephews. Richard worked to strengthen his rule. He travelled the country, hearing legal cases, restoring lands to dispossessed nobles, and enforcing laws against corruption. He attempted reforms to win popular support, including measures against unfair taxation and property seizures. But his legitimacy remained fatally compromised. Rebellions broke out almost immediately. Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, once Richard's ally, turned against him and led an uprising that failed but revealed Richard's vulnerability. The greatest threat came from Henry Tudor, a Lancastrian claimant exiled in Brittany. Henry's claim was tenuous, but he won support from disaffected Yorkists and Lancastrians alike. His promise to marry Elizabeth of York, Edward IV's daughter, offered the chance to unite the warring factions. Richard prepared for invasion, gathering forces and enforcing loyalty oaths. But when Henry landed in Wales, Richard's support proved shakier than he had hoped. Many nobles wavered or deserted. The two armies met at Bosworth Field. Richard fought with his characteristic bravery and determination. Seeing Henry Tudor vulnerable on the field, Richard led a direct charge, hoping to kill his rival and end the battle with one stroke. It was nearly successful, but Richard was surrounded and cut down. He was the last English king to die in battle. His crown was found on the field and placed on Henry Tudor's head, making him Henry VII. Richard's body was treated with contempt. It was taken to Leicester, displayed publicly to prove his death, and buried hastily in the Greyfriars Church. Over centuries his grave was lost, only rediscovered in the 21st century under a car park. His remains showed clear wounds consistent with battle and post-mortem humiliation. Richard III's legacy is deeply contested. Tudor historians and propagandists, notably Thomas More and William Shakespeare, painted him as a villainous monster, a hunchbacked usurper who murdered his nephews and ruled by terror. Yet modern historians note Richard's skill as an administrator and commander, his genuine efforts to reform the justice system, and his loyalty to his brother Edward IV. His deformity, often exaggerated, was real but limited to scoliosis. He was a man of his time, ruthless, ambitious, and capable, but ultimately doomed by the circumstances of civil war and his own controversial path to power. Richard III remains one of England's most enigmatic monarchs, a king remembered as both tyrant and tragic figure, whose death marked the end of the Plantagenet dynasty and the beginning of Tudor rule. Next, we have Henry VII, who ruled from 1485 to 1509. Henry VII was born into a world of deadly dynastic conflict. His father was Edmund Tudor, Earl of Richmond, a half-brother of Henry VI, and his mother was Margaret Beaufort, a descendant of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. Through her, Henry carried a claim to the English throne, but one that was clouded by the Beaufort line's original illegitimacy. Henry's early years were marked by danger and exile. His father died before he was born, leaving his mother, Margaret Beaufort, a teenage widow. The Lancastrian cause was collapsing. Edward IV, leader of the Yorkists, had taken the throne. The Tudor family's Lancastrian loyalties made them enemies of the regime. As a child, Henry was taken into the care of his uncle Jasper Tudor, one of the last surviving Lancastrian leaders. But after Yorkist victories at Barnet and Tewkesbury destroyed the Lancastrian cause, Henry was forced to flee England entirely. He ended up in Brittany, a guest, and sometimes prisoner, of Duke Francis II. For over a decade, Henry lived in exile. He was watched carefully, negotiated over, and often treated as a bargaining chip between England and France. But as the last viable Lancastrian claimant, he became the focus of any hope of reviving the Red Rose. His mother Margaret, though living in England and married to Yorkist loyalists, never stopped working quietly for his return. Henry's fortunes turned with the death of Edward IV. Edward's young son, Edward V, was deposed by his uncle, who took the crown as Richard III. The disappearance of the princes in the Tower horrified many Yorkists and turned them against Richard. Henry's claim, though weak legally, began to look more attractive politically. He promised to marry Elizabeth of York, Edward IV's eldest daughter. This pledge offered a way to unite the feuding houses of Lancaster and York and end the Wars of the Roses. With support from disaffected English nobles and financial backing from the French crown eager to destabilise England, Henry gathered a small army. He landed at Milford Haven in Wales, drawing on his Tudor heritage and local loyalties to gather troops. The decisive confrontation came at Bosworth Field. Richard III fought with ferocity, leading a charge aimed directly at Henry himself. But key Yorkist nobles, including the powerful Stanley family, betrayed Richard and joined Henry at the critical moment. Richard was killed on the field, becoming the last English king to die in battle. Henry was crowned king on the battlefield itself, with the crown taken from Richard's fallen head and placed on his own. He then travelled to London, where he was formally crowned at Westminster Abbey. Henry VII's reign was dedicated to securing his throne and ending decades of civil war. He married Elizabeth of York, fulfilling his promise and symbolically uniting the two houses. Their union was celebrated as the foundation of the Tudor dynasty, represented in the new Tudor rose, combining the red rose of Lancaster and the white rose of York. Yet Henry remained deeply suspicious of Yorkist threats. He faced rebellions almost immediately. The first major uprising was led by Lambert Simnel, a boy presented as Edward, Earl of Warwick, a genuine Yorkist heir imprisoned in the Tower. Simnel's supporters included John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, and other seasoned Yorkist nobles. They raised an army including German mercenaries and Irish troops. Henry met them at the Battle of Stoke Field. His forces defeated the rebels in brutal fighting. Simnel was captured and, showing Henry's shrewdness, spared. Put to work in the royal kitchens as a servant. Henry's rule was also threatened by Perkin Warbeck, who claimed to be Richard, Duke of York, the younger of the princes in the Tower. Warbeck gained support from powerful European rulers, including Margaret of Burgundy, sister of Edward IV and Richard III. Warbeck invaded England multiple times, landed in Cornwall, and even managed to besiege Exeter briefly. But he was ultimately captured and executed after repeated attempts to escape. Henry also moved decisively to neutralise rival claimants. He imprisoned Edward, Earl of Warwick, genuine male-line Plantagenet blood. Eventually Warwick was executed after being implicated in a supposed plot with Warbeck. Henry ruled with caution, skill, and sometimes ruthless calculation. He avoided costly foreign wars but used marriage diplomacy to strengthen his position. His eldest son Arthur married Catherine of Aragon, securing an alliance with Spain, then Europe's rising power. Financially, Henry was meticulous, some would say miserly. He rebuilt royal finances after decades of war, using bonds and recognizances to keep the nobility in check. These legal and financial tools forced nobles to guarantee good behaviour with pledges of money, giving Henry leverage over potential rivals. He built up the Court of Star Chamber to enforce royal justice, often bypassing the traditional common law courts seen as corrupt or partial to the great lords. While this increased royal control, it also earned him a reputation for legal tyranny among the nobility. Henry's rule was not merely cautious repression. He encouraged trade, sponsoring voyages like those of John Cabot to explore new routes to Asia. He invested in the merchant navy, seeing commerce as the key to strengthening England's economy and reducing dependence on foreign powers. His personal life was marked by tragedy. His beloved son Arthur died suddenly, leaving the future of the dynasty in doubt. Henry quickly arranged for Arthur's widow, Catherine of Aragon, to be betrothed to his second son Henry, future Henry VIII, to keep the Spanish alliance intact. Henry's own health declined in the last years of his life. He was prone to illness and depression, especially after the death of his wife Elizabeth of York, a loss that genuinely grieved him and weakened the symbolic unity of the Tudor dynasty. Henry died at Richmond Palace. He was buried in Westminster Abbey in the splendid Lady Chapel he had commissioned, a testament to his piety and his dynasty's claim to legitimacy. Henry VII's legacy is complex. He ended the Wars of the Roses, founded the Tudor dynasty, and restored royal finances and authority after decades of chaos. He ruled with intelligence, discipline, and an iron determination to survive. Yet he left behind a system that his son Henry VIII would push even further towards centralised royal power. The bonds and recognizances that had held the nobility in check also created deep resentment, and his paranoia about Yorkist threats left a culture of suspicion and control that would shape Tudor government. Henry VII remains one of England's most important monarchs, a founder, survivor, and pragmatist who understood that in the brutal world of 15th century politics, stability required both calculation and ruthlessness. His reign ended civil war and laid the foundation for the Tudor century that would transform England forever. Next, we have Henry VIII, who ruled from 1509 to 1547. Henry VIII was born into a kingdom that had been stabilised by his father, Henry VII, after decades of civil war. He was the second son of Henry VII and Elizabeth of York, a union that united the rival houses of Lancaster and York and ended the Wars of the Roses. Henry was not originally expected to become king. His older brother Arthur, Prince of Wales, was the heir and the focus of Tudor hopes. While Arthur was sent to Ludlow to learn kingship, Henry received a humanist education at court, studying Latin, theology, and the arts. He became fluent in languages, learned music, and excelled in sports like jousting and hunting. Arthur's death changed everything. Suddenly, Henry was the heir to the throne, and expectations shifted onto him. To maintain England's crucial alliance with Spain, plans were made for Henry to marry Arthur's widow, Catherine of Aragon. When Henry VII died, Henry ascended the throne at the age of 17. Young, athletic, and strikingly handsome, he was celebrated as the embodiment of Renaissance kingship, vigorous, cultured, and determined to be a true warrior king. Henry's early reign was marked by popularity and optimism. He distanced himself from his father's hated financial ministers, Empson and Dudley, who were executed for extortion. He married Catherine of Aragon, fulfilling diplomatic obligations and appearing to honour his brother's memory. Their wedding was a grand affair, and their early marriage was reportedly affectionate. Henry dreamed of glory on the European stage. Eager to emulate kings like his namesake Henry V, he waged war against France. He led armies across the Channel, capturing towns like Terouanne and Tournai, and winning the Battle of the Spurs. Meanwhile, the English navy destroyed a French fleet at Brest. His sister Margaret Tudor married James IV of Scotland, forging a northern alliance. But that bond broke when James invaded England while Henry was campaigning in France. At Flodden Field, the English, commanded by Thomas Howard, Earl of Surrey, decisively defeated the Scots. James IV was killed, leaving Scotland in turmoil and its infant son James V as king. Henry's rule was defined by his quest for a male heir. Catherine bore him several children, but only one survived infancy, Mary. As Catherine aged, it became clear she would have no more children. Henry became obsessed with the need for a male heir to secure the Tudor dynasty. Around this time, Henry fell in love with Anne Boleyn, a lady of Catherine's household. Intelligent, charismatic, and ambitious, Anne refused to become his mistress, insisting on marriage. Henry became determined to annul his marriage to Catherine to marry Anne. This created a crisis. Catherine insisted she was Henry's lawful wife. The Pope was under pressure from Catherine's nephew, Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, who refused to allow an annulment that would dishonour his family. Henry's response was revolutionary. Guided by advisers like Thomas Cromwell and Thomas Cranmer, he rejected papal authority over the English Church. He had Parliament pass the Act of Supremacy, making him supreme head of the Church of England. The marriage to Catherine was annulled by English clergy, and Henry married Anne Boleyn. The Pope excommunicated Henry. England was split from Rome, starting the English Reformation. Monasteries were dissolved, their lands and wealth seized by the Crown, fundamentally transforming English society and enriching Henry's coffers. Henry's marriage to Anne Boleyn produced one child, Elizabeth, but their relationship soured. Anne was intelligent and strong-willed, and Henry found her increasingly difficult. Her failure to bear a son sealed her fate. She was arrested, charged with adultery, treason and incest, and executed. Henry quickly married Jane Seymour, who finally gave him the son he craved, Edward. But Jane died shortly after childbirth, leaving Henry grief-stricken. She would remain his true wife in his memory, the only one buried beside him. Henry continued to seek alliances through marriage. He married Anne of Cleves, a German Protestant princess, to strengthen ties with the reformers in Europe. But he found her unattractive and had the marriage annulled after a matter of months, rewarding Anne generously for her cooperation. He then married Catherine Howard, a young and lively noblewoman. But Catherine was accused of adultery and executed for treason. His sixth and final wife was Catherine Parr, a mature and intelligent widow who nursed Henry in his declining health, reconciled him with his daughters Mary and Elizabeth, and ensured some family stability. Henry's later years were marked by physical decline. Once athletic and handsome, he grew enormously overweight, suffered from leg ulcers, and was often in pain. His temper grew increasingly fearsome, and his court lived in fear of his sudden rages. Despite these difficulties, Henry remained active in governance. He continued to pursue costly wars with France and Scotland, though these brought little lasting gain and drained the treasury. He strengthened the navy, laying foundations for England's later maritime power. Henry's foreign policy was marked by shifting alliances, balancing between France and the Holy Roman Empire. He sought to maintain England's independence from both Catholic and Protestant powers on the continent, using marriage, diplomacy, and force as needed. Toward the end of his reign, he ensured the succession through the Act of Succession, naming Edward as his heir, followed by Mary and Elizabeth if Edward died childless. This created a fragile but legally clear line. Henry VIII died at Whitehall Palace. He was buried in St George's Chapel at Windsor beside Jane Seymour. His legacy is vast and deeply contested. He transformed England from a Catholic kingdom obedient to Rome into an independent realm with its own national church. He centralised royal power, using Parliament in new ways to enforce his will, while dissolving monastic wealth to fund his ambitions. He's remembered for his 6 marriages, his ruthless treatment of wives and courtiers alike, and his charisma and larger-than-life personality. But he was also a skilled politician, a patron of the arts, and a king who understood the power of image and ceremony. Henry VIII remains one of England's most famous and controversial monarchs, a man whose personal desires reshaped an entire nation, whose break with Rome set England on a new religious path, and whose reign laid the foundations for the Tudor century that would see England emerge as a major European power. Next, we have Edward VI, who ruled from 1547 to 1553. Edward VI was born the long-awaited male heir of Henry VIII and Jane Seymour. His birth was celebrated across England as the answer to decades of anxiety over the Tudor succession. Jane Seymour, Henry's third wife, died shortly after Edward's birth, leaving Henry both triumphant at having a son and grief-stricken at the loss of his beloved queen. As the only legitimate son of Henry VIII, Edward's importance was immense from the start. He was given the title Prince of Wales, though he was never formally invested in a grand ceremony like some predecessors. Instead, Henry focused on ensuring Edward would be raised as the perfect Protestant prince. Edward's education was among the most advanced of any English monarch. He was taught by leading humanist scholars, including Richard Cox and John Cheek. He learned Latin, Greek, and French, and studied scripture extensively. His tutors instilled in him the principles of the Reformation, making him a convinced Protestant from a young age. Henry VIII's later years were unstable. His shifting alliances and brutal religious policy, which wavered between harsh treatment of Catholics and radical Protestants, left England divided. Henry worked to secure the succession with the Third Act of Succession, naming Edward as his heir, followed by Mary and Elizabeth if Edward died childless. When Henry died, Edward was just 9 years old. He became King Edward VI, King of England and Ireland, but was far too young to rule in person. In his will, Henry appointed a council of regency to govern for Edward, but in practice real power quickly consolidated around Edward's uncle, Edward Seymour, Duke of Somerset. Somerset was named Lord Protector. He was Edward's maternal uncle, and he used this family connection to secure near-royal authority. Somerset was ambitious, but also genuinely committed to advancing Protestant reform in England. During Somerset's protectorate, Edward was treated with great respect, but remained a boy watching events from behind the scenes. He kept a personal journal, showing an intelligent, observant, and serious nature. The early years of Edward's reign saw rapid and radical Protestant changes. The English Book of Common Prayer was introduced, replacing Latin liturgy with English. The Act of Uniformity mandated its use in churches across the realm. Images and decorations in churches were destroyed in waves of iconoclasm. clerical celibacy was abolished and altars replaced by communion tables. Edward himself was highly devout and deeply interested in religious reform. He was no passive figurehead in spiritual matters. His writings and recorded conversations show a boy king who believed strongly in Protestant theology and felt a duty to purify the English Church. Somerset's foreign policy was aggressive but problematic. Determined to enforce Edward's claim to the Scottish throne through a marriage alliance with Mary, Queen of Scots, Somerset launched the so-called Rough Wooing. English forces invaded Scotland and won the Battle of Pinkie Cleugh, but the Scots refused to submit, and Mary was eventually sent to France to marry the Dauphin, cementing the Franco-Scottish alliance. At home, Somerset faced economic crisis and social unrest. Enclosures, landlords fencing common lands for sheep farming, displaced many peasants. Popular anger erupted in riots and rebellions, the largest being Kett's Rebellion in Norfolk. Somerset's inability to control the unrest, combined with resentment among other nobles at his autocratic style, led to his downfall. John Dudley, Earl of Warwick, later Duke of Northumberland, led a coup against him. Somerset was removed as protector and eventually executed. Northumberland became the dominant figure in Edward's council. He was more politically skilled and ruthless than Somerset. Under Northumberland, Protestant reform continued and even accelerated. The Second Book of Common Prayer, issued during Edward's reign, was more explicitly Protestant, removing any hint of Catholic belief in the Mass. Edward VI supported these reforms wholeheartedly. He took a keen interest in church matters, read theological works, and corresponded with Protestant leaders across Europe. Foreign Protestants were welcome to England, and Edward's reign became a brief golden age for reformers, but Edward's health was failing. Even as a child he was delicate, prone to illness. In his early teens he fell sick with what was likely tuberculosis. His decline was prolonged and painful. He understood that his death would bring a succession crisis. Edward feared that his elder sister Mary would undo all the Protestant reforms. She was a committed Catholic and had resisted every attempt to make her conform. Edward began to work with Northumberland on a plan to exclude her from the succession. This resulted in Edward's devise for the succession, which named Lady Jane Grey as his heir. Jane was the granddaughter of Henry VII's daughter Mary, and a devout Protestant. Crucially, she was also Northumberland's daughter-in-law, making her politically convenient for the regime. Edward's reasoning was both theological and political. He believed it was his duty to preserve the Protestant faith in England and prevent a return to Catholic rule under Mary. Edward died in his 16th year at Greenwich Palace, leaving the throne to Jane Grey in his will. Edward VI's reign was brief but transformative. He never ruled in his own right as an adult, but his convictions and personal piety shaped the policies of his government. Under Edward, England became a truly Protestant nation at the institutional level. The liturgy, church governance, and popular religious life were remade in ways that lasted, despite Mary's later efforts to reverse them. Edward's death set off a succession crisis. Jane Grey was proclaimed queen but quickly deposed in favour of Mary, who had popular support and a stronger legal claim. Mary would attempt to undo Edward's reforms, leading to fierce persecution of Protestants. Edward VI remains a tragic and fascinating figure. He was a highly intelligent and precociously serious boy, convinced of his divine mission to secure Protestant reform. Though often overshadowed by the drama of Henry VIII's marriages or Elizabeth I's long reign, Edward's time on the throne left an indelible mark on the English church and national identity. He was the boy king who saw himself as God's instrument for religious transformation and whose brief life changed the course of English history. Next, we have Mary I, who ruled from 1553 to 1558. Mary I was born into the splendour of the Tudor court as the only surviving child of Henry VIII and his first wife, Catherine of Aragon. Her early childhood was marked by privilege, ceremony, and strong dynastic hopes. As a girl, she was bright and precocious. She received an exceptional education for a princess of her age, learning Latin, French, music, and theology under the direction of humanist scholars. Henry VIII adored his daughter when she was young, displaying her at court as the model Tudor princess. But the dynastic anxiety over securing a male heir cast a long shadow over Mary's early life. When Catherine failed to produce a surviving son, Henry's determination to annul the marriage set England on a course that would define Mary's entire life. Mary's world fell apart with the so-called King's Great Matter. Henry's break from Rome to secure his marriage to Anne Boleyn meant that Mary was declared illegitimate. The act of succession required her to recognise Henry's new marriage and renounce her mother's. But Mary, fiercely loyal to Catherine of Aragon and her Catholic faith, refused to yield. She was separated from her mother, barred from court, and forced to live as a lady-in-waiting in the household of her infant half-sister Elizabeth. Catherine died in isolation, and Mary blamed her father and Anne Boleyn for the cruelty her mother had suffered. After Anne Boleyn's fall, Henry briefly softened toward Mary. She was eventually restored to a measure of favour, but only after signing a humiliating submission, acknowledging her illegitimacy and her father's supremacy over the Church. Mary's later relationship with her father remained strained but more stable. Mary's position improved somewhat with Henry's last wife, Catherine Parr, who worked to reconcile the king with his daughters and help secure their places in the line of succession through the third act of succession. When Henry died, the will confirmed Mary's right to the throne if Edward VI died childless. Edward VI's reign was a nightmare for Mary. Edward was a devout Protestant determined to enforce religious uniformity. Mary, however, was equally steadfast in her Catholic faith. Despite intense pressure, including threats and humiliations, she refused to attend Protestant services. She appealed directly to Charles V, her powerful cousin and Holy Roman Emperor, for support, creating an international diplomatic problem for Edward's government. When Edward fell mortally ill, he and his council tried to exclude Mary from the succession entirely, naming Lady Jane Grey as his heir to preserve the Protestant Reformation. But Mary was determined to assert her right. On Edward's death, Jane was proclaimed Queen. Mary did not flee or yield. Instead, she rallied support in East Anglia, drawing on loyalty to Henry VIII's bloodline and outrage over Jane's usurpation. Nobles, commoners, and soldiers flocked to her cause. Jane's support collapsed almost immediately. Mary entered London in triumph, greeted with celebrations. Jane Grey was deposed and imprisoned. Mary was crowned at Westminster Abbey, the first woman to rule England in her own right as Queen Regnant. At her accession, Mary promised moderation and conciliation, but her primary goal was clear: to restore England to the Catholic Church. Parliament repealed Edward's Protestant legislation. The Heresy Acts were revived. Papal supremacy was restored in law through Cardinal Reginald Pole's negotiation. Mary also faced the challenge of marriage. As a female ruler, she was under pressure to secure the succession quickly. She chose Philip of Spain, son of Charles V. The match was deeply unpopular in England. Many feared domination by Spain and the loss of English independence. Wyatt's rebellion broke out in protest. Mary responded decisively. She had the rebels crushed. She executed Lady Jane Grey and her husband Guildford Dudley after the rebellion to eliminate any figurehead for Protestant plots. Her cousin Elizabeth, suspected of complicity, was imprisoned in the Tower but ultimately released for lack of proof. Mary married Philip in a grand ceremony at Winchester Cathedral. but the marriage proved personally disappointing and politically damaging. Philip was frequently absent, treating Mary coldly. The union dragged England into Spain's wars with France, leading to the humiliating loss of Calais, England's last continental possession. Mary's greatest infamy stems from her persecution of Protestants. Determined to reverse her father's and brother's reforms, she enforced the heresy laws with brutal consistency. Approximately 300 Protestants were burned at the stake, including prominent clergymen like Thomas Cranmer, Nicholas Ridley, and Hugh Latimer. These executions, widely publicised and remembered, earned her the enduring nickname Bloody Mary. Yet in her own eyes, Mary was acting to save souls and restore England to God's true church. She saw Protestantism as heresy that damned England spiritually and divided it politically. Mary's health was always fragile. She suffered from a series of phantom pregnancies, delusions fueled by desperate hope and popular expectation. She longed to give birth to a Catholic heir who would secure her restoration of Rome's authority, but no child was ever born. Her final years were marked by deep personal and political disappointment. Philip returned to Spain, leaving her increasingly isolated. The loss of Calais in war with France was a blow to national pride, and to Mary personally, who is said to have remarked that when she died they would find Calais engraved on her heart. Mary died at St. James's Palace, leaving the throne to her half-sister Elizabeth. She was buried at Westminster Abbey. Ironically, Elizabeth, whom she had distrusted and persecuted, would go on to become one of England's most successful and Protestant monarchs. Mary I's legacy is deeply contested. To Catholics, she was a devoted and courageous queen who tried to reverse the damage done by her father's and brother's religious revolutions. To Protestants, she was a tyrant who tried to destroy English freedom of conscience through fire and blood. What is clear is that Mary was a woman of immense personal conviction and courage. She would not yield her beliefs even under the severest political pressure. She was intelligent, learned, and determined to rule in her own right despite a culture that saw female rule as unnatural and dangerous. Yet her methods, particularly the persecution of Protestants, left wounds that shaped English identity for generations. Her reign was short, her achievements fragile, but her impact on the nation's memory and religious divisions was lasting. Mary I remains one of England's most tragic and polarising monarchs, a queen whose life was marked by loyalty, faith, and personal suffering, and whose reign became the crucible for England's fierce religious conflicts. Next, we have Elizabeth I, who ruled from 1558 to 1603. Elizabeth I was born into one of the most dramatic periods in English history, the daughter of Henry VIII and his second wife, Anne Boleyn. Her birth was a moment of triumph for her mother, who had risked everything to marry Henry. But disappointment followed quickly, because Elizabeth was not the son Henry so desperately wanted. Elizabeth's early childhood was marked by dramatic reversals of fortune. When she was just a toddler, her mother, Anne Boleyn, was arrested, tried for adultery and treason, and executed. Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by an Act of Parliament and removed from the line of succession. She was stripped of the title princess and became simply Lady Elizabeth. Despite this, Henry didn't abandon her completely. Over time, she was partly restored to favour. She received an excellent humanist education, studying Latin, Greek, French, Italian, rhetoric, philosophy, and history. She was a brilliant student, developing a lifelong love of learning and becoming one of the most educated women of her age. Henry's later marriages also shaped Elizabeth's life. When he married Catherine Parr, his sixth wife, Elizabeth was welcomed back into a more stable royal household. Catherine Parr encouraged Elizabeth's education and helped reconcile Henry with both his daughters. This led to Elizabeth being restored to the line of succession in Henry's will. though still officially illegitimate. After Henry's death, Elizabeth lived under the rule of her half-brother Edward VI. Edward's Protestant regents welcomed Elizabeth's Protestant education and values, but the young king's death at a very young age threw the kingdom into crisis. Edward tried to exclude his half-sisters from the succession, naming Lady Jane Grey as his heir. Elizabeth was cautious during this period. When Mary I quickly overthrew Jane and claimed the throne, Elizabeth professed loyalty, knowing how dangerous opposition would be. Mary I's reign was a perilous time for Elizabeth. Mary was a devout Catholic determined to reverse the Protestant Reformation. Elizabeth, seen as a focus for Protestant hopes, was viewed with deep suspicion. After Wyatt's rebellion, an uprising partly motivated by anger over Mary's planned marriage to Philip of Spain, Elizabeth was arrested and imprisoned in the Tower of London. She denied any involvement, but her life was in grave danger. Mary lacked clear proof to execute her, but Elizabeth was kept under house arrest and close surveillance for years. Mary's reign was marked by religious persecution. Protestants were burned as heretics, earning Mary the name Bloody Mary. Elizabeth watched carefully, understanding the dangers of open defiance, but refusing to convert to Catholicism. When Mary died, Elizabeth became queen at the age of 25. Her accession was met with popular joy. England had suffered from religious conflict, foreign alliances that brought little benefit, and the loss of Calais. Elizabeth offered hope for stability. Elizabeth's first priority was religious settlement. She needed to establish a church that would unify as many subjects as possible while firmly rejecting papal authority. Parliament passed the Acts of Supremacy and Uniformity, re-establishing the Church of England with Elizabeth as supreme governor. The new Book of Common Prayer balanced Protestant theology with ceremonial elements to appeal to more traditional subjects. Elizabeth's religious policy became known for its relative moderation, the so-called Elizabethan settlement. While Protestant in doctrine, it avoided extremes. Catholics were expected to attend Anglican services, but persecution was limited at first. This via media was designed to prevent the kind of civil conflict that had scarred France and the Holy Roman Empire. Elizabeth also faced enormous political challenges. As a female monarch in a world that believed women were naturally unsuited to rule, she had to prove her authority constantly. She used ceremony, symbolism, and carefully cultivated personal charisma. She presented herself as the Virgin Queen, married to her kingdom. Marriage was a constant issue. Parliament and advisers pressed her to marry and produce an heir to secure the succession. She entertained numerous suitors, Philip of Spain, the Duke of Anjou, and English nobles like Robert Dudley, but she refused all. Her refusal turned into a deliberate strategy. By remaining unmarried, she kept foreign powers guessing and English factions in check. Her relationship with Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, was especially close. Rumours swirled of love and scandal, but Elizabeth never married him, understanding that doing so could divide her court and alienate powerful nobles. Foreign policy was a constant balancing act. Elizabeth sought to avoid costly wars while protecting England's independence. She resisted direct confrontation with France and Spain for as long as possible, using diplomacy and even marriage negotiations as tools of statecraft. But conflict eventually became unavoidable. Protestant rebellions in the Netherlands drew England into opposition to Spain. The execution of Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's cousin and rival, became the most dramatic moment of her reign. Mary had been forced to abdicate the Scottish throne and fled to England, where she became a prisoner and a rallying point for Catholic plots. After years of conspiracies, including the Babington plot, Elizabeth reluctantly signed Mary's death warrant. Mary's execution in Fotheringhay Castle was a personal and political crisis, making Elizabeth the target of Catholic outrage and giving Spain a pretext for invasion. Philip of Spain launched the Spanish Armada in an effort to invade England and depose Elizabeth. In one of the defining moments of her reign, England's smaller, more manoeuvrable navy, aided by storms and strategic brilliance, defeated the Armada. Elizabeth used the victory to strengthen her own image as the defender of Protestant England. She famously addressed her troops at Tilbury, saying she had the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too. Her later years were marked by continued war with Spain, rebellion in Ireland, and economic difficulties. Yet she maintained her authority, skillfully managing her court and parliament. Her reign saw the flowering of English culture. Shakespeare, Marlowe, Spenser, and many others transformed English literature and drama. Elizabeth also encouraged exploration and the beginnings of English overseas expansion. Figures like Francis Drake and Walter Raleigh sailed to the New World, raided Spanish treasure ships, and laid the foundations of England's future empire. She grew increasingly isolated in old age. Many of her closest advisers died. The question of succession haunted her. Though she refused to name an heir publicly, she recognised James VI of Scotland as her successor in her final days, ensuring a peaceful transition. Elizabeth died at Richmond Palace. She was buried in Westminster Abbey, in a tomb shared with her half-sister Mary I. Elizabeth I's legacy is immense. She turned England from a minor European power into a nation with global ambitions. She stabilised a kingdom torn by religious strife, crafting a settlement that endured. She defeated the greatest empire of her day and inspired a sense of national identity and purpose. Yet she was also pragmatic, at times ruthless, and fiercely controlling. Her refusal to marry kept her power absolute but left her dynasty vulnerable. She was a master of image, using the myth of the Virgin Queen to command respect and loyalty. Elizabeth I remains one of England's most celebrated monarchs, a queen who ruled with intelligence, charisma, and steel will, leaving behind an age that still bears her name, the Elizabethan era. Next, we have James I, who ruled from 1603 to 1625. James I of England was born James Charles Stuart, heir to the Scottish throne as the only son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and her second husband, Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley. His birth was celebrated as the union of two strong royal bloodlines, since both parents descended from Henry VII of England, giving James a clear claim to the English throne. But James's childhood was marked by violence and instability. His father, Lord Darnley, was murdered in mysterious and brutal circumstances when James was just an infant. Suspicion fell on Mary's ally, the Earl of Bothwell, who married her soon after. This scandal outraged the Scottish nobility and led to Mary's forced abdication. Mary was imprisoned, and the infant James was declared King of Scots as James VI. He was only 1 year old when crowned at Stirling Castle. Scotland was ruled in his name by regents, beginning with his half-uncle, the Earl of Moray. His childhood was overshadowed by factional struggles between rival Protestant and Catholic nobles. James grew up under the watchful eye of Protestant tutors. George Buchanan, one of the great humanist scholars of the age, was tasked with James's education. Buchanan was harsh, even beating James to enforce discipline, but he instilled in the boy a love of learning. James became fluent in Latin and French, studied history and theology, and developed a lifelong interest in writing. As a teenager, James faced repeated challenges to his authority. Regents were murdered or overthrown, and rival factions kidnapped him more than once in attempts to control the crown. Despite these upheavals, James learned to navigate Scottish politics with remarkable skill, balancing Protestant lords, Catholic factions, and border clans. By his late teens, he had taken real control of government. He pursued policies to strengthen royal authority, making truces with unruly nobles and enforcing law across a divided kingdom. He also managed to keep relations with England relatively stable, despite the fact that Elizabeth I had executed his mother, Mary, Queen of Scots, after years of imprisonment in England. James's mother remained a complicated figure for him. Though he protested her execution, he had not intervened to save her. He saw her presence in England as a threat to his own claim to Elizabeth's throne, and balanced his personal sense of injustice with political caution. James married Anne of Denmark in a carefully negotiated Protestant alliance. They had several children, though only a few survived childhood. Their eldest son Henry was groomed to be the ideal Protestant prince, but tragically died as a teenager, leaving his younger brother Charles as the heir. Throughout his Scottish reign, James developed and articulated his theory of kingship. He wrote extensively on the divine right of kings, the belief that monarchs derived their authority directly from God and were answerable only to him. His works, such as The True Law of Free Monarchies, laid out these ideas clearly and would shape his rule in England. When Elizabeth I died without children, James was the obvious successor as her closest Protestant relative. Despite centuries of Anglo-Scottish rivalry, James's accession was remarkably smooth. He travelled south to be crowned James I of England, uniting the crowns of England and Scotland for the first time. James relished this moment as the realisation of his lifelong dream, a single monarchy over Britain. He called himself King of Great Britain, though Parliament refused to formally recognise the title. His early years in England were marked by optimism. He ended the long and costly war with Spain, signing the Treaty of London. He presided over a court known for cultural brilliance, patronising poets and playwrights like William Shakespeare and Ben Jonson. But James's reign was also marked by tension. His belief in divine right clashed with a political culture where Parliament expected a say in taxation and governance. His extravagance and generosity to favourites drained the treasury. The most famous of these favourites was George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, whose rapid rise and personal closeness to James caused scandal. Religious tensions also defined his reign. James was Protestant but more moderate than many of his subjects. He authorised the King James Bible, a magnificent literary achievement that endures to this day, but disappointed Puritans who had hoped he would reform the Church of England further. Catholics faced continued persecution, leading to the most famous plot against James's life, the Gunpowder Plot. A group of Catholic conspirators, led by Robert Catesby, and famously including Guy Fawkes, planned to blow up the Houses of Parliament during the state opening. Their aim was to kill James, his family, and the Protestant elite. The plot was foiled at the last moment when Fawkes was discovered guarding the explosives in the cellars. The conspirators were hunted down and executed. The plot hardened anti-Catholic feeling in England and led to stricter penal laws against Catholics. James also pursued the idea of uniting England and Scotland politically, beyond just sharing a monarch. But both English and Scottish parliaments resisted. England's parliament was wary of losing English legal traditions and feared the costs of union. Financial troubles plagued his rule. James's court was extravagant. His attempts to raise money without Parliament's consent angered the political nation, and he sold titles and monopolies, leading to widespread corruption. Despite these tensions, James generally preferred peace over war. He tried to keep England out of the 30 Years' War raging in Europe, despite Protestant pressures to support fellow Protestants. His foreign policy aimed at balancing European powers, though his attempt to arrange a marriage between his son Charles and a Spanish princess ended in embarrassment and outrage at home. In his final years, James's health declined. He suffered from arthritis and kidney problems, and his influence waned as Buckingham gained even greater power. James died at Theobald's house, passing the throne peacefully to his surviving son Charles I. James I's legacy is complex. He was highly intelligent, articulate, and learned, known as the wisest fool in Christendom to his critics. He united the crowns of England and Scotland, laying the groundwork for the future United Kingdom. He oversaw cultural brilliance. The King James Bible remains one of the most influential books in the English language. He avoided large-scale wars, keeping England relatively peaceful in an age of European conflict. Yet he left behind unresolved tensions. His belief in divine right monarchy and his financial mismanagement sowed the seeds of conflict that would erupt in civil war under Charles I. His efforts at religious moderation pleased neither Puritans nor Catholics fully. James I remains a monarch of contradictions, scholarly yet credulous, peaceful yet authoritarian, visionary about union yet unable to realise it fully. His reign was a pivotal bridge between the Tudor world and the conflicts that would define the Stuart century. Next, we have Charles I, who ruled from 1625 to 1649. Charles I was born the second son of James I and Anne of Denmark, never expected to be king. His older brother Henry, Prince of Wales, was the heir apparent, a charismatic, athletic and popular figure seen as the hope of the Stuart dynasty. Charles was a shy, physically delicate boy who suffered from a stammer and was overshadowed by Henry's brilliance. But Henry's sudden death when Charles was in his early teens changed everything. Overnight, Charles became Prince of Wales and the focus of royal expectations. He devoted himself to preparing for kingship, developing a strong sense of duty, deep religious faith, and a stubborn belief in royal authority. Charles admired his father's theories of the divine right of kings, the idea that monarchs ruled by God's will and were answerable only to him. This belief would shape his reign profoundly. He also grew up in the cultural flowering of the Stuart court. Charles was a passionate patron of the arts. He collected paintings, sculpture, and tapestries on a scale rivaling any monarch in Europe. He was especially devoted to the work of artists like Anthony van Dyck and Peter Paul Rubens, who shaped the regal, idealized image of Charles that survives today. Charles's early political experience was dominated by the reign of James I. He accompanied his father on state occasions but had little real power. One defining episode was the so-called Spanish Match. Charles and his favourite, George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, travelled incognito to Madrid hoping to secure a marriage alliance with the Spanish Infanta. The mission ended in humiliation. The Spanish negotiations collapsed over religious differences and diplomatic missteps. Charles returned to England furious, determined to marry a Protestant princess and take a harder line against Catholic Spain. Soon after becoming king, Charles married Henrietta Maria of France, a Catholic princess. While politically expedient, securing an alliance with France, the marriage was controversial. Many in Protestant England feared the influence of a Catholic queen, especially as she maintained her own chapel and Catholic household. Charles I came to the throne after his father's death. From the start, his reign was marked by tension with Parliament. He needed money to pursue war against Spain and later France, but Parliament was reluctant to grant funds without addressing grievances about royal finances, corruption, and arbitrary government. When Parliament tried to impose conditions on funding, Charles dissolved it. He used forced loans, essentially compulsory loans from his subjects without parliamentary approval, to fund his wars. Resistance was fierce. Notable opponents, including 5 knights imprisoned for refusing to pay, challenged his actions in court in what became known as the 5 Knights case. In response to this crisis, Parliament forced Charles to accept the Petition of Right. This constitutional document reaffirmed that taxes required parliamentary consent, subjects could not be arbitrarily imprisoned, and martial law could not be imposed in peacetime. But Charles resented these limits. He believed Parliament was overstepping its role. After further disputes, he dissolved Parliament altogether and began ruling without it. This period, known as the Personal Rule or the 11 Years' Tyranny, was characterised by Charles's attempt to govern through prerogative powers alone. During this time, Charles's government raised revenue through controversial means. Ship money, a tax traditionally levied on coastal towns for naval defence, was extended to the entire kingdom. While legal under royal prerogative, it was widely resented and seen as a dangerous extension of monarchical power. Charles also sought religious uniformity. He supported the reforms of William Laud, Archbishop of Canterbury, who enforced stricter ceremonial practices and emphasised the authority of bishops. Many Protestants, especially Puritans, saw these measures as dangerously close to Catholicism. In Scotland, Charles's attempt to impose the English prayer book provoked outrage. Riots broke out in Edinburgh, and the Scottish National Covenant was formed to resist the changes. This led to the Bishops' Wars, humiliating defeats for Charles that forced him to negotiate with a Scottish army occupying northern England. Desperate for money to pay the Scots, Charles recalled Parliament after more than a decade. But the so-called Short Parliament refused funds without addressing grievances and was quickly dissolved. The financial and military crisis forced him to summon Parliament again. This time it was the Long Parliament, which would not be so easily dismissed. Parliament seized the initiative, executing the king's hated adviser, Thomas Wentworth, Earl of Strafford, and passing measures to limit the king's power, such as the Triennial Act ensuring Parliament would meet regularly. Tensions escalated over religion and control of the military. A rebellion in Catholic Ireland required an army, but Parliament feared Charles would use it against them. Charles, in turn, feared Parliament would strip him of all real power. Matters came to a head when Charles attempted to arrest 5 leading members of the House of Commons. They fled before he could capture them, and his dramatic entrance into the Commons chamber, where Speaker Lenthal famously declared he had neither eyes to see nor tongue to speak, except as the House commanded, became a defining moment of royal overreach. Civil war was now inevitable. Charles raised his royal standard at Nottingham, beginning the English Civil War between royalists, who supported the king, and parliamentarians, who sought limits on his authority. The war was bitter and divided families and communities. Initially, Charles had military advantages. He was an able commander on the field, dignified and charismatic. He set up court in Oxford and negotiated with foreign powers and Catholic Irish confederates for aid, moves that further alienated many English Protestants. Parliament reorganised its forces under the new model army, led by men like Sir Thomas Fairfax and Oliver Cromwell. Discipline, training and religious fervour turned the tide. Charles suffered major defeats, notably at the Battle of Naseby, where his correspondence was captured and published, exposing his secret negotiations and alienating support. After further defeats, Charles surrendered to the Scots, hoping for better terms. But the Scots handed him over to Parliament. Even in captivity, Charles negotiated with different factions, playing them against each other. This behaviour infuriated the army, who felt betrayed by his duplicity. Parliament tried to negotiate a settlement restoring Charles to the throne with limited powers, but Charles refused to compromise on his belief in divine right. Eventually, the army purged Parliament of moderates in Pride's Purge, leaving a rump Parliament willing to put the king on trial. Charles I was tried for treason against the people of England, a revolutionary concept. He refused to recognise the court's legitimacy, insisting no court could judge a divinely appointed king. Nonetheless, he was found guilty. He was executed outside the banqueting house at Whitehall. He faced death with remarkable composure, wearing extra clothing so he would not shiver and appear afraid. He told the crowd he died, a martyr of the people. Charles's execution sent shockwaves through Europe. England became a republic, the Commonwealth, ruled first by Parliament and then effectively by Cromwell as Lord Protector. His legacy is fiercely contested. To some, he was a tyrant who refused all compromise and plunged his kingdom into war. To others, especially royalists who would venerate him as King Charles the Martyr, he died for the principle of monarchy and the Church of England. Charles I's reign remains a turning point in English history, a conflict over the nature of kingship, the rights of Parliament, and the limits of royal power that would shape Britain's constitutional monarchy forever. Next, we jump ahead about 11 years past the Commonwealth era to when the monarchy was restored. When it was restored, Charles II became the next monarch, who ruled from 1660 to 1685. Charles II was born the eldest surviving son of Charles I and Henrietta Maria of France. His early childhood was marked by privilege, formality, and expectation, growing up in a royal household that saw itself as ordained by God to rule. But his world changed dramatically with the outbreak of the English Civil War. Charles was still a boy when his father raised the royal standard at Nottingham. As the conflict deepened, Charles witnessed firsthand the collapse of royal authority. He was given ceremonial roles in the royalist war effort, serving as nominal commander in the West Country, but real power remained with his father's senior generals. After royalist defeats, Charles fled to the Isles of Scilly and then to Jersey and the Channel Islands. Even in exile, he watched as his father's cause crumbled and then received the devastating news of his father's execution outside Whitehall. Charles, still a teenager, was immediately proclaimed king by royalist supporters in Scotland, Ireland, and the Channel Islands. But in England itself, Parliament declared the monarchy abolished. Desperate to recover his throne, Charles negotiated with the Scots, agreeing to the strict conditions of the Solemn League and Covenant, which committed him to Presbyterian church reforms in Scotland and England. He landed in Scotland and was crowned at Scone. But his alliance with the Scots brought him into direct conflict with Oliver Cromwell's New Model Army. In a bold gamble, Charles invaded England but was decisively defeated at the Battle of Worcester. Pursued by Cromwell's forces, Charles became a fugitive. His escape after Worcester is legendary. He famously hid in an oak tree at Boscobel House to evade parliamentarian patrols. Disguised and aided by loyal supporters, he moved from safe house to safe house before finally escaping to France. The years that followed were harsh. Charles lived in exile across France, the Spanish Netherlands, and other European courts. He relied on the hospitality of foreign monarchs, constantly negotiating for military and financial support to reclaim his throne. His court in exile was often divided, impoverished, and plagued by intrigue. Charles maintained a pragmatic approach, promising religious toleration to Catholics, Anglicans, and Presbyterians alike, depending on who he was negotiating with. Meanwhile, England was ruled as a republic. Cromwell became Lord Protector, wielding near-monarchical power. But after Cromwell's death, the Protectorate collapsed into political chaos. Army factions quarrelled, Parliament floundered, and the public grew tired of strict Puritan rule. Sensing opportunity, Charles opened secret negotiations with General George Monk, who controlled the army in Scotland. Monk marched south, restoring order and forcing the Rump Parliament to allow free elections. Charles issued the Declaration of Breda, promising a general pardon, except for the regicides, religious toleration, and the payment of soldiers' arrears. This conciliatory tone reassured many in England desperate for stability. In a remarkable turn, Parliament invited Charles to return as king. His restoration in 1660 was almost bloodless. He entered London in triumph, greeted by cheering crowds. Charles faced the enormous task of healing a fractured nation. He sought a policy of tolerance, but was constrained by a fiercely Protestant Parliament. The Clarendon Code imposed strict Anglican orthodoxy, penalising Catholics and dissenters. He also had to address the settlement of lands confiscated during the Civil War, navigating competing claims from royalists and parliamentarians. He generally confirmed existing ownership to avoid further chaos but granted pensions to impoverished royalists. Charles's court became famous and infamous for its opulence, wit, and sexual license. The austerity of the Puritan years was swept aside. He surrounded himself with poets, playwrights, and artists, reviving the cultural life of England. Theatres reopened, and figures like John Dryden flourished. He also acquired the nickname the Merry Monarch, thanks to his humour, charm, and open enjoyment of pleasures. He had many mistresses, most famously Barbara Villiers, Nell Gwynn, and Louise de Querouaille. Though he had no legitimate children, he acknowledged several dozen illegitimate sons and daughters, ennobling many of them. Charles's reign was far from carefree, however. It was marked by crisis after crisis. The Great Plague ravaged London, killing tens of thousands. The Great Fire of London destroyed much of the medieval city, requiring a vast rebuilding effort led by Christopher Wren. Foreign policy was equally turbulent. England fought the Dutch in the Second and Third Anglo-Dutch Wars. These wars were costly and inconclusive, though England did acquire New Netherland, renaming it New York. Charles's dependence on Parliament for money was a constant problem. He tried to secure financial independence by signing the secret Treaty of Dover with France's Louis XIV, promising to support French interests and even to convert to Catholicism in exchange for subsidies. This closeness to Catholic France and suspicions of Charles's own religious leanings fueled deep political divisions. Anti-Catholic hysteria peaked with the fabricated popish plot, in which Titus Oates falsely claimed there was a Catholic conspiracy to murder Charles and put his Catholic brother James on the throne. The resulting panic led to executions, purges, and calls to exclude James from the succession. Charles steadfastly resisted the exclusion crisis, dissolving Parliament multiple times to block legislation that would disinherit his brother. He believed firmly in hereditary monarchy and refused to sacrifice the principle to appease anti-Catholic factions. In his final years, Charles skillfully managed Parliament, relying on his personal popularity and careful patronage to maintain control. He even ruled without Parliament for the last years of his reign, having secured French money to reduce his dependence on parliamentary subsidies. Charles died suddenly after a stroke. On his deathbed, he converted to Catholicism, received into the church by a priest in secret. His brother James succeeded him peacefully, despite the deep divisions over religion that would soon erupt into revolution. Charles II was buried in Westminster Abbey. His legacy is complex. He restored the monarchy, Church of England, and cultural life after years of republican austerity. He balanced the demands of Parliament and Crown with remarkable political skill, though often through manipulation and personal charm. Yet he also failed to resolve the religious tensions that divided the kingdom. His indulgence toward Catholics, especially his brother James, set the stage for the glorious revolution that would end the Stuart line in England. Charles II remains one of England's most fascinating monarchs, a man of immense personal charm, wit and pragmatism, who navigated one of the most turbulent periods in the nation's history with a mix of cynicism, humour and enduring resilience. Next, we have James II, who ruled from 1685 to 1688. James II of England, also James VII of Scotland, was born the second surviving son of Charles I and Henrietta Maria of France. His early childhood was one of privilege at the Stuart court, but he was still a boy when the English Civil War broke out. James's formative years were marked by upheaval and danger. As Parliament's forces advanced, he was captured and held at St. James's Palace. He managed to escape, disguised and aided by royalist supporters, eventually reaching the continent to join his mother and older brother Charles in exile. In France, James lived at the court of his cousin Louis XIV. He received a Catholic education there, deepening ties that would later shape his destiny. He also gained his first military experience, fighting for the French army and later for Spain, learning the art of command that would earn him a reputation as one of the most capable Stuart soldiers. The death of Oliver Cromwell and the collapse of the Protectorate allowed Charles II to return to England in the Restoration. James returned with him and was restored to favour, titles and wealth. He was made Duke of York, the traditional title for the king's second son. As Lord High Admiral, James was given command of the Royal Navy. He reformed naval administration, improving discipline and readiness. Under his leadership, the English fleet fought the Dutch in the Second and Third Anglo-Dutch Wars. James proved personally brave, leading from the front at battles such as Lowestoft, though results were mixed and costly. But it was his religion that would define James's fate. In a Protestant country still haunted by memories of Catholic plots, James's private conversion to Catholicism caused deep anxiety. Though he kept it secret for years, rumours spread. His marriages reflected the religious tensions of the age. His first wife, Anne Hyde, was Protestant and the daughter of Edward Hyde, Earl of Clarendon. They had 2 daughters who would survive to adulthood. Mary and Anne, both raised Protestant. Anne Hyde died young, leaving James a widower. James's second marriage was to Mary of Modena, a devout Italian Catholic princess decades younger than he was. This match further alarmed Protestant England, especially when it produced a son, threatening to establish a Catholic dynasty. During Charles II's reign, efforts were made to limit James's succession. The exclusion crisis in Parliament tried to bar him from inheriting the throne entirely. Whigs, fearing popery and absolutism, demanded his exclusion, while Tories defended hereditary right. Charles II dissolved Parliament repeatedly to prevent passage of exclusion bills. James was even sent to rule as Lord High Commissioner in Scotland to keep him out of English politics for a time. Despite these tensions, James became king smoothly when Charles died. At first, many hoped he would rule moderately. He promised to uphold the Church of England and the laws of the land. But James quickly showed his intentions. He was determined to secure full toleration and rights for Catholics. He used his royal prerogative to dispense with laws that barred Catholics from office, appointing them to key military and administrative positions. He established a standing army commanded by Catholic officers, something that terrified Protestant subjects who remembered the days of Cromwell's rule by the sword. James also tried to build alliances with dissenting Protestants by offering broad toleration to all faiths. The Declaration of Indulgence suspended penal laws against both Catholics and Protestant dissenters. Many Anglicans saw this as a cynical move to undermine the Church of England and advance Catholic power. In Scotland and Ireland, James pursued even more explicit pro-Catholic policies. He appointed Catholics to high offices and tried to reverse the Protestant dominance of government. The birth of a son, James Francis Edward Stuart, to Mary of Modena changed everything. Until then, many had tolerated James in the hope that he would be succeeded by his Protestant daughter Mary. The arrival of a Catholic male heir threatened to establish a permanent Catholic dynasty. Opposition crystallised. Leading nobles, both Whig and Tory, secretly invited William of Orange, James's son-in-law and the husband of his daughter Mary, to invade England and restore Protestant government. When William landed with an army, James hesitated. He tried to negotiate, but many of his key commanders and nobles defected to William's side. Even his younger daughter Anne abandoned him. James's position collapsed with astonishing speed. He fled London but was captured at Faversham. William, wary of making him a martyr, let him go. James fled to France, where Louis XIV welcomed him as a fellow Catholic king and legitimate monarch in exile. Parliament declared that by fleeing James had abdicated. The throne was offered jointly to William and Mary in what became known as the Glorious Revolution, a bloodless transfer of power that permanently limited the monarchy and entrenched Protestant succession. James did not give up his claim. Louis XIV supported him, giving him a court at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. From there, James plotted to recover his throne. In Ireland, he made his most determined attempt. Landing with French support, he raised an Irish Catholic army and tried to rally loyalists. But William led his forces personally, defeating James at the Battle of the Boyne. James fled back to France, leaving his supporters to fight on without him. James spent the rest of his life in exile in France. He remained devoutly Catholic and personally pious, spending much of his time in religious contemplation. He watched as his cause dwindled, though Jacobite supporters would continue to fight for the Stuart restoration for generations. He died at Saint-Germain-en-Laye, mourned by his small loyal circle. Louis XIV recognised his son as James III, keeping alive the dynastic claim that would fuel later Jacobite risings. James II's legacy is one of deep controversy. To some, he was a stubborn absolutist who sought to override the laws and liberties of England to impose Catholic rule by force. To others, he was a sincere believer in religious toleration who fell victim to bigotry and fear. What is clear is that his reign was a turning point. The Glorious Revolution established constitutional monarchy, parliamentary supremacy, and the Protestant succession as permanent features of English political life. James II remains a tragic, divisive figure, a king whose rigid beliefs and lack of political skill brought about the end of the Stuart absolute monarchy in England, changing the nation's course forever. Next, we come to the joint reign of Mary II and William III. They ruled together starting in 1689. However, a tragedy in 1694 ended their partnership. After that, William III continued to rule alone for another 8 years. Because of this, we'll cover Mary II now, and then William III. Mary II was born the eldest daughter of James II, then Duke of York, and his first wife Anne Hyde. She was born into a royal house already divided by religion and politics. Her father converted to Catholicism during her childhood, while she and her sister Anne were raised staunchly Protestant, reflecting the nation's fears about a potential Catholic succession. Mary's early years were marked by privilege but also deep personal conflict. She was well educated, with instruction in languages, scripture, and courtly accomplishments. She grew up knowing that she might one day be queen if her father succeeded to the throne, but also knowing that many in England distrusted him because of his Catholic faith. Her relationship with her father was close during childhood, but his conversion to Catholicism strained things deeply. She remained loyal to the Church of England even as her father's political choices divided the realm. When she was a teenager, Mary's marriage became a matter of high politics. Charles II, her uncle and then king, arranged her marriage to William of Orange, stadtholder of the Netherlands. William was her first cousin, the son of Charles's sister Mary, and a key Protestant leader in Europe. The marriage was intended to solidify Protestant alliances against Catholic France. Mary was just 15 when she married William, who was 9 years older and deeply serious. She wept at the match, knowing she was leaving her family and homeland, but she submitted out of duty. Mary settled in the Dutch court at The Hague. At first, she was lonely and unhappy. William was cold and distant, often preoccupied with military campaigns and diplomacy against Louis XIV. But over time, they developed a partnership based on mutual respect, shared Protestant faith, and political purpose. Despite several pregnancies, Mary and William had no surviving children. This personal sorrow haunted her and left the question of succession unresolved. Meanwhile, tensions in England grew. Her father, James II, came to the throne after Charles II's death. Though he promised to uphold the Church of England, he quickly showed his determination to secure rights for Catholics. He appointed Catholics to high office, created a standing army with Catholic officers, and issued the Declaration of Indulgence suspending penal laws. Mary watched from the Netherlands as her father's rule deepened divisions. Many in England hoped that Mary, as his Protestant daughter, would succeed him eventually. But the birth of James Francis Edward Stuart, her Catholic half-brother, threatened to establish a Catholic dynasty. This event was the tipping point. Leading English nobles, the Immortal Seven, secretly invited William to invade England to protect Protestantism and secure Mary's succession. William accepted, but insisted that Mary must support the plan fully. Mary was deeply conflicted. She felt personal loyalty to her father, but also believed her first duty was to God and the Protestant faith. She prayed, agonized, and ultimately agreed that William's intervention was necessary to save England from Catholic rule. William landed in England with a large army. James II's support collapsed rapidly, as nobles and even his daughter Anne defected. Mary remained in the Netherlands while William secured control. James fled to France, effectively abdicating. Parliament declared the throne vacant. Mary then sailed to England and reunited with William in London. She was greeted with public celebrations, but also faced personal pain. She had effectively overthrown her own father. She wrote that she would never have acted if he had not set himself against the religion of the country. Parliament offered the crown jointly to William and Mary. This was unprecedented, a unique arrangement that recognised their shared legitimacy, but also acknowledged William's role as the military saviour of Protestant England. They were crowned together at Westminster Abbey. The settlement that followed, the Declaration of Rights, later enacted as the Bill of Rights, firmly limited royal power, confirmed parliamentary supremacy, and barred Catholics from the throne. This constitutional framework would shape Britain for centuries. As Queen, Mary ruled alongside William but often served as regent when he was campaigning on the continent. During these periods she governed with seriousness and skill, chairing the Privy Council, overseeing correspondence, and ensuring the stability of the realm. Though naturally shy and self-critical, Mary was conscientious and deeply religious. She was dedicated to the Church of England and supported reforms within it. She worked to enforce moral discipline, encouraging laws against blasphemy, drunkenness, and immorality. Mary also faced Jacobite conspiracies, plots to restore her father. She took these threats seriously, supporting laws to punish sedition and loyalty oaths to the new regime. Her personal life remained complex. Though she and William respected one another, their relationship had tensions. William's reliance on his close advisor and rumoured lover, Hans Willem Bentinck, caused jealousy. Yet Mary remained loyal, defending William publicly and supporting his policies even when unpopular. She had to navigate delicate relationships with her sister Anne, whose husband, George of Denmark, fell out with William. Mary tried to reconcile with Anne but was hurt by Anne's suspicion and hostility, particularly over their father's exile and her own childlessness. Mary's reign was cut short by illness. She fell seriously ill with smallpox, a deadly and highly contagious disease. She received the sacrament, prayed earnestly, and died after days of suffering. Her death devastated William, who wept openly and declared he had lost the best friend I have in the world. He continued to rule alone, but never remarried. Mary was buried in Westminster Abbey with full royal honours. Mary II's legacy is often overshadowed by William's military and political achievements, but she was crucial to the success of the Glorious Revolution. Her Protestant legitimacy reassured a suspicious nation that William's invasion was not conquest but deliverance. As Queen Regnant, she demonstrated that a woman could rule effectively in her own right, balancing authority with humility, conscience, and care for her people. She remains one of England's most significant queens, a monarch who put her faith in her country above personal ties, helping to secure the Protestant succession and lay the foundations of Britain's constitutional monarchy. Next, we have William III, who ruled from 1689 to 1702, with the first 5 of those years being done jointly with Mary II, and the last 8 being alone after her death. William III of England, also known as William of Orange, was born into one of Europe's most turbulent and politically significant families. He was the only child of William II, Prince of Orange, and Mary Stuart, daughter of Charles I of England. His father died before William was born, leaving him as a posthumous heir in a fiercely contested Dutch republic. William's early childhood was marked by political manoeuvring. His mother returned to England, leaving him to be raised in the Dutch court under the watchful eye of the States of Holland. The powerful regent Johan de Witt sought to limit the influence of the House of Orange, a family that had long dominated Dutch politics through its role as stadtholder, a sort of military governor and leader. As a boy, William was quiet, serious, and highly intelligent. He received an excellent education, learning Latin, French, history, and military theory. From a young age, he was aware that he carried not only the hopes of his supporters in the Netherlands, but also a direct blood link to the English royal family, giving him a claim to the English throne. William's life changed dramatically with the death of his mother, who left him alone as an orphan. But he inherited a powerful legacy: the name of Orange, the loyalty of key Dutch provinces, and the memory of his ancestors who had fought for Dutch independence from Spain. As he grew, tensions with France loomed large. Louis XIV of France sought to dominate Europe and often threatened the independence of the Dutch Republic. William's lifelong opposition to Louis would shape all his choices. The turning point came with the disaster of 1672, the so-called Rampjaar or Year of Disaster. France invaded the Netherlands, overwhelming Dutch defences. The country was on the brink of collapse. In this crisis, the Dutch turned to William, revoking the earlier decision to abolish the stadholderate and appointing him Captain General and later stadtholder. William rallied the Dutch. He organised defences, flooded parts of the country to halt the French advance, and secured alliances with Spain and the Holy Roman Empire. His leadership was steady, cool, and relentless. Though he was not known for personal warmth, he inspired confidence through sheer determination. He also entered the complex web of European diplomacy, always seeking alliances to check French expansion. This lifelong struggle against Louis XIV became his defining mission. William's marriage was both personal and political. Charles II of England arranged for William to marry Mary, the Protestant daughter of James II, then Duke of York. This match was intended to strengthen Protestant alliances and secure an English connection against France. Though the marriage was politically necessary, it was personally strained at first. William was serious, politically obsessed, and often brusque. Mary was young and wept at leaving England. Over time, however, they developed mutual respect and loyalty. Meanwhile, events in England moved in ways that would change William's life forever. James II converted openly to Catholicism and pursued policies granting rights to Catholics, alarming Protestant England. When James's Catholic wife gave birth to a son, it threatened a Catholic dynasty. This crisis produced the moment that defined William's career. Leading English nobles secretly invited him to intervene. William saw this not just as a chance to secure his wife's rightful place in the succession, but as essential to protect Protestantism and defeat French influence in England. William landed in England with a well-equipped army. He issued declarations promising to uphold English laws and the Protestant religion. James's support collapsed, with many nobles and even his daughter Anne defecting to William's side. James fled to France, effectively abdicating. William faced complex negotiations with the English Parliament, which was divided over how to resolve the succession crisis. Ultimately, Parliament declared the throne vacant and offered it jointly to William and Mary. William agreed, though reluctantly, to this joint monarchy. He insisted on ruling in his own right, not just as Mary's consort. They were crowned together, establishing the unique arrangement of dual monarchy, William and Mary accepted the Declaration of Rights, later the Bill of Rights, which limited royal power, confirmed parliamentary supremacy, and barred Catholics from the throne. This settlement is often seen as the foundation of Britain's constitutional monarchy. William's reign was consumed by war with France. He brought England into the Grand Alliance, a European coalition aimed at checking Louis XIV's power. Battles raged across Flanders, Germany, and the seas. Though personally brave, William was cautious and methodical as a commander. He also faced fierce resistance in Ireland, where James II landed with French support to rally Irish Catholics and Jacobite loyalists. William led an army to Ireland, winning the crucial Battle of the Boyne. This victory is still celebrated by Protestants in Northern Ireland today. William also crushed Jacobite resistance in Scotland at the Battle of Killiecrankie, and through brutal suppression in the Highlands, including the notorious Glencoe massacre, an event that stained his reputation among many Scots. When Mary died suddenly of smallpox, William was devastated. Though their marriage had not always been warm, she had become his most loyal supporter. He ruled alone afterward, often in ill health, and battling political opposition at home. William had no children, which made the question of succession urgent. He worked with Parliament to secure the Act of Settlement, ensuring that only Protestants could inherit the English throne, bypassing many closer Catholic claimants in favour of the House of Hanover. In his later years, William continued his fight against France, leading armies personally despite worsening health. He fell from his horse after it stumbled on a molehill, a seemingly minor accident that led to complications and his death. William was buried at Westminster Abbey. William III's legacy is immense. He secured the Protestant succession, checked French expansionism, and helped establish the principles of constitutional monarchy in Britain. His reign marked the permanent shift of power from crown to parliament. Yet he remains a complex figure. Admired as a champion of Protestant liberty and constitutional government, he was also cold, secretive, and at times ruthless. His wars cost thousands of lives and reshaped the balance of European power. To his supporters, William was England's deliverer, a foreign prince who saved Protestant England from Catholic absolutism. To his enemies, he was an invader who usurped the throne. What is clear is that William III was one of Britain's most consequential monarchs, a soldier, statesman and strategist who helped define the modern British state and the balance of power in Europe for a century to come. Next, we have Anne, who ruled from 1702 to 1707 before England and Scotland united, creating Great Britain, where Anne then ruled from 1707 to 1714 as the Queen of Great Britain. Anne was born the second daughter of James II, then Duke of York and Anne Hyde. From birth she was a granddaughter of Charles I and niece to Charles II, placing her firmly in the heart of England's royal family. Anne's childhood was marked by religious and political tensions. Though her father converted to Catholicism during her youth, both Anne and her elder sister Mary were raised as devout Protestants in the Church of England. This was not merely a personal choice, but a political necessity in an overwhelmingly Protestant nation suspicious of Catholic ambitions. Anne grew up moving between royal palaces and country estates, developing a strong sense of duty, but also a certain reserve and shyness. She received the education deemed appropriate for a royal daughter: languages, religion, etiquette, music, and needlework. She became known for her piety and her affection for Anglican clergy. Her personal life took shape when she married Prince George of Denmark, a Protestant cousin of the Danish king. The match was politically safe and personally agreeable. George was mild-mannered, devoted, and unfailingly loyal. Their marriage was stable and affectionate, if not marked by great passion. But Anne's married life was overshadowed by tragedy. She became pregnant at least 17 times, but none of her children survived to adulthood. Most died in infancy, while others were miscarried or stillborn. The longest surviving was Prince William, Duke of Gloucester, who showed promise but died at age 11 after a prolonged illness. This personal tragedy haunted Anne and weighed heavily on politics, as her inability to produce an heir created a succession crisis that would shape the entire kingdom's future. Anne's relationship with her father grew strained when he became king as James II. James's open Catholicism and his policies to promote Catholics in government and the military deeply worried Anne, a devout Anglican. She remained outwardly dutiful but was alarmed by his efforts to undermine the Church of England. The crisis came with the birth of James's Catholic son and heir, James Francis Edward Stuart. This event threatened to establish a permanent Catholic dynasty. Anne privately sided with Protestant nobles who invited her brother-in-law William of Orange, her sister Mary's husband, to intervene. When William invaded England, James's support crumbled. Anne herself fled London in disguise, joining William's forces. She left behind her father, whom she would never see again. Her decision devastated James and marked her as a traitor in the eyes of Jacobites. After James fled to France, Parliament declared the throne vacant. William and Mary were offered the crown jointly, and Anne accepted the settlement, though it left her in an awkward position. She was next in line after her sister, but politically sidelined while William and Mary ruled. Relations between Anne and Mary grew tense, particularly over Anne's close friendship with Sarah Churchill. Sarah was Anne's confidant and political advisor, intelligent, forceful, and charismatic. But Mary disliked Sarah's influence and the pair's closeness, leading to painful family quarrels. When Mary died of smallpox, William ruled alone. Anne became heir apparent, recognised by the Act of Settlement, which secured the Protestant succession by bypassing numerous closer Catholic relatives in favour of the Hanoverians if Anne died childless. Upon William's death, Anne became queen. She was crowned in Westminster Abbey, the last Stuart to do so. Her reign began with national celebration, but she faced enormous challenges. Foremost was the War of the Spanish Succession, a massive European conflict over who would inherit the Spanish throne. Anne committed England to supporting the Grand Alliance against France to prevent Louis XIV's grandson from uniting the French and Spanish crowns. This war dominated her reign. England, under generals like John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, won major victories at Blenheim, Ramillies, Oudenarde, and Malplaquet. These battles were costly but immensely prestigious, making Britain a major European power. Domestically, Anne's reign saw deep political divisions. The two-party system of Whigs and Tories grew more organised and confrontational. Whigs generally supported the war and the Protestant succession. Tories were more sceptical of foreign entanglements and wary of Whig dominance. Anne initially favoured the Tories, sharing their Anglican convictions, but the war's demands and her reliance on Marlborough's military success forced her to work with the Whigs. Her relationship with Sarah Churchill deteriorated spectacularly during her reign. Sarah's forceful personality clashed with Anne's, growing insistence on her own authority. Political differences compounded personal tensions. Eventually, Anne dismissed Sarah from court, ending one of the most famous female friendships in English history. Anne's health was fragile throughout her life. She suffered from gout, obesity, and other chronic illnesses. Her physical pain was severe and often confined her to a wheelchair. Her declining health made governance difficult, and she depended heavily on her ministers. Anne's greatest political challenge was securing the Protestant succession. Her only surviving child had died years before. To avoid a Catholic claimant inheriting the throne, Parliament passed the Act of Settlement, which named Sophia of Hanover and her descendants as heirs. Anne oversaw the Acts of Union, which united the Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of Scotland into the single Kingdom of Great Britain. Though controversial in Scotland, the union was a landmark, creating a single parliament and solidifying the new British state. As Anne aged, the succession question became urgent. Sophia of Hanover died shortly before Anne, making Sophia's son George the designated heir. Anne's final days were marked by declining health and political manoeuvring between Whigs and Tories over her government's direction. She suffered a stroke and died in Kensington Palace. She was buried in Westminster Abbey beside her husband, George of Denmark. Anne's legacy is complex and often underappreciated. She presided over the unification of England and Scotland, the establishment of the Protestant Hanoverian succession, and England's rise as a European power through military victories. Yet her reign was marked by intense personal suffering, political factionalism, and the end of the direct Stuart line. Her inability to produce an heir ended centuries of Stuart rule and led directly to the Hanoverian dynasty. Anne was deeply religious, personally modest, and conscientious about her role. She navigated a male-dominated political world with surprising toughness, insisting on her royal prerogatives even as her ministers squabbled. She remains the last monarch of the House of Stuart and a pivotal figure in Britain's transformation into a modern constitutional monarchy. Her life was one of duty, tragedy, and quiet determination in an age of profound change. Next, we have George I, who ruled from 1714 to 1727. George I was born in Hanover, a small but important state in the Holy Roman Empire, to Ernest Augustus, Elector of Hanover, and Sophia of the Palatinate. He was raised in the tight-knit world of German princely politics, learning early how to navigate alliances, rivalries, and the complexities of court diplomacy. George's mother, Sophia, was a granddaughter of James I of England, giving George a direct but distant claim to the English throne. This connection would become critically important, though few could have predicted it when George was a child. He was educated as a typical German nobleman, military training, languages, and the Lutheran faith that dominated his family and region. George was not known for intellectual brilliance, but he was practical, steady, and disciplined. As a young man, George fought in the wars that swept Europe in the late 17th century. He distinguished himself during the Great Turkish War, fighting under the imperial banner against the Ottoman Empire, gaining valuable command experience and a reputation for personal courage. George married Sophia Dorothea of Celle, a match arranged to consolidate family lands and strengthen the Hanoverian position. But the marriage was notoriously unhappy. Sophia Dorothea was lively and spirited, while George was serious and reserved. Their relationship deteriorated rapidly, marred by infidelities on both sides. The scandal reached its peak when Sophia Dorothea began an affair with Count Philip Christoph von Königsmarck. The affair ended in tragedy when Königsmarck disappeared, widely believed to have been murdered with George's knowledge or at least tacit approval. Sophia Dorothea was divorced and imprisoned for life in the castle of Alden, never to see George or their children again. George never remarried. His relationship with his two surviving children, George Augustus, the future George II, and Sophia Dorothea of Hanover, was formal and sometimes strained. George's political career advanced when his father, Ernest Augustus, secured the elevation of Hanover to an electorate of the Holy Roman Empire, a significant step up in rank and prestige. George became Elector of Hanover upon his father's death. As Elector, George was methodical and cautious. He built up Hanover's military, balanced its finances, and maintained alliances with the Habsburg Emperor, while carefully navigating the complicated politics of the empire. Meanwhile in England, Queen Anne's reign was marked by the urgent question of succession. Anne had no surviving heirs, and the threat of a Catholic restoration loomed large, particularly with the exiled James Francis Edward Stuart, known as the Old Pretender, claiming the throne. To secure a Protestant succession, Parliament passed the Act of Settlement, naming George's mother Sophia and her Protestant descendants as heirs to the English throne. When Sophia died shortly before Anne, George became the designated heir. When Queen Anne died, George was proclaimed King of Great Britain and Ireland as George I. He was 54 years old, had never visited Britain, and spoke little English. His arrival in England was cautious and formal. He brought with him a retinue of German courtiers, creating immediate suspicion and resentment among his new subjects. Many viewed him as a foreign interloper with little understanding of English customs, language, or politics. George I's reign began amid Jacobite plotting. In Scotland and the north of England, the 1715 Jacobite Rising sought to place the Old Pretender on the throne. George responded decisively, mobilising loyal forces and crushing the rebellion at the Battle of Sheriffmuir. Though the fighting was inconclusive tactically, it was strategically decisive, breaking the Jacobite momentum and forcing James's flight back to France. Domestically, George's reign saw the strengthening of the constitutional monarchy. He relied heavily on ministers, particularly Robert Walpole, who emerged as the de facto first Prime Minister. George was content to let Walpole manage Parliament and government so long as Hanoverian interests were protected and stability was maintained. George himself was often dismissive of English politics, spending long periods in Hanover and leaving government in the hands of his ministers. This absentee kingship angered many, but also contributed to the evolution of cabinet government, with the monarch's role becoming increasingly ceremonial in practice. His reign was marked by factional rivalry between Whigs and Tories. George strongly favoured the Whigs, who had supported the Glorious Revolution and the Protestant succession. Tories were viewed with suspicion as closet Jacobites. Under George's rule, Whigs dominated government for decades. Foreign policy was dominated by George's concern for Hanover. He often prioritised his German territories, aligning Britain with European coalitions designed to check French and later Spanish ambitions in northern Germany. This occasionally irritated his English subjects, who felt drawn into continental entanglements of little benefit to Britain. George's personal life in England was famously private and somewhat scandalous. He maintained relationships with German mistresses, most notably Melusine von der Schulenburg, whom he created Duchess of Kendal. She wielded influence at court but remained unpopular with the English public. His relationship with his son, George Augustus, the future George II, was fraught. They argued bitterly over money, household arrangements and politics. At one point, George I even banished his son from court. This father-son feud became famous and would continue in different form into George II's reign. Despite his unpopularity with sections of English society, George I was a shrewd and cautious ruler. He understood the limits of his position and the need to maintain Protestant stability. He avoided direct confrontation with Parliament, delegated authority effectively, and ensured a peaceful transition of power. George I died while travelling to Hanover. He suffered a stroke and died on the journey, marking the end of the first Hanoverian reign in Britain. He was buried in Hanover rather than England, symbolising the dual nature of his kingship, a British monarch but always a German prince at heart. George I's legacy is complex. He was seen by many contemporaries as dull, foreign and disengaged, yet he presided over a critical period in British history. His reign solidified the Protestant succession, defeated the Jacobite threat, and saw the rise of cabinet government under a constitutional monarchy. By ruling carefully, favouring Whig stability, and allowing ministers like Walpole to manage day-to-day government, George helped shape the modern British state. His reign marked the true beginning of Britain's constitutional monarchy, a system in which kings reigned but ministers governed. George I remains a foundational but often overlooked monarch, cautious, pragmatic and instrumental in establishing the stability and parliamentary supremacy that would define the Georgian era. Next we have George II, who ruled from 1727 to 1760. George II was born in Hanover as the eldest son of George I and Sophia Dorothea of Chell. His early life was marked by tension between his parents, whose bitter marriage ended with his mother's lifelong imprisonment after her affair. George never saw her again after childhood, a family tragedy that left him with a lifelong sense of duty, but also personal coldness. He was educated as a German prince, learning French and Latin, military theory, politics, and Lutheran religious values. George was known for his short temper, stubbornness, and a certain blunt honesty. Though he wasn't regarded as brilliant, he was shrewd and tenacious. George's relationship with his father was famously strained. Even before George I became King of Great Britain, father and son clashed over money, authority, and personal independence. When George I was crowned, George II became Prince of Wales and heir apparent. As Prince of Wales, George openly opposed his father's government. He built his own rival court, hosted political opponents, and publicly disagreed with policies. Their quarrels became notorious. At one point, after an argument over the baptism of George's own son, George I banished him from court. The feud was personal as well as political, and it lasted until near the end of George I's life. George II's marriage was arranged for dynastic reasons, but grew into a solid and affectionate partnership. He married Caroline of Ansbach, a well-educated, intelligent and diplomatic German princess. Caroline became his confidant, advisor, and often the real brains behind his public image. As Prince of Wales, George fathered a large family with Caroline, producing several children, including Frederick, Prince of Wales. Their family life was marked by formality and duty, but also genuine affection, though George would later reproduce his own difficult father-son dynamic with Frederick. When George I died, George II ascended the throne without serious opposition. His coronation was widely celebrated, but he inherited a kingdom governed by constitutional principles that limited his personal power. From the start, George II found himself dependent on powerful ministers, especially Sir Robert Walpole. Though George disliked Walpole personally, seeing him as arrogant and manipulative, he recognised his political skill. Walpole secured the King's Civil List, his government income, managed Parliament, and kept Britain at peace. George II tried to interfere with government more than his father had, but the realities of parliamentary power forced him to compromise. He raged at ministers behind closed doors, but often accepted their policies when he had no choice. Foreign policy was central to George's interests. He remained Elector of Hanover, deeply committed to defending his German territories. This created suspicion in Britain, where many resented being drawn into continental wars over what they saw as George's personal possessions. The most significant military conflict of his reign was the War of the Austrian Succession. Britain supported Maria Theresa of Austria against France and Prussia. George personally led British and Allied troops at the Battle of Dettingen, famously becoming the last British monarch to lead troops in battle. He was energetic, brave, and delighted in the pageantry of command, earning respect for his courage even among critics. Domestically, his reign saw the continuing development of the constitutional system. Walpole eventually fell from power, replaced by rival factions. The political system became more fluid and competitive, with ministries rising and falling depending on parliamentary support. George's relationship with Queen Caroline was central to his success. Caroline was politically astute, advising George on how to manage Parliament and public opinion. She smoothed over his rough edges, mediated disputes, and even handled audiences with ministers when George was too angry or stubborn to do so effectively. Her death was a devastating blow. George sat by her bedside for hours, refusing food, and wept at her funeral. Though he continued to have mistresses, most famously Henrietta Howard earlier in life and later Amelie von Walmoden, none ever replaced Caroline's role as confidant and political partner. George's later years were marked by growing tension with his eldest son, Frederick, Prince of Wales. Father and son quarrelled bitterly, mirroring George's own feud with his father. Frederick set up a rival court, supported opposition politicians, and ridiculed George publicly. George despised Frederick so deeply that when Frederick died suddenly, George reportedly showed little visible grief, even mocking his son's death with cold humour. Despite his personal flaws, his rages, stubbornness, and sometimes crude behaviour, George II was not an idle monarch. He took cabinet meetings seriously, read diplomatic dispatches carefully, and insisted on understanding military plans for his beloved Hanover. He also presided over major economic and cultural growth. Britain's trade expanded enormously. The beginnings of the Industrial Revolution appeared. The country's financial system matured, supporting overseas colonies and wars alike. The last major crisis of George's reign was the Jacobite Rising of 1745. Charles Edward Stuart, known as Bonnie Prince Charlie, invaded Scotland and advanced deep into England. Panic spread in London, but George remained calm. He supported his son, the Duke of Cumberland, in leading British forces to eventual victory at Culloden, crushing the Jacobite cause once and for all. George II's final years were marked by stability. He relied on capable ministers like Henry Pelham to manage Parliament and finances. Britain emerged as a dominant maritime and commercial power. He died suddenly of an aortic aneurysm while using the toilet at Kensington Palace. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, reunited with Queen Caroline in a shared tomb he had commissioned. George II's legacy is mixed but important. He was the last British king to lead troops in battle, the last to be born outside Britain, and the last buried with his queen. He presided over the growth of cabinet government, accepted the limits of constitutional monarchy, often grudgingly, and maintained the Protestant succession against Jacobite challenges. Though personally irascible and sometimes comical in his rages, George II was a diligent, brave and determined monarch. He safeguarded both Britain and Hanover during a period of immense change, helping to secure the constitutional and imperial foundations on which Britain would build its 18th century power. Next, we have George III, who ruled from 1760 to 1801 as Great Britain's monarch. Then, once Great Britain and Ireland unified, he ruled from 1801 to 1820 as the United Kingdom's first monarch. George III was born in London, the eldest son of Frederick, Prince of Wales, and Princess Augusta of Saxe-Gotha. Unlike his Hanoverian predecessors, George was the first of his line to be born and raised entirely in Britain, speaking English as his first language and seeing himself as distinctly British. His childhood was marked by formality and strict moral education. George's father, Frederick, died unexpectedly while George was still a boy, making him heir apparent. This loss deeply affected him. He became devoted to his mother Augusta, who was fiercely protective and determined to mould him into a moral, pious king. Educated by tutors, George developed a lifelong love of farming, science, music and the arts. He was a serious student, shy in public but deeply committed to duty. He embraced Anglicanism with zeal and was determined to set an example of personal virtue. George ascended the throne after the death of his grandfather, George II. He was young, just 22, and keen to assert his independence from the old Whig aristocracy that had dominated politics under his predecessors. In his first speech to Parliament, he declared proudly that he gloried in the name of Britain, signalling a new, more native identity for the monarchy. One of his early political moves was to appoint Lord Bute, a Scot and his former tutor, as Chief Minister. Bute's rise was controversial and deeply resented by the established Whig grandees. Bute eventually resigned, but George's reliance on personal favourites left a legacy of suspicion that dogged him throughout his reign. George married Princess Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, in what became one of the most stable and affectionate royal marriages in British history. They met for the first time on their wedding day, but quickly developed mutual respect and devotion. Charlotte was intelligent, reserved, and equally committed to duty. They had 15 children together, creating the largest royal family in Britain's history. George and Charlotte shared a love of music, patronising composers like Johann Christian Bach. George collected books, founded the Royal Academy of Arts, and took an active interest in scientific experiments and agricultural innovation. He became known as Farmer George for his enthusiasm for farming on his estates. But his reign was anything but peaceful. The most defining crisis was the American Revolution. George III came to the throne committed to upholding Parliament's sovereignty over the colonies. He viewed the colonial assembly's resistance to taxes and regulations as fundamentally rebellious. Though he did not devise the hated taxes himself, he supported his ministers in enforcing them. When colonial protest escalated into war, George insisted that Britain must not back down. He believed yielding would encourage rebellion throughout the empire. As the war dragged on, George faced fierce criticism at home. Many in Parliament opposed continued fighting, yet he refused to abdicate responsibility, personally reading American rebel correspondence and closely following military developments. When Britain lost the war, George drafted an abdication letter in despair, but ultimately decided to continue, seeing it as his duty. The loss of the American colonies was a profound blow. George's image suffered. In the newly independent United States, he was vilified as a tyrant, a perception that stuck for generations. Yet despite this setback, George III remained committed to the empire. He oversaw its restructuring, with greater attention to Canada, the Caribbean, India, and new settlements in Australia. He encouraged reforms to the East India Company after corruption and misrule led to scandals and rebellions. At home, George navigated a turbulent political scene. Ministries rose and fell as factions battled over war, trade, taxes, and reform. He clashed with Charles James Fox, a radical Whig, and supported William Pitt the Younger, whose long tenure stabilised government and steered Britain through renewed war with revolutionary France. George's commitment to Britain's Protestant constitution was unyielding. When Catholic emancipation was proposed, George refused, believing that granting Catholics full rights would violate his coronation oath. This intransigence contributed to the resignation of Pitt. George III's personal life was marked by growing tragedy. Beginning in middle age, he suffered episodes of severe mental illness. The exact cause is debated, with theories ranging from porphyria to bipolar disorder. During his first major bout of illness, he talked incessantly, failed to sleep, and made wild statements. His court was horrified. He recovered after treatment from Dr. Francis Willis, but the crisis undermined confidence in his rule. Parliament debated establishing a regency, but George recovered just in time to resume duties. His mental health declined again in later years, triggered by personal grief at the death of his favourite daughter, Princess Amelia. The final years of his reign were marked by permanent incapacity. Parliament passed the Regency Act, making his eldest son George, Prince of Wales, the Prince Regent. George III lived out his last decade at Windsor Castle in seclusion, blind, deaf, and mentally incapacitated. He was largely unaware of events, including the final defeat of Napoleon at Waterloo, a victory he would have celebrated passionately. He died at Windsor, having reigned longer than any previous British monarch. George III's legacy is complex and hotly debated. He was mocked in his own time as stubborn and reactionary, seen by American revolutionaries as the embodiment of tyranny. Yet to many Britons he was also a symbol of stability, morality, and national resistance to revolutionary France. He presided over the transformation of Britain from a European power with colonies to the nucleus of a vast global empire, His reign saw scientific and industrial revolutions, massive urban growth, and the birth of modern British politics with an empowered cabinet system. George was personally devout, loyal to family, and genuinely interested in his people's welfare. His patronage enriched British culture and science. Yet his rigidity on constitutional and religious issues contributed to political crises and delayed reforms. Next, we have George IV, who ruled from 1820 to 1830. George IV was born the eldest son of George III and Queen Charlotte at St James's Palace. As heir apparent, he was created Prince of Wales almost immediately, a position that came with great visibility, enormous wealth, and intense public scrutiny. From childhood, George's life was marked by strict discipline from his father, who wanted him to grow into a model of royal duty and Protestant morality. But George rebelled against this stern upbringing, developing early on a taste for luxury, fashion, and independence. Highly intelligent and charming, George was also extravagant and self-indulgent. As a teenager, he cultivated a fashionable image, embracing art, architecture, music, and theatre. He was a patron of painters, musicians, and architects, setting trends for aristocratic society. George's relationship with his father was fraught. George III was conscientious, moralistic, and frugal. Everything George IV was not. The tension between them grew as George spent lavishly, racked up massive debts, and openly challenged his father's authority. In his 20s, George fell passionately in love with Maria Fitzherbert, a twice-widowed Roman Catholic. Against all advice and in defiance of the Royal Marriages Act, which required the king's consent for any royal marriage, George married her in a secret ceremony. Legally, the marriage was invalid, but it created a lifelong bond. The relationship scandalised George III, who refused to recognise it. Parliament also refused to pay George's mounting debts until he agreed to marry a suitable Protestant princess. In desperation, George eventually consented to marry Caroline of Brunswick. The marriage was a catastrophe from the start. George and Caroline disliked one another on sight. Their personalities clashed completely. George was sophisticated, Caroline was boisterous and unrefined. After producing one child, Princess Charlotte, they separated permanently. George resumed his extravagant lifestyle. He redecorated Carlton House in grand style and became the acknowledged leader of fashionable London society, known for its excess, gambling, and sexual libertinism. His debts continued to balloon, requiring Parliament to bail him out repeatedly. Meanwhile, George III's mental health declined. During his father's severe bout of illness, Parliament passed the Regency Act, making George the Prince Regent. As regent, he assumed the powers of the crown while his father remained king in name only. The Regency period saw enormous change. Britain was at war with Napoleon. Though George showed little interest in military strategy, he was a patriotic symbol, hosting victory celebrations and promoting British resolve. Culturally, the Regency was a golden age. George's love of art and architecture transformed London. He championed John Nash, who redesigned Regent Street, Regent's Park, and the Brighton Pavilion, a fantastical, exotic palace that embodied George's love of spectacle. He also cultivated artists like Sir Thomas Lawrence and patronised leading musicians. Though criticised for extravagance, George's taste defined an era, giving Britain much of its architectural and artistic heritage from this period. Politically, George was initially aligned with the Whigs, who favoured reform and opposed the Tory establishment. But as regent, he shifted, backing the Tories who maintained order during social unrest after the Napoleonic Wars. He supported repressive measures like the Six Acts and opposed radical reform. His relationship with his wife Caroline became an international scandal. When George became king upon his father's death, Caroline returned from exile demanding recognition as queen. George refused, leading to a sensational trial in the House of Lords to strip her of the title. Public sympathy swung toward Caroline, seeing her as a wronged woman. She was ultimately barred from George's coronation, where she was famously refused entry. As king, George IV's health and energy declined. Years of heavy drinking, overeating and indulgence left him grossly overweight and afflicted with gout. He increasingly withdrew from public life, spending long periods at Windsor, Brighton, and his beloved royal pavilion. Though personally conservative, George finally gave reluctant royal assent to Catholic emancipation. His government, under the Duke of Wellington, insisted it was necessary to prevent civil war in Ireland. George opposed the measure bitterly, but signed it under immense pressure. He also oversaw the final settlement of his daughter Charlotte's inheritance after her tragic early death in childbirth, a loss that left the monarchy without a clear heir for years and prompted a scramble among his brothers to marry and produce legitimate heirs. George IV died at Windsor Castle after years of ill health and physical decline. He was buried at St. George's Chapel. George IV's legacy is deeply contested. To many contemporaries he was vain, selfish and corrupt, a king more interested in pleasure than duty. His personal life was scandalous, his debts enormous, and his treatment of Caroline widely condemned. But he was also a superb patron of the arts. His vision and taste transformed London and Britain's royal residences. The Regency style remains one of the most recognisable and admired periods of British architecture and design. He presided over the final defeat of Napoleon and the consolidation of Britain's global power, even if he played little direct role in strategy. Ultimately, George IV embodies the contradictions of his age, a ruler whose personal flaws were glaring, but who left Britain richer culturally, more powerful on the world stage, and on the verge of major political and social changes that would define the 19th century. He remains one of Britain's most colourful and controversial kings, a man of immense charm and taste, who was also self-indulgent and divisive, leaving behind a country forever shaped by his reign. Next, we have William IV, who ruled from 1830 to 1837. William IV was born the third son of George III and Queen Charlotte. As a younger son, he was never expected to become king. His early life was freer than that of his elder brothers, with less formal pressure and more scope for adventure. At just 13, William joined the Royal Navy, beginning a long and genuine naval career. He served in the American Revolutionary War, seeing action off the eastern seaboard. He was present at the Battle of Cape St. Vincent and served in the Caribbean. His time in the Navy earned him the nickname the Sailor King, and shaped his straightforward, bluff, and sometimes coarse personality. William loved life at sea. He embraced the rough camaraderie of naval life, swore freely, drank heavily, and developed a taste for direct, unpretentious company. He rose to the rank of admiral, though his promotions were aided by his royal birth as much as his ability. After returning to England, William continued to play an active role in naval affairs. He was outspoken on naval policy, often critical of reforms he thought undermined discipline. He served as Lord High Admiral, trying to modernise and strengthen the fleet, though his efforts sometimes clashed with senior admirals and the Admiralty Board. Unlike his elder brothers, William was given considerable personal freedom. He never married young. Instead, he formed a long and open relationship with the actress Dorothea Jordan. They lived together for 20 years in what was effectively a common-law marriage. With Dorothea, William had at least 10 children, all given the surname Fitzclarence. He doted on them, providing generously for their upbringing and education. Despite the unconventional arrangement, William saw himself as a devoted father, though he refused to legitimise the children formally. The relationship eventually ended due to William's mounting debts and pressure to make a respectable royal marriage. Dorothea left for France, where she died in poverty. William was haunted by guilt and grief over her fate for the rest of his life. Faced with financial trouble, William reluctantly agreed to marry a suitable princess to secure a parliamentary settlement of his debts. He married Princess Adelaide of Saxe-Meiningen, a German princess known for her piety and gentleness. The marriage was surprisingly affectionate. Adelaide accepted William's many illegitimate children, and William grew to love her deeply. Tragically, their own legitimate children all died in infancy or were stillborn. This personal sorrow left them without direct heirs, contributing to the succession crisis that would define the next reign. William's path to the throne was unexpected. His elder brother, George IV, died without surviving legitimate issue, making William the heir. He became king in his 60s, the oldest man to ascend the throne until Charles III. William IV's reign was short but profoundly important. He was blunt, informal, and disliked pomp. He often strolled unescorted through London, chatting with ordinary people. His manner charmed many but shocked conservatives used to the elaborate ceremony of George IV. Politically, William inherited a kingdom on the verge of revolution. Popular unrest was intense, with calls for parliamentary reform to correct the gross inequalities in representation. Rotten boroughs sent MPs with barely any voters, while huge industrial cities had no representation at all. The Whig government under Lord Grey introduced the Reform Bill, seeking to expand the electorate and redistribute seats more fairly. The House of Lords rejected it repeatedly, triggering mass protests and fears of revolution. Though William was conservative by temperament and no radical reformer, he recognised the danger of resisting change entirely. In a dramatic move, he agreed to create enough new peers to ensure the bill's passage if the Lords refused again. Faced with this threat, the Lords gave way, and the Reform Act of 1832 passed. The Reform Act expanded the vote to more middle-class men and began the slow transformation of Britain into a modern parliamentary democracy. William's decision to back it was crucial. Though he did so reluctantly, it prevented potential revolution and preserved the monarchy. William also presided over the abolition of slavery in most of the British Empire. The Slavery Abolition Act was passed in 1833, ending centuries of legal enslavement and leading to emancipation for hundreds of thousands of people. Though he was not the driving moral force behind it, William gave royal assent and defended the settlement. His reign saw reforms to child labour laws and the poor law system, and efforts to improve working conditions in an industrialising country. Despite these achievements, William could be volatile and difficult. He argued loudly with his ministers, resented parliamentary constraints, and often threatened to dismiss governments he disliked. He especially loathed Lord Melbourne's Whig ministry, viewing it as too radical. Yet he was also loyal to his promises, ultimately respecting constitutional limits. He dismissed Melbourne briefly, but was forced to accept his return when no viable Tory government could command a majority. This episode confirmed the principle that the monarch could not rule without parliamentary support. Personally, William was frugal compared to his extravagant brother. He reduced royal spending, closed some palaces, and tried to appear accessible and modest. He was known for his coarse jokes, sailor's language, and informal style. Many found it refreshing after George IV's grandeur. William's relationship with Queen Adelaide was a rare model of marital devotion for the era. Despite their tragic loss of children, they remained deeply attached. Adelaide was a steadying influence on William, helping smooth his temper and advising moderation. William IV died at Windsor Castle after a brief illness. With no surviving legitimate children, the throne passed to his niece Victoria, marking the end of the direct Hanoverian line in Britain. William IV's legacy is often overshadowed by Victoria's long reign, but he was a critical transitional figure. He accepted and enabled the Great Reform Act, paving the way for Britain's evolution into a constitutional democracy. He presided over the abolition of slavery in most of the empire. Blunt, honest, and sometimes undignified, William IV was no grand strategist or intellectual, but he was shrewd enough to recognise the necessity of change, loyal to his constitutional duties, and willing to sacrifice royal power to preserve the monarchy itself. He remains the Sailor King, a man who brought the monarchy closer to the people, helped steer Britain through turbulent times, and ensured the crown survived the Age of Revolution. Next, we have Victoria, who ruled from 1837 to 1901. Victoria was born Alexandrina Victoria at Kensington Palace, the only child of Edward, Duke of Kent, the fourth son of George III, and Princess Victoria of Saxe-Coburg-Saalfeld. Her father died when she was an infant, leaving her and her mother in a precarious position financially and politically. Victoria was fifth in line to the throne at birth, but moved closer after a series of deaths among her uncle's legitimate children. By childhood, it was clear she would likely inherit. This made her the focus of intense political intrigue. Her early life was dominated by what became known as the Kensington system, a strict set of rules designed by her mother and Sir John Conroy, her mother's advisor. The system aimed to keep Victoria dependent and controllable. She was rarely allowed to be alone, controlled in her movements, and isolated from other family members, especially her uncle, King William IV, who deeply resented Conroy's influence. Victoria grew into a determined, strong-willed, and highly intelligent young woman. She loved drawing, reading, and writing. Her diaries would eventually run to millions of words, giving an unparalleled record of her life and thoughts. She also developed an iron sense of duty and a sharp understanding of her own role and status. Her relationship with her mother was complicated. She resented Conroy's control and felt manipulated. She refused his demands to appoint him her private secretary when she became queen, an early sign of her independence. Victoria became queen at the age of 18 when William IV died. She was woken early in the morning to be told she was now sovereign. Her first act was to banish Conroy from her presence, asserting her authority immediately. She moved from Kensington to Buckingham Palace, which became the main royal residence. It was the first time the British monarch had lived there. She revelled in her freedom, though she was still young, untested, and vulnerable to influence. Early in her reign, Victoria relied heavily on Lord Melbourne, the Whig Prime Minister. He was over 40 years older than her but became a trusted mentor and confidant. Their close relationship caused some political scandal, but it provided Victoria with essential political education. Her early reign was marked by naivety. The bedchamber crisis was a famous episode in which she refused to change her ladies-in-waiting when the Tory leader Robert Peel demanded it as a condition of forming a government. Her refusal kept the Whigs in power, but made clear she did not yet understand constitutional conventions about royal neutrality. A defining moment of her personal life was meeting Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, her first cousin. She proposed to him. Queens could not be proposed to. Their marriage was intensely close. Albert was intelligent, cultured, and moralistic. He became her partner in every sense, guiding her politics, interests, and family life. Together they had 9 children. Victoria adored Albert and depended on him emotionally and intellectually. He oversaw household reforms, managed her correspondence, and pushed for modernizations. Albert became de facto her private secretary and advisor, though he was unpopular with some politicians who resented his influence. Victoria and Albert created the ideal of the royal family as a moral domestic institution, an image that would define the monarchy for generations. They promoted family values, respectability, and philanthropy. Victoria loved their retreats at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight and Balmoral in Scotland, where they lived more privately. Politically, Victoria's reign saw huge changes. The power of the monarchy continued to decline in favour of parliamentary government. She disliked some prime ministers, especially the liberal William Gladstone, whom she found moralising and pompous. She preferred Benjamin Disraeli, the Conservative, who flattered her and treated her with charm and humour. Tragedy struck when Albert died suddenly of typhoid. Victoria was devastated. She fell into deep mourning and withdrew from public life for years, rarely appearing in London and wearing black for the rest of her life. Her seclusion damaged the monarchy's popularity, earning criticism that she was neglecting her constitutional duties. Victoria relied during these years on her Highland servant John Brown, a trusted confidant whose relationship with the Queen sparked rumours of scandal. She was fiercely protective of Brown, defending him against all criticism. After his death, she kept a lock of his hair and his portrait by her bedside. The later part of her reign saw the monarchy recover its prestige. She gradually returned to public life, opening Parliament, attending jubilees, and performing ceremonial duties. The Golden Jubilee, marking 50 years on the throne, was a moment of imperial pride. Victoria was declared Empress of India in 1876, a title created by Disraeli to link the monarchy more closely to the empire. She loved the imperial connection, studying Indian languages and customs and maintaining a close relationship with Abdul Karim, an Indian servant who became her munshi or teacher. This relationship, like that with John Brown, scandalised the court, but reflected Victoria's determination to have personal relationships on her own terms. She presided over the vast expansion of the British Empire, the Industrial Revolution, and sweeping social change. Her reign saw the growth of railways, telegraphs, factories, and urban centres. Though she was personally conservative, often wary of reform, she accepted the monarchy's reduced role in politics and learned to embody constitutional neutrality. Victoria maintained warm ties with Europe's royal families. Her many children married into European dynasties, earning her the nickname Grandmother of Europe. These alliances created webs of diplomacy, but could not prevent the tensions that led to the First World War. Victoria died at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight. She had reigned longer than any previous British monarch, overseeing an era so defined by her that it became known as the Victorian Age. She was buried beside Albert at Frogmore. Victoria's legacy is immense. She transformed the monarchy from a scandal-ridden institution into a symbol of stability, morality, and empire. She accepted constitutional limitations, allowing Parliament and the Prime Minister to wield real power, while she represented national unity and continuity. She was willful, stubborn, and deeply emotional. A queen who could be both imperious and deeply human. Her long reign saw Britain become the world's dominant industrial and imperial power, even as it struggled with poverty, inequality, and political reform. Victoria remains one of Britain's most iconic monarchs, the matriarch of an empire on which the sun never set, and a woman whose private passions and sorrows shaped an entire age. Next we have Edward VII, who ruled from 1901 to 1910. Edward VII was born Albert Edward at Buckingham Palace, the eldest son of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. From birth, he was heir apparent, holding the title of Prince of Wales longer than anyone before him. His upbringing was strict and highly controlled. Victoria and Albert were determined to shape him into a model constitutional monarch, instilling discipline, duty, and morality. Albert devised an intense program of study for his son, covering history, languages, science, and moral philosophy. But Edward, known in the family as Bertie, was naturally sociable, fun-loving, and less academically inclined. He struggled under his father's stern expectations and was often criticised for laziness and lack of focus. These tensions with his parents defined his youth. His father, Prince Albert, was particularly disappointed in Bertie, seeing him as frivolous and unworthy of the throne. His mother, Queen Victoria, adored Albert and largely shared his low opinion of their son's abilities. Edward's early adulthood was marked by scandal. While serving briefly with the army in Ireland, he had an affair with an actress, Nellie Clifton. Word reached his father, who rushed to confront him. Albert died soon after, and though his death was from illness, Victoria blamed Bertie's behaviour for hastening it. This accusation haunted Edward for life. Victoria withdrew even further into mourning and never forgave him fully. She excluded him from state business and refused to share political responsibilities, seeing him as untrustworthy. Edward spent decades in this peculiar limbo. He was Prince of Wales, but with no real duties. He became a celebrity and social figure, travelling across Britain and the Empire, attending public events, opening hospitals, and building his public profile. He visited North America, India, the Middle East, and across Europe. These tours helped maintain loyalty to the crown and showed his personal charm. He could be diplomatic, informal, and friendly in a way Victoria could not, earning popularity that laid foundations for modern royal public engagement. Privately, Edward embraced a lavish lifestyle. He loved society balls, horse racing, yachting, shooting, and gambling. He was a fixture in fashionable circles in London and Paris. He maintained many friendships with aristocrats and politicians, but also with artists, actors, and courtesans. His affairs were notorious. He had a string of high-profile mistresses, including Lily Langtry, Daisy Greville, Countess of Warwick, and Alice Keppel. His marriage to Princess Alexandra of Denmark survived these infidelities through shared duty and respect. Alexandra was elegant, dignified, and immensely popular. Though hurt by Edward's affairs, she maintained her role as queen-in-waiting with grace. Edward's relationship with Alexandra was affectionate but complex. They shared a love of social life, country pursuits, and family, but his infidelities were a constant strain. They had 6 children, though 2 died young. Their eldest son, Prince Albert Victor, Duke of Clarence, died unexpectedly, leaving the future George V as Edward's heir. Edward also cultivated connections in European courts. Fluent in French and German, he was close to many continental royals, including his nephew Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany. When Queen Victoria died after her record-breaking reign, Edward was already in his 60s. He chose to reign as Edward VII, breaking with the family's Saxe-Coburg and Gotha name in favour of a more traditional English one. His coronation was delayed by a health crisis, an emergency appendectomy that saved his life but forced the ceremony's postponement. This surgery was one of the first successful operations for appendicitis, attracting great public interest. As king, Edward surprised many. Though often dismissed as a frivolous playboy, he proved an effective and popular monarch. He modernised the monarchy's public image, making it more visible and approachable. He pioneered the royal walkabout by meeting people outside formal events. Politically, Edward understood constitutional limits but wielded significant informal influence. He was skilled at diplomacy, cultivating alliances with European powers. His personal relationships with France's leaders helped ease tensions after centuries of hostility, leading to the Entente Cordiale, a key step toward the alliance that would fight together in the First World War. Edward's reign saw important political battles at home. The Liberal government under Henry Campbell Bannerman and later H. Asquith passed major reforms, including the introduction of old age pensions, but the most serious constitutional crisis came over the People's Budget of 1909. The House of Lords rejected it, challenging the Commons' supremacy. Edward was prepared to create enough Liberal peers to break the Lords' opposition, a threat that ultimately forced compromise after his death. He was also involved in managing tensions in Ireland, as calls for Home Rule grew. He tried to act as a conciliator, aware of the kingdom's deep divisions but limited in what he could do. Edward's personal style was very different from Victoria's. He was gregarious, informal, and loved good company. He hosted glamorous dinners, encouraged fashion and the arts, and set trends himself. The Edwardian era is remembered for its elegance, luxury, and social confidence, but also for the underlying tensions that would erupt in the First World War. He also maintained an active role in ceremonial duties, attending military reviews, state openings of Parliament, and public celebrations. Despite his age and health problems, he travelled widely within Britain, making the monarchy visible and popular. Edward's health declined due to years of heavy smoking, eating, and drinking. He suffered from bronchitis and heart disease but refused to slow down. He died after a series of heart attacks, with Alexandra at his side. Edward VII was buried at St George's Chapel, Windsor Castle. His funeral was a grand international event, attended by kings, emperors, and princes from across Europe, a last great gathering before the alliances collapsed into war. Edward's legacy is often overshadowed by his mother's long reign and the tragedy of the First World War. Yet he played a critical role in modernising the monarchy. He accepted his constitutional limits, but used personal diplomacy to shape foreign alliances. He humanised the royal family, making it more approachable, visible, and engaged with the public. His warmth, humour, and informality contrasted with Victoria's stern image, helping restore the monarchy's popularity. Though personally flawed, extravagant, unfaithful, and sometimes irresponsible, Edward VII proved an effective, popular, and modern monarch. His short reign helped Britain transition into the 20th century, laying foundations that would carry the monarchy through unprecedented change and challenge. Next, we have George V, who ruled from 1910 to 1936. George V was born George Frederick Ernest Albert at Marlborough House in London. He was the second son of Edward VII and Alexandra of Denmark. As a younger son, he was not originally expected to become king. His older brother, Prince Albert Victor, was the heir apparent and the focus of attention. George's early life was shaped by the strict but affectionate upbringing of Edward VII and Alexandra. His mother was reserved, deeply religious, and highly protective of her children. His father, though indulgent in his own private life, expected discipline and duty from his sons. George was educated with Albert Victor by private tutors, though neither boy excelled academically. George's education was more practical than intellectual, preparing him for a life of duty rather than scholarship. At age 12, George joined the Royal Navy, a formative experience that shaped his character. He served for years at sea, travelling around the world, including visits to the British Empire's far-flung colonies. The Navy taught him discipline, resilience, and a direct, unpretentious style that would mark his reign. During these years, George formed a close bond with his older brother. The two were almost inseparable. But tragedy struck when Albert Victor died suddenly from pneumonia, following a bout of influenza. Albert Victor's death thrust George into the role of heir apparent. This personal loss was devastating, but it also transformed George's destiny. George was soon expected to marry. In a twist of dynastic continuity, he became engaged to Princess Mary of Teck, who had originally been betrothed to Albert Victor. Their marriage proved one of the most successful royal unions of the era. George was steady, dutiful, and loyal. Mary was intelligent, dignified, and supportive. Together, they created a model of family life admired across Britain. As Duke of York, George undertook numerous public duties. He represented the monarchy at events across Britain and the Empire, building popularity with his no-nonsense manner and visible devotion to service. When Edward VII died, George ascended the throne as George V. His coronation was a grand imperial event, reflecting Britain's position at the height of its global power. George faced immediate political challenges. His reign began with a constitutional crisis over the people's budget and the House of Lords' power. When the Lords refused to pass the Liberal government's budget, George was asked to threaten to create enough new Liberal peers to break their resistance. The crisis resulted in the Parliament Act, which permanently limited the Lords' ability to block legislation. George was cautious about intervening in politics. Though he distrusted the Liberals' reforms privately, he respected constitutional limits and worked to remain neutral. He and Queen Mary projected a model of solid middle-class respectability. They avoided the extravagance associated with Edward VII's court, hosting simpler, more formal occasions. Mary's devotion to the arts, antiques, and charity helped humanize the monarchy, while George's straightforward, sailor-like manner appealed to the public. George also became the first reigning monarch to visit India, holding the Delhi Durbar to mark his coronation as Emperor of India. Though criticised by some for the cost, the visit demonstrated personal engagement with the empire's vast and diverse subjects. Perhaps the defining event of George V's reign was the First World War. When the war broke out, George was deeply shaken. He saw himself as the father of his people and visited troops, hospitals and factories tirelessly to support morale. He faced personal anguish over his family ties to Germany. He was first cousin to Kaiser Wilhelm II, with whom he had once been on friendly terms. Their shared grandmother, Queen Victoria, had bound Europe's royal families together, but the war destroyed those links. To distance the monarchy from its German roots, George issued a royal proclamation changing the family name from the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha to the House of Windsor, a masterstroke of public relations that underscored loyalty to Britain. George also faced a painful decision over his cousin Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. When the Russian Revolution erupted, the British government considered offering asylum. But fears of revolution spreading led George to oppose the plan. Nicholas and his family were later executed by the Bolsheviks, a burden of guilt George carried privately. After the war, George's reign saw profound social and political change. Soldiers returned expecting a better world. There was growing pressure for reform, labour unrest, and the rise of new political movements, including the Labour Party. George accepted these changes with reluctance but pragmatism. He oversaw the granting of Irish independence in the form of the Irish Free State after years of violent struggle. Though he mourned the partition of the United Kingdom, he supported compromise to end bloodshed. He also presided over the first Labour government, led by Ramsay MacDonald. Many aristocrats were horrified, but George insisted on treating MacDonald with the same courtesy as any prime minister, helping legitimise the new political landscape. George's personal style as king was unpretentious and traditional. He loved shooting, country life and his family. He was known for his blunt speech, dry humour and keen sense of duty. He disliked pomp but understood its value, participating in carefully staged ceremonies that reassured the public. His marriage to Queen Mary was the bedrock of his life. Mary supported him unwaveringly, managing the royal household with precision and dignity. Together, they raised 5 surviving children, though the family had its share of tragedy and difficulty. Their eldest son Edward, Prince of Wales, became wildly popular in the 1920s, embodying modern glamour. But George worried about Edward's seriousness and reliability. His second son, Albert, was shy and afflicted with a stammer, but George respected his sense of duty. In his final years, George faced declining health, worsened by heavy smoking. He suffered from chronic bronchitis and lung problems. He remained stubbornly active, continuing public engagements despite illness. George V died at Sandringham House. His last words, reportedly irritable and characteristic, showed his humour and impatience with fuss. He was buried at St George's Chapel, Windsor Castle, George V's legacy is profound. He steered the monarchy through war, revolution, and social upheaval with steadiness and adaptability. He helped transform the royal family into a symbol of stability and national unity in an age of change. Though personally conservative and sometimes brusque, George accepted the changing political landscape, ensuring the monarchy's survival and relevance. He left Britain with a royal family that was more relatable, more British, and better attuned to its people than ever before. He remains one of the most important constitutional monarchs in British history, a king whose solid, dependable presence anchored Britain through the stormiest of times. Next, we have Edward VIII, who ruled for about 11 months in 1936. Edward VIII was born Edward Albert Christian, George Andrew Patrick David at White Lodge in Richmond Park. He was the first son of George V and Queen Mary, and from the start he was heir apparent, created Prince of Wales when just a few weeks old. Within the royal family he was known simply as David. He grew up in an environment of rigid discipline and heavy expectations. His father, George V, was determined to shape him into a model constitutional monarch, demanding duty, seriousness, and moral rectitude. Edward's upbringing was strict and formal. Tutored privately, he was expected to master history, languages, and statecraft, but he often found these studies dull. He was intelligent and quick-witted, but restless and rebellious by nature, chafing at the constraints of royal life. He was sent to Naval College, then Magdalen College, Oxford. Though he had a decent mind, he showed little interest in academic work, preferring sport, socialising, and travel. Edward came of age during the First World War. He was desperate to serve on the front lines with his men, and though he was commissioned in the army and visited the trenches, he was kept from combat for fear he might be killed or captured. His frequent visits to troops won him genuine popularity, reinforcing his image as a caring modern prince. After the war, as Prince of Wales, Edward became the most famous and glamorous royal of his age. Handsome, charismatic, and modern in style, he toured the empire, meeting crowds with unprecedented informality. He visited Canada, Australia, India, Africa, and the United States, becoming a global celebrity. He used his status to highlight social problems, touring impoverished mining regions in Britain and expressing sympathy for the unemployed. He was seen as refreshingly frank, saying he hoped something will be done for the poor, which both delighted the public and worried his conservative father. But Edward also developed a reputation for personal irresponsibility. He embraced the social whirl of the 1920s, keeping company with aristocratic friends, American socialites, and married women. He drank, partied, and developed a taste for modern fashion and jazz-age glamour. He had numerous affairs with married women, showing little regard for the royal family's expectations of discretion and moral example. His father despaired of him, reportedly saying that after his death, the boy will ruin himself within 12 months. Edward's relationship with Wallis Simpson would define his life. An American divorcee, bold, witty, and sophisticated, she became his mistress and eventually his obsession. Their relationship scandalized the royal court and establishment. When George V died, Edward became king as Edward VIII. He was the first British monarch to fly in an airplane, the first to address his people on radio as king, and instantly popular with the public, who saw him as dashing, modern and approachable. But behind the scenes, crisis loomed. Edward made clear that he intended to marry Wallis Simpson, who was in the process of divorcing her second husband. This was unthinkable for the Church of England, of which Edward was supreme governor. Church teaching forbade remarriage after divorce while the other spouse was still alive. Politicians, led by Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin, told Edward that marriage to Wallis was constitutionally impossible. The Dominion governments were also consulted and opposed it. Edward insisted he would marry her, even if it meant abdicating. negotiations for a compromise failed. Edward proposed a morganatic marriage, in which Wallis would not be queen, but this too was rejected. Baldwin was unyielding. Edward chose to abdicate. He signed the formal instrument of abdication at Fort Belvedere. He then broadcast to the nation, explaining that he could not carry out his duties as king without the woman he loved. His words were simple and direct, making clear the personal nature of the decision. Edward's abdication ended his reign after less than a year, the shortest of any monarch since Lady Jane Grey. His younger brother, the shy and dutiful Duke of York, became George VI. After the abdication, Edward was created Duke of Windsor. He left Britain for Austria and then France. In 1937, he finally married Wallis Simpson in a small ceremony in France, which no member of his family attended. Their marriage was controversial and unpopular with the royal family, who refused to grant Wallis the style of Her Royal Highness. Edward resented this bitterly, feeling he was treated unfairly for choosing love over duty. During the Second World War, the Windsors lived in France and then moved to Spain and Portugal. The British government was deeply suspicious of Edward's political views. He had met Adolf Hitler in Germany, praising his leadership, and was accused of harbouring pro-German sympathies. Churchill, then Prime Minister, appointed Edward governor of the Bahamas, effectively exiling him from Europe during the war. Edward and Wallis spent the war years in Nassau. He found the role dull and the colony backward, while Wallis complained about the heat in society. After the war, the couple settled in France, living in comfortable but often lonely semi-exile. Edward continued to resent his family, writing memoirs that criticised them. Wallis hosted glamorous parties in Paris, but they remained outsiders in royal circles. Edward maintained contact with his family sporadically. He attended George VI's funeral, but was not given a prominent role in Queen Elizabeth II's coronation. His relationship with his niece was polite but distant. In old age, Edward's health declined. He suffered from throat cancer and died in Paris. Wallis survived him by many years but fell into dementia and frailty. They are buried together at Frogmore near Windsor Castle, a final reconciliation with the family that had rejected them. Edward VIII's legacy is unique and controversial. He was the king who chose personal happiness over duty, a choice that seemed modern and romantic to some but selfish and destabilizing to others. His abdication crisis changed the monarchy forever, reinforcing the principle that the sovereign must embody national and religious values before personal desires. He remains a complex figure, handsome, charming and compassionate about social issues, yet careless, self-indulgent and naive about politics. His love story with Wallis Simpson became one of the 20th century's most famous tales, a symbol of sacrifice for love, but also a cautionary tale about the costs of defying duty and tradition. Edward VIII was the king who gave up his crown for love, reshaping Britain's monarchy in the process and ensuring that the line of succession would pass to the family that would guide it through war, recovery and the modern age. Next, we have George VI, who ruled from 1936 to 1952. George VI was born Albert Frederick Arthur George, known to his family as Bertie. He was the second son of George V and Queen Mary, born during the reign of his great-grandmother Queen Victoria. Bertie was not expected to be king. That role fell to his older brother Edward, the charismatic and popular Prince of Wales. Bertie grew up in his brother's shadow, quieter, shyer, and less naturally gifted at public duties. His early childhood was typical of the royal family at the time, formal, distant from parents, and disciplined. George V was a strict father who demanded duty and self-control. Bertie struggled with severe knock-knees, which required painful splints and corrective boots, making childhood physically difficult. He also developed a stammer that plagued him throughout his life. Public speaking became a source of terror and humiliation. His father's impatience with the speech impediment only made matters worse, leaving Bertie deeply self-conscious and anxious about public appearances. He was educated at home, then went to the Royal Naval College at Osborne and Dartmouth. His naval training was part of the family tradition, and though he was diligent, he was never considered brilliant. During the First World War, he served with the Royal Navy aboard HMS Collingwood, seeing action at the Battle of Jutland. After the war, he joined the Royal Air Force, becoming one of the first members of the royal family to learn to fly. He was promoted through the ranks and remained deeply interested in the services all his life. In 1923, Bertie married Lady Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon, the daughter of the Earl of Strathmore. Their marriage was a love match, unusual among royals of the time. Elizabeth was warm, intelligent and charming, qualities that complemented Bertie's more reserved nature. Elizabeth reportedly declined his proposal twice before accepting, wary of the constraints of royal life. Their partnership would prove vital to his success as king. They had 2 daughters, Elizabeth and Margaret, creating an image of a happy modern royal family that delighted the public. As Duke of York, Bertie focused on public duties and charitable work. He became president of the Industrial Welfare Society, took a keen interest in working conditions, and was particularly supportive of organisations for children and healthcare. Privately, he continued to battle his stammer. Determined to improve, he worked intensively with Lionel Logue, an Australian speech therapist. Their relationship was built on trust, patience, and respect. Logue's methods helped Bertie control his stammer enough to manage important public speaking. The abdication crisis of 1936 transformed his life. His older brother, Edward VIII, insisted on marrying Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee. The government refused to accept her as queen, and Edward chose to abdicate rather than abandon the marriage. Bertie was devastated at being thrust onto the throne. He had never expected or wanted to be king, believing himself unsuited to the role. But with duty paramount in his upbringing, he accepted, taking the regnal name George VI to emphasise continuity and stability after the turmoil of the abdication. His coronation was planned to reassure the nation and empire. It emphasised solemn duty over glamour, presenting him as a humble servant of the people. Elizabeth, his wife, became queen consort, offering steadfast support. George VI's reign was dominated by the Second World War. He and his family chose to remain in London during the Blitz, even as Buckingham Palace was bombed. Their decision to stay symbolised solidarity with the people. He and Queen Elizabeth visited bombed neighbourhoods, hospitals, factories and military installations, offering comfort and boosting morale. He broadcast to the nation, his carefully measured delivery a triumph over his lifelong stammer. George's relationship with Winston Churchill was critical. Initially cautious about Churchill's appointment, he grew to admire and rely on him. The two met regularly, forging a strong partnership that helped guide Britain through its darkest hours. He also travelled to Allied conferences in North America and Africa, despite ill health, meeting with Roosevelt and other leaders to maintain the alliance. He was the first reigning British monarch to visit the United States. After the war, George VI faced the immense challenge of Britain's decline as a global empire. India gained independence, marking the beginning of decolonisation. Though he felt sorrow over the end of imperial rule, he accepted it with dignity and pragmatism, becoming the first head of the Commonwealth. The post-war years were hard on Britain. Rationing continued, cities needed rebuilding, and the country's finances were exhausted. George's personal frugality and quiet dedication reassured a weary nation. At home, the Labour government led by Clement Attlee introduced sweeping reforms, creating the National Health Service and expanding the welfare state. George accepted these changes with grace. Understanding his constitutional role meant neutrality in politics. He remained devoted to his family. He was a gentle but firm father to Elizabeth and Margaret, guiding them through their royal responsibilities. Elizabeth, the heir presumptive, was carefully prepared for the role she would inherit. His health, however, suffered greatly. He was a heavy smoker, developing lung cancer and circulatory problems. Despite his illnesses, he refused to slow down, seeing duty as paramount. He continued working until his final months, even as his strength failed. He bid farewell to Princess Elizabeth as she departed for a tour of the Commonwealth, knowing he might not see her again. George VI died at Sandringham House. He was deeply mourned across Britain and the Empire. His funeral was attended by leaders from around the world. He was buried at St. George's Chapel, Windsor. George VI's legacy is that of a reluctant king who became a symbol of courage, stability, and sacrifice. He restored the monarchy's reputation after the abdication crisis, guiding it through the catastrophe of war with dignity and humility. He became the people's king not through charm or charisma, but through quiet duty, personal struggle, and unpretentious humanity. His steady leadership helped hold Britain together in its darkest hour, setting an example for his daughter, Elizabeth II, who would carry his values into a new era. He remains one of Britain's most respected and admired monarchs, a man who overcame personal limitations to embody the very best of service, duty, and devotion to the country. Next, we have Elizabeth II, who ruled from 1952 to 2022. Elizabeth II was born Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor at 17 Bruton Street in Mayfair, London, the first child of the Duke and Duchess of York, who would later become George VI and Queen Elizabeth. From birth she was known in the family as Lilibet, a nickname reflecting her childhood attempt to pronounce her own name. Her early life was relatively private and loving, marked by strong family bonds and a close relationship with her parents and younger sister Margaret. At the time of her birth, she was not expected to become queen. Her father was the second son of George V, and the line of succession was headed by his elder brother, Edward VIII. Elizabeth's childhood changed dramatically with the abdication crisis of 1936. When Edward VIII abdicated to marry Wallis Simpson, Elizabeth's father became king as George VI. Overnight, Elizabeth became heir presumptive. She was educated privately at home, taught constitutional history, law, languages, and literature. She developed an early sense of duty and seriousness beyond her years. She also loved horses, dogs, especially corgis, and the countryside. During the Second World War, Elizabeth and Margaret lived at Windsor Castle for safety during the Blitz. The sisters performed pantomimes to boost morale among evacuee children and the staff. Elizabeth made her first radio broadcast in 1940 at age 14, addressing children of the Empire and offering comfort during wartime separation. As she grew older, Elizabeth took on more public roles. She was appointed Colonel of the Grenadier Guards, inspecting troops at age 16. She insisted on joining the Auxiliary Territorial Service, training as a driver and mechanic, the first female member of the royal family to serve in the armed forces. Elizabeth's sense of duty deepened with her famous speech on her 21st birthday, pledging her life to the service of the Commonwealth, whether it be long or short. This vow would define her reign. During the war, she began corresponding with Philip Mountbatten, a naval officer and her distant cousin. They had met years earlier and developed a deep affection. Despite concerns about his foreign background and relative poverty, the couple were determined to marry. Elizabeth and Philip wed at Westminster Abbey. Their marriage was a strong partnership that lasted over 70 years. Philip was devoted, frank, and sometimes blunt, but provided steadfast support. Together they had 4 children: Charles, Anne, Andrew, and Edward. Elizabeth became queen unexpectedly young while on a royal tour in Kenya. News arrived that her father, George VI, had died. She immediately became queen and returned home to a nation in mourning. Her coronation at Westminster Abbey was a landmark, broadcast on television for the first time. It combined ancient ritual with modern technology, helping create a new, accessible image of monarchy. Elizabeth's reign began as Britain rebuilt after the war, and the empire transitioned into the Commonwealth. She oversaw decolonisation, granting independence to dozens of nations while championing the voluntary association of the Commonwealth. She travelled more widely than any monarch before her, visiting all corners of the globe. She met heads of state, walked among cheering crowds, and became a living symbol of continuity and connection. Elizabeth balanced tradition with subtle adaptation. She modernised the monarchy's image with walkabouts, television documentaries, and greater openness, though always carefully managing the royal mystique. Her personal life faced challenges. Philip, who gave up a promising naval career, sometimes chafed at the constraints of being consort, but they remained devoted partners. Their children, especially Charles and Anne, became the focus of public attention. The monarchy faced crises in the 1990s. Public scrutiny intensified with the collapse of Charles and Diana's marriage. Diana's tragic death triggered unprecedented criticism of the royal family for its perceived coldness. Elizabeth eventually addressed the nation in a rare live broadcast, showing flexibility in responding to public feeling. She also weathered the Annus Horribilis, the year fire damaged Windsor Castle, and family scandals rocked the institution. Yet she maintained an unshakable commitment to her role. Elizabeth adapted to changing times. She allowed taxation of royal income, streamlined the royal household, and encouraged transparency. She also embraced new technology, sending her first email in the 1970s, joining social media in the 2000s and 10s, and even appearing in a memorable James Bond sketch for the London Olympics. Throughout her reign, Elizabeth was head of state not only of the United Kingdom, but of multiple realms across the globe, from Canada and Australia to small island nations. She worked tirelessly to maintain personal relationships with their leaders, embodying stability even as politics shifted. Her later years saw significant family events, celebrating diamond and platinum jubilees, welcoming great-grandchildren, and mourning Philip's death after over 70 years of marriage. His loss was profound, but she remained devoted to duty, attending engagements with visible frailty but undiminished spirit. She continued to meet prime ministers weekly, from Winston Churchill to Liz Truss, providing counsel but scrupulously avoiding political partisanship. Her experience and knowledge of statecraft became legendary, offering continuity through wars, social upheavals, and generational change. Elizabeth remained deeply religious, shaped by Anglican tradition and personal faith. Her Christmas broadcasts often reflected on forgiveness, hope, and service. Despite public criticism at times, especially during family crises, she maintained high approval ratings throughout her reign. Her calm, dignified presence became an anchor for the nation and Commonwealth. Elizabeth II's reign was the longest in British history. She died peacefully at Balmoral Castle in Scotland, surrounded by family. Her passing was marked by immense public mourning across the UK and the world. She was laid to rest beside Philip at St George's Chapel, Windsor. Elizabeth II's legacy is immense. She oversaw the transformation of Britain from imperial power to modern state. She helped shape the Commonwealth as a voluntary association of nations. She embodied duty, continuity, and service, values that she pledged as a young woman and maintained to the end. She modernised the monarchy while preserving its mystique, offering a rare combination of tradition and adaptation. Through war, peace, scandal, and celebration, Elizabeth II remained a constant in an age of extraordinary change. She was not just Queen of the United Kingdom, but Queen of Hearts for millions, remembered for her grace, steadfastness, and lifelong devotion to her people. And finally we have Charles III, who began to rule in 2022 and is the present-day monarch. Charles III was born Charles Philip Arthur George at Buckingham Palace, the first child of Elizabeth II and Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. From birth he was heir apparent, created Duke of Cornwall and Duke of Rothesay in the traditional titles for the monarch's eldest son. Charles's early years were shaped by immense public interest. His mother became queen when he was just a small boy, after the death of George VI. Charles was only 3 when he attended her coronation, a global spectacle that marked the beginning of his lifelong public visibility. His upbringing was marked by both privilege and formality. Elizabeth II and Prince Philip loved their children, but were also deeply committed to duty, often travelling on long tours. Charles was close to his grandmother, the Queen Mother, who provided warmth and security. Education was a central part of Charles's early life. Unlike previous heirs who were taught largely at home, Charles attended Hill House School in London, and then Cheam and Gordonstoun in Scotland. Gordonstoun was known for its rugged discipline, founded on principles of physical endurance and character building. Charles struggled with the cold showers and Spartan routines. He was sensitive, introspective, and often lonely. He later described Gordonstoun as both toughening and formative, though it was clear he did not relish it. Still, the experience shaped his sense of duty and self-reliance. Charles was the first heir to attend university, enrolling at Trinity College, Cambridge. There he studied archaeology, anthropology and history, eventually earning a degree, a landmark for the royal family. He also spent time at the University College of Wales in Aberystwyth to learn Welsh before his investiture as Prince of Wales. That investiture took place at Caernarfon Castle in a carefully staged ceremony meant to demonstrate respect for Welsh culture while affirming royal tradition. Charles delivered part of his speech in Welsh, marking his effort to connect with the nation. As Prince of Wales, Charles took on a growing number of public duties. He represented the Queen on state visits, opened Parliament in her name, and travelled extensively across the Commonwealth. He also served in the Royal Navy, training at Dartmouth and serving on ships like HMS Norfolk and HMS Minerva, even qualifying as a helicopter pilot with the Fleet Air Arm. But Charles's personal life became the focus of intense public scrutiny. From his 20s, speculation raged about whom he would marry. As heir to the throne, expectations were enormous, with pressure to find a suitable, aristocratic and preferably virginal bride. He met Lady Diana Spencer, a young aristocrat who seemed to fit these expectations. Their courtship was closely followed, culminating in a grand wedding at St. Paul's Cathedral watched by millions around the world. Charles and Diana had 2 sons, William and Harry. Their early family life seemed idyllic in public, but privately the marriage was troubled. Charles's long-standing friendship with Camilla Parker Bowles was a source of tension. Diana found royal life isolating and resisted the constraints placed on her. Their separation and eventual divorce became a public soap opera. Both spoke openly about infidelity and unhappiness. Charles admitted to his affair with Camilla, damaging his reputation in the eyes of many. Diana's tragic death in a car crash shocked the world and provoked unprecedented criticism of the royal family for its perceived cold response. Charles faced the painful task of managing his son's grief and his own complex legacy. Over time, Charles worked to rehabilitate his public image. He focused on charitable work, which had always been close to his heart. He had founded the Prince's Trust to support disadvantaged youth, one of the most successful charitable enterprises in Britain. Charles's charitable interests were broad and often ahead of their time. He championed environmentalism long before it was fashionable, warning about climate change, deforestation, and sustainable agriculture. He promoted organic farming on his estates and wrote books on environmental stewardship. He also advocated for traditional architecture and urban planning through the Prince's Foundation. He was unafraid to criticise modern architectural trends, sparking debate and sometimes controversy. Despite criticism for being outspoken, unusual for a royal expected to remain apolitical, Charles remained committed to his causes. Over the years, public opinion shifted to respect his dedication and prescience, especially on environmental issues. His relationship with Camilla remained steady. After years of public hostility, especially following Diana's death, they slowly gained acceptance. They married in a civil ceremony at Windsor Guildhall, with the Queen's approval, and Camilla became Duchess of Cornwall. As the longest-serving Prince of Wales in history, Charles spent decades preparing for kingship. He gradually assumed more duties from his aging mother, representing her at Commonwealth events and investitures. When Elizabeth II died, Charles immediately became king. His accession marked the end of one of history's longest reigns and the beginning of a new era. He chose the regnal name Charles III, acknowledging the sometimes turbulent history of his royal namesakes while signalling continuity. His first speech as king was widely praised. He paid tribute to his mother's lifetime of service and pledged his own lifelong service, acknowledging the changing nature of Britain and the Commonwealth. He also expressed love for his sons and acknowledged Camilla as queen consort, formalising her role. Charles III's reign has begun in an era of immense change and challenge. Britain faces economic pressures, political divisions, and debates about the monarchy's future role. The Commonwealth is evolving, with republican movements growing in some realms. As king, Charles has signalled that he will slim down the monarchy to focus on core working royals, responding to public concerns about cost and relevance. He has also pledged to remain politically neutral, in contrast to his more outspoken years as Prince of Wales. Yet Charles brings decades of experience, deep knowledge of the country, and genuine commitment to service. He is the first environmentally conscious monarch, well placed to support the fight against climate change. He is also the father of the next heir, Prince William, who has his own young family and represents continuity into the future. Charles III is still alive today, and his reign is just beginning. The full measure of his kingship will only become clear over time, as he navigates tradition and modernity, continuity and change. For now he stands as the oldest new monarch in British history, a man shaped by duty, controversy, and profound personal change, determined to serve his people and his realm with the wisdom accumulated over a lifetime of preparation. What he achieves as king, and how he is remembered, remain stories still to be written in the years ahead. Well, that's the end of tonight's story. If you're still awake, feel free to get comfortable and stay a little longer. The quiet rain will now begin to fall softly for you. Just relax, breathe, and rest as long as you need.